Hello, everyone. We're thrilled that you're joining us for the inaugural Existential Risks Conference hosted by SERI, the Stanford Existential Risk Initiative. I'm Kuhan Jayapragasan, MC for our keynote session today and the primary organizer for this conference, and I'll be giving a few opening remarks. It feels particularly timely to host a conference focused on existential risks right now. This past year has shown us the repercussions of not being prepared enough for rare, large-scale events, and just how important future-facing risk mitigation can be, especially when the whole world and our future as a species is at stake. The number of people who could exist in the future is incredibly vast. Future people are also disenfranchised. They have no say in the actions we take, who we elect, and the policies our governments enact. Yet, it is future generations who will suffer the price of so many of our short-sighted measures. Existential risks, which could permanently curtail humanity's future potential through extinction or other catastrophes, are estimated by many experts to have a likelihood greater than 10% over the coming century. This is a greater than 1 in 10 chance of all human life on Earth ending, all our family, friends, and everyone we've ever known, and a permanently extinguished future. But on a more uplifting note, if we successfully navigate and avoid catastrophe, it's hard to even dream of the limit of our future potential and what humanity may achieve. Given the urgency of these issues, it has been both relieving and inspiring to see the levels of interest that this conference has received. We have over 1,000 participants, including professors, government officials, professionals, and students from over 52 countries. Over the next 2 days, we will hear from inspiring leaders in academia, government, and industry who work tirelessly to improve the future of humanity. And we will come together as a global community and discuss diverse fields from artificial intelligence alignment to synthetic biology. This weekend, I urge each of you to think critically and engage in constructive debate. And I challenge you to walk away from each conversation having learned something new. To make the most of the experiences and global perspectives among our attendees, I highly recommend scheduling one-on-one meetings through Swapcard or schedule meeting links like Calendly, which you can find on attendees' profiles. Additionally, all speaker sessions will be uploaded to Swapcard after their completion, so feel free to attend social events and schedule meetings during our planned programming. Many of our speakers will also host post-event Q&As and office hours on Gather, the primary social platform we'll be using for this conference. So please check out the after-session Q&A track of the agenda to talk to speakers live after their sessions. Given SERI's emphasis on educating and nurturing the next generation of policymakers, researchers, educators, and advocates dedicated to existential risk reduction, I encourage everyone at this conference to think deeply about how we individually can best contribute to the complex problem of mitigating existential risks, especially through our careers. Existential risks are daunting, and it's easy to feel like there is nothing we can do about them. But just being here today is a great first step. There's already an inspiring amount of infrastructure, several organizations, significant funding, and many collaborators available for supporting work in existential risk reduction. If you're interested, please use this conference as an opportunity to connect with them. So today, I'm delighted to introduce our keynote speaker, Toby Ord. A moral philosopher at Oxford's Future of Humanity Institute, Toby researches big picture questions facing humanity. He wrote The Precipice, the now classic book on existential risks, which you can receive for free by filling out the form on Swapcard. Toby also founded an international society called Giving What We Can, whose members have pledged hundreds of millions of dollars to the most effective charities helping to improve the world. He also co-founded the wider effective altruism movement, encouraging thousands of people to use reason and evidence to help others as much as possible. Through his work, Toby has also advised organizations including the United Nations, the US National Intelligence Council, the UK Prime Minister's Office, and the World Health Organization, just to name a few. Today, he will be speaking about the importance of safeguarding our future. So without further ado, please welcome Toby Ord.
Thanks so much, Kuhan. And I think this is going to be a really exciting conference. Could we have the slides? Fantastic. So if all goes well, human history is just beginning. Humanity is 200,000 years old, but the Earth will remain habitable for hundreds of millions more, enough time for millions of future generations, enough to end disease, poverty, and injustice forever, enough to create heights of flourishing that are unimaginable today. And if we could learn to reach a little further out into the cosmos, we would have more time yet, trillions of years to explore billions of worlds. Such a lifespan would place present-day humanity in its earliest infancy. A vast and extraordinary adulthood awaits. But this entire future is at risk. In the 20th century, with the development of the atomic bomb, our escalating power finally reached the point where we could destroy ourselves and end our story. Human extinction would foreclose our future. It would destroy this potential. It would eliminate all possibilities but one, a world bereft of human flourishing. Extinction would bring about this failed world, and it would also lock it in forever. There would be no coming back. But it's not the only way that our potential could be destroyed. Consider a world in ruins, where a catastrophe has done such damage to the environment that civilization has completely collapsed and is unable to ever be re-established. Even if such a catastrophe did not cause our extinction, it would have a similar effect on our future. The vast realm of futures currently open to us would have collapsed into a narrow range of meager options. We would have a failed world with no way back. Or consider a world in chains, where the entire world has become locked under the rule of a totalitarian regime, determined to perpetuate itself. If such a regime could be maintained indefinitely, then descent into this totalitarian future would have much in common with extinction, just a narrow range of terrible futures with no way out. What all these possibilities have in common is that humanity's once soaring potential would have been permanently destroyed. Not just the loss of everything that we have, but the loss of everything that we could have ever achieved. And any such outcome is called an existential catastrophe, and the risk of it occurring is an existential risk. Humanity faces a wide range of existential risks. I find it useful to think of them in these three categories. The natural risks that we've always faced over our 200,000-year history. The current anthropogenic risks that started 75 years ago in this period that I call the precipice, where we're facing this heightened level of risk. And then these emerging risks that are just coming online. And I've highlighted a few that we might see here over the next century. And these risks aren't equal. The stakes are similar. That's what they have in common. But some of the risks, I think, are much more likely than others. In my book, I show how we can use the fossil record to bound the entire natural risk to about a 1 in 10,000 chance of occurring each century. For if it were much higher than this, then there's very little chance that we could have survived the 200,000 centuries so far. Sorry, the 2,000 centuries so far, or that related species could have typically last 10,000 centuries. But we've only faced 75 years of anthropogenic risks, so our track record is too short to draw any such comfort. And when we look at all the close calls that we've had with nuclear weapons over that time, few people would believe that we could get through 10,000 centuries like the last one. Instead, it seems that the anthropogenic risk is outstripping the natural risk. And my best guess is that the existing anthropogenic risk is roughly 30 times larger than the natural risk. And that the emerging risk is about 50 times larger again, roughly a 1 in 6 chance that humanity doesn't make it through the next century with our potential intact. Today, I want to dig a little deeper into what makes an existential catastrophe so bad, why we need to strive so hard to avoid them. In some ways, this may seem obvious. Of course, the destruction of our future would be bad, but it's less obvious exactly why it would be bad, and also just how profoundly bad it would be, or how robust the case is that this is one of the most terrible outcomes that we could face. And we need to understand this better in order to know how much to prioritize existential risk among all the pressing issues of our time, especially as many of the things that we could do would not directly make the difference between whether we survive and flourish or fail forever, but rather would just increase that chance, perhaps by a modest amount. So it's not enough to just note that it would be terrible if there was no future. We really need to know how terrible and why. I'm going to look at 5 different foundations for the importance of existential risk. Our concern could be grounded in our past, our present, or our future, or in questions of virtue or of humanity's cosmic significance. Let's take these in turn. The most obvious reasons are rooted in our present. It's technically possible to have an existential catastrophe that does relatively little harm to the people alive at the time. For example, if we all decided to have no more children, then that would destroy our future, but we may suppose cause no other suffering. But very few risks are like that. The downfall of humanity or civilization would involve untold suffering and loss, as billions of people would be killed in this catastrophe, or perhaps instead oppressed by a tyrannical regime. And the moral case for preventing such horror requires little elaboration. We've seen losses that are similar, but on much smaller scales, with thousands or millions of lives being destroyed. And other things being equal, millions of deaths must be worse than thousands, billions worse than millions. Even though we lose our ability to fully comprehend these losses, the numbers must act as a guide to the moral stakes. Even measured just in terms of the loss of life or the immediate suffering, most kinds of existential catastrophe would easily be the worst event in human history. But an existential risk doesn't just destroy our present, it destroys our future. The philosopher Derek Parfit had a thought experiment that teases out the difference. He asked us to imagine first a century of world peace, and then to imagine a nuclear war that kills 99% of all people on Earth. An absolutely devastating outcome. And then to imagine a second nuclear war that is slightly more deadly than the first, killing all 100% of people on Earth. Now, obviously, the first of those nuclear wars is worse than peace, and the second is worse than the first. But how much worse? Is the difference between peace and a war that killed 99% of all people bigger or smaller than the difference between that war and one that kills 100%? I think most of us initially are inclined to think, the numbers lead us to think that the difference between 0% and 99% is the bigger of the two. But Parfit teases out this point that in losing that last percent, it isn't just that we lose those people, but we lose our entire future. all the generations that could come after us and everything that they could achieve. A war that kills 100% doesn't just kill all humans, it kills humanity. Our future could be so much longer and better than our fleeting present. And there are actions that only our generation could take that would affect that entire span of time. And thus, that could save all of that value that is threatened by such a risk. This value of our future could be understood in many different terms. Perhaps the most obvious is in the value in all the lives, in all the future generations. And this is how it's often thought of in moral philosophy when people are discussing this. But it also could be thought of in many other terms. Because in expectation, almost all of humanity's life lies in its future. So almost everything of value lies in the future as well. Almost all the flourishing, almost all the beauty, our greatest achievements, our most just societies, our most profound discoveries. This is our potential, what we could achieve if we pass the precipice and continue striving for a better world. But all of that is at risk. So this is the long-termist argument for safeguarding humanity's potential. Our generation is just one page in a much longer story. And there are some ways that we could affect many or even all generations to come. Our focus here today is on existential risk. And it's easy to see why it is that actions that we take today could affect every generation when it comes to existential risk, because it was defined to be these cases where we lose our entire potential, where there is no way back. It's easiest to see that in the case of extinction, and why it is that people of future times who would never get to exist would have no other way of defending themselves against these risks that happen on our watch. But it could also occur to lesser degrees for other types of risks, perhaps risks that are more likely. And there may be a host of ways in which we could act in order to protect our long-term future, which would have these pan-generational effects. Perhaps a simple example comes from environmentalism. One of the reasons that it could be so tragic to lose a species or an ecosystem is this irrevocability of the loss. And I think that that is an area where people have become attuned to this idea of irrevocable loss, and that could make something so much worse. And I think we need to wake up to this on these larger perspectives with threats to our entire future. There are some complexities here. I won't get into them too much, but suffice to say that that population ethics is a very tricky area. It's not obvious exactly how to value the lives of future people who would never get to exist at all. If in both scenarios they exist but have much worse quality of life in one, it's easy to see what's going on. But if there are cases where we compare existence to non-existence, it's substantially more difficult. I'm inclined to the view that we count them equally, and that if we would lose thousands more generations of people who would have lives full of flourishing as we do today, that this is thousands of times as important as all of the flourishing today. But not everyone agrees. There are approaches that say that the slogan form is that ethics is about making people happy, not about making happy people. And the most extreme versions of this suggest that there'd be nothing wrong at all if humanity went extinct, or at least nothing wrong at all in terms of the value in those lives. But what I'm trying to suggest here is that you would have to have a narrow conception of value, that it was only the value in people's lives, not any of these other forms of abstract value or achievement that we often find compelling. And you would have to subscribe to this particular version of population ethics. But also, sometimes this is suggested as something that would debunk existential risk, which would make it not important at all. But it doesn't change what we just saw about the present. And it doesn't change what we're going to see about several of these other categories as well. But I did think it's worth mentioning and highlighting, and I think it's an important area as we try to understand existential risk in the future. The other area is discounting. Many economists think that lives in future generations should be assigned a lower value based on the year in which that life is lived, often with a kind of exponentially decreasing weight as time goes on. But not all economists agree. In fact, many, such as Ramsey, the economist who invented this system, thought that actually to discount the intrinsic value of lives is a great moral mistake. It's effectively enshrining our impatience as a principle by which we want to govern and make our political decisions. And I think that this is right. And then I talk about this in an appendix to my book, but I think that when it's properly understood, we can see that discounting actually doesn't make a strong case against this. Just as Nicholas Stern did, we should discount the future just at the rate of existential catastrophe. And this turns out to suggest that the future is extremely valuable, and that we must act to protect it and thus bring down that very rate. But it's not just the future that gives us reason to protect humanity from existential risk. Consider our relationship to the past. We're not the first generation. Our cultures, institutions, and norms, our knowledge, technology, and prosperity were gradually built up by our ancestors over the course of 10,000 generations. Humanity's remarkable success has been entirely reliant on our capacity for intergenerational cooperation. Without it, we would have no houses or farms, we would have no traditions of dance or song, no writings, no nations. Burke, the political theorist, put this especially well. He said that society is a partnership in all science, a partnership in all art, a partnership in every virtue and in all perfection. As the ends of such a partnership cannot be obtained except in many generations, it becomes a partnership not only between those who are living, but between those who are living, those who are dead, and those who are to be born. Indeed, when I think of the unbroken chain of generations leading to our time, and of everything that they've built for us, I'm humbled. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude and shocked by the enormity of the inheritance and at the impossibility of returning even the smallest fraction of the favor. Because 100 billion of the people to whom I owe everything are gone forever, and because what they created is so much larger than my life and than my entire generation. This thought might give us reasons to safeguard humanity that are grounded in our past, obligations to our grandparents as well as to our grandchildren. If our generation were to drop the baton, succumbing to an existential catastrophe, we would fail our ancestors in many different ways. We would fail to achieve the dreams they hoped for as they worked towards building a more just world. We would betray the trust they placed in us, their heirs, to preserve and to pass on their legacy. And we would fail in any duty that we had to pay forward the work that they did for us, to help the next generation as they helped ours. Moreover, we would lose everything of value from the past that we might have reason to preserve. Extinction would bring with it the ruin of every cathedral and temple, the erasure of every poem in every tongue, the final and permanent destruction of every cultural tradition that the earth has known. In the face of serious threats of extinction, or of a permanent collapse of civilization, a tradition rooted in preserving or cherishing the richness of humanity would also cry out for action. And finally, we might have duties to the future that arise from the flaws of the past. For we might be able to make up for some of our past wrongs. If we failed now, if humanity went extinct this century, we could never fulfill any duties we might have to repair the damage we've done to the Earth's environment, cleaning up our pollution and waste, restoring the climate to its pre-industrial state, returning ecosystems to their vanished glory. If we play our cards right, humanity is at an early stage of life. We're still in our adolescence, looking forward to a remarkable adulthood. And like an adolescent, we're rapidly coming into our full power and are impatient to flex our muscles, to try out every new capacity the moment that we acquire it. We show little regard for our future. Sure, we sometimes talk of the long term, but we usually mean the next decade or two. A long time for a human, but a moment for humanity. And in thinking about this, we notice that humanity is incredibly impatient. If we think of our life, the lifespan of humanity in terms of a typical life of 1 million years for a mammalian species, then humanity, is in our adolescence, but also each year of time is just like an hour in a person's life. And so we can't think beyond the next election cycle, to say the next 4 years, which is just like 4 hours in a life, or the next generation, just the next day in this life. And so we're just so impatient, and we risk our entire life for the benefits of the next hours or days. And we're so imprudent. We take these risks very carelessly. In fact, in many cases, we not only just misevaluate these things, but we don't even take the time to evaluate them at all. We don't even think that we could be risking this entire future and try to weigh things up. We just proceed with what occurs to us in the moment. And this analogy provides us with another lens through which to view our behavior. Rather than looking at the morality of an individual human's actions as they bear on others, we can address the dispositions and character of humanity as a whole and how these help or undercut our own chances of flourishing. And I call these civilizational virtues and vices. And, I mentioned patience and prudence, but we could also think that humanity needs more self-discipline. And when we find cases where one misstep, going in the wrong direction for 5 years or even a generation makes us give up hope for the whole future and to think that it's worthless. This is this failure, again, of the virtue of hope. I think that when we look at say, serious problems in humanity at the moment, such as factory farming, and this makes us give up hope for the future, that this is a mistake. It's like the adolescent who's feeling horrible remorse for something that they've just done and doesn't know if their life's worth living or if they're going to just cause more harm to the world than good. But I think like the adolescent, we need to look at this bigger picture and to realize that the fact that we're feeling remorse shows that we're awake and aware of these types of harms that we're causing. And we're starting to understand that and starting to aim higher in our moral thinking. And that should be the response, not despair, but striving for a more just world and then achieving that. And finally, just as Aristotle talked about the practical wisdom that's needed in order to manage and understand the virtues, I think that this also fits in with the story of humanity's escalating power and it's only slowly increasing wisdom. And we need to find that wisdom as a species, which consists of wisdom for each of us, but also ways that we can work together to actually better achieve what humanity cares about instead of failing to coordinate. And a useful thing that I find from this is thinking about the perspective of humanity. We don't often think of things at this scale. Ethics is most commonly addressed from the perspective of an individual. What should I do? Occasionally, it's considered from the perspective of a group or a nation, or even more recently, from the global perspective of everyone alive today. But we can take this a step further, exploring ethics from the perspective of humanity. Not just our present generation, but humanity over deep time, reflecting on what we've achieved over the last 10,000 generations and what we could achieve over thousands of generations to come. Doing so allows us to see how our time fits into this greater story and how much is at stake. It changes the way we see the world and our role in it, shifting our attention from things that affect the present moment to those that could make fundamental alterations to the shape of the long-term future. What matters most for humanity, and what part in that plan should our generation play, and what part should I play? Finally, the fifth of these areas that I want to look at is cosmic significance. Whether we're alone in the universe is one of the greatest mysteries of science. Eminent astronomers such as Martin Rees, Max Tegmark, and Carl Sagan have reasoned that if we are alone, our survival and our actions might take on a cosmic significance. While we're certainly smaller than galaxies and stars, and less spectacular than supernovae or black holes, we may yet be one of the most rare and precious parts of the cosmos, and the nature of such significance would depend upon the way in which we're unique. If we're the only moral agents that will ever arise in this universe, the only beings capable of making choices on the grounds of what is right and wrong, then responsibility for the history of the universe is entirely on us. This is the only chance to ever shape the universe towards what is right or what is just, or what is best for all. If we fail, then the potential not just of humanity, but of all moral action will have been irrevocably squandered. Or alternatively, if we're the only beings capable of wondering about the universe, then we might have additional reason to seek such understanding, for it would only be through us that the universe could come to know itself. And if the Earth is the only place in the universe that will give rise to life, then all life on Earth would have a key significance. Earth would be the only place where there's so much complexity in each drop of water, the only place where anything lived and died, the only place where anything felt or thought or loved. And humanity would be the only form of life capable of stewarding life itself, protecting it from natural catastrophes, and eventually taking it to flourish throughout the cosmos. The importance of protecting humanity's potential thus draws support from a wide range of ideas and moral traditions. It isn't some kind of odd or contrarian view. It doesn't rely on narrow or disputed ethical theory, but instead enjoys broad support, making the case much more robust than is commonly realized, and much more able to reach people who are coming from different moral traditions. Then finally, I want to say something about the neglectedness of this area. It's not only important, but neglected. It's difficult to say exactly how much humanity spends on existential risk because it's unclear how to count some of our spending. For example, I don't think we should count every single penny spent on understanding climate change or on combating it as devoted to understanding existential risk. I've tried to look at all of these numbers and do some accounting of it. And while it's difficult to give a precise number, we can say with confidence that humanity spends more on ice cream than we do on protecting our future. And that is, however much we should be prioritizing that, is clearly far more than we're spending on ice cream. And similarly, the Biological Weapons Convention, that is supposed to be the peer of the nuclear and chemical weapons conventions, is so underfunded that it has less money than a typical McDonald's. There are only 2 published climate models of nuclear winter since 1991, while hundreds of missiles remain on high alert, minutes away from being fired. There's tremendous scientific work on climate change, but extremely little on scenarios that could actually threaten our continued existence, where there's warming of 6 degrees or more. Another reason it's neglected is that it's an intergenerational global public good. This means that if we think about, say, the UK, where I'm based, the UK only has about 5% of only about 1% of the world's people. And so the harms that would befall us with an existential catastrophe, the UK only bears 1% of those harms. So therefore, it would expect us to underinvest in preventing it. And it's even worse than that, because it's an intergenerational global public good, where actually most of the harm isn't even on our generation, but is on generations to come who are unrepresented in political discourse. So we can see why, despite its extreme importance, why it gets neglected. Another reason is the short timescales of politics, obsessed with the days of the news cycle or a few years of the election cycle. And the lack of an active constituency. Political science shows that issues tend to fail when there isn't a small group of people who bear most of the relevant costs, who therefore it's worth their time to campaign and push for change. And then it's also too big. This is something where when I've talked to people in government, they've agreed that it seems like a very important issue, but that it's above their pay grade. That they it's just too big for them to think about in the normal everyday life of being a politician. But they're not actually passing that up to the United Nations or another group to take responsibility. So if nation states aren't willing to take responsibility and they're not willing to pass it up to a higher level to give them the responsibility, then it just goes unfulfilled. And it's also too big for individuals to really understand or to be able to grasp. We have to think in terms of the numbers, but we can't just directly feel it. Humanity is good at direct compassion. What we need here is this larger compassion, compassion for our entire future, which is much harder to come by. And then finally, and perhaps most importantly, it's neglected because it's so recent. Ultimately, these risks have only really come to the fore since 1945 with the development of nuclear weapons. Even though the natural risks have been around before that, it was only in 1980 that we discovered that asteroids had killed the dinosaurs. We really saw that they posed a real risk to humanity and that natural risks could wipe out species. So this is something where this recency, I think, is actually a really good sign because it helps explain why there's still a lot of hope that people will engage with these issues and will take them forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Toby. That was great. So now we're going to move into a Q&A for the remaining time we have. So I'll give a combination of questions from the audience and also a few that I've prepared in advance. So to start off, I think for many, and definitely for me, a surprising takeaway from this talk and your book is the large difference in magnitude among risk estimates, both between natural and anthropogenic risks, and even among anthropogenic risks. So for example, between transformative AI and nuclear war, for example. And I think many of us are wondering if you could elaborate on how you get to these estimates and what factors make these risks have such differing probabilities.
Sure. Ultimately, I don't think we should be surprised to find that the risks vary in their probability across many orders of magnitude. I think there's something initially surprising about this, but in science and the science of probability and risks, we find it's often the case that you get these power law type distributions where a few things end up taking up most of the share. And then even though there are many other aspects that they, perhaps involve vanishingly small shares. And in some cases with the natural risks, we have some good objective evidence to go on for that. For example, if we look at these different risks, say asteroids, supervolcanoes, and supernovae, we find that we can do something to calculate the chance that a supernova goes off close enough to affect the Earth. And it is just extremely small. It's not the kind of thing that we should expect to happen in the entire lifetime of the Earth. That would be surprising. And even then, it's not clear that it would actually cause that much harm. So this is an area when we can see the numbers, we see that some of these things are much more likely than others. Asteroids are much more likely than that, and supervolcanoes much more likely again. That said, I think that when it comes to the anthropogenic risks, it's much more subjective. That is to say that the relevant probabilities can't be produced from looking at long-term track records because we just don't have enough track record to do it. But that doesn't mean that you can say that the probability is zero. Instead, we need to think of probabilities in this evidential sense. What does our evidence require us to have as our credence on these things? And that's difficult to work out. And so while I try to give some probabilities for this, I also try to be clear about what I mean by them. It's not the case that the examples I give in my book or the information about each risk, just a few pages for each one, is supposed to compel people to the number I give as a probability. It's more that I feel that we should be talking in terms of our, what are our current best guesses, and that we should put numbers on these things. And that so I thought it would be doing people a disservice to say, we've looked at all of these risks. I think some of them are much more serious than others. That's all I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you how much more serious. I'm not going to quantify anything. And that it also helps. It helps with these arguments because you get some skeptics like you get skeptics like Steven Pinker, who suggest that those people who are concerned about existential risk think that the world is going to be destroyed, and that this causes various problems of self-defeatingness and despair and things like that. But actually, I encounter very few people who are looking at existential risk who think it's more likely than not that the world won't make it through the next century. So it's useful to, my 1 in 6 overall number is usefully trying to say, I think that the humanity's potential will probably be intact at the end of this century. And that's partly because we will wake up to these issues and that we will take serious actions to protect ourselves. But it's hard to say much more than that. Each particular risk has, I did break them down and have some of my own private documents trying to work out how much extinction risk they could cause versus collapse risk, and what's the chance we'd be able to recover from the collapse as opposed to a collapse that you couldn't recover from. In general, I'm quite optimistic about recovering from a collapse because of the fact that that civilization, so agriculture and related aspects of being able to build towns and settlements and writing have arisen 5 times independently in the history of the world. And we probably would have been more times, except for the fact that civilization had spread everywhere around the world, so we didn't get to witness that. So our track record actually suggests that it's not that hard to reestablish. Which I'm happy about, so that's where the numbers come from, and they're more of here's a concise encapsulation of how likely Toby Ord sees these things, and it's a kind of food for thought or a challenge, or to say, oh, okay, I thought you were saying that these things were more, say asteroids were bigger than that. Now I see your number. Actually, my main disagreement is on this other risk. Let's talk about that one.
One of our top audience questions is, of all the issues and concerns that you mentioned in the precipice, which keeps you up at night, or which risks do you see as most dangerous, and why?
Yeah, I guess it's in line with my with my table of estimates. So that I think biorisk and AI are the ones that keep me up at night. I think probably bio in the slightly shorter time scale, and AI with the risk kind of peaking a bit later, but still perhaps within a decade from now. The progress is very quick, and in general with the risks as I see them, the ones that I think are higher are also more speculative. But I want to be clear that even if you thought that there was no chance that AI was going to cause any kind of existential catastrophe, absolutely zero, I still think that the other risks pose ample danger to motivate all of this concern.
Yeah, definitely. So shifting gears a little bit, you discussed in your talk 5 different ways of framing the importance of mitigating existential risks. So in terms of the present, future, past, virtue, and cosmic significance. And in the precipice, I think you mentioned that lost future potential is what you consider to be the chief motivator for you to work on these issues. I'm curious to hear what aspects of existential risk reduction seem most salient to others, especially the large multinational and government actors you've advised. And in particular, I'd love to hear more about your work advising the United Nations and your contribution to the UN Human Development Report on existential risk and the protection of humanity's long-term potential.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I was part of the answer is I don't really know which of these most inspire people at the moment. I would have hoped to have found out more about that in the year since the book came out, in kind of traveling around and talking to lots of people about this. But sadly, all such plans had to be put on ice, and so I'm hoping when things open up more to be able to get more of a kind of vox pop response to this, from talking to hundreds of people from the general public, and also policymakers, and try to find out which of these ideas do move them. I think that the most solid case is that based on the present. And I think that the case that suggests the biggest importance, the gravest importance, would be the one based on the future. But it was, I think that a lot of the conversation in circles of people who look at existential risk had been mainly about, I guess, the present and the future. And so I guess that's not quite right. These three astronomers I mentioned who'd looked at cosmic significance are all very active in talking about existential risk. It's a fascinating confluence of astronomers and existential risk. But I found that thinking about the past was really influential on me when I was writing the book. I really, in trying to prepare the first chapter, where I zoom out and look at how do we get to the situation we're in, how does it compare to the importance of other really time periods that are agreed to have been crucial in humanity's history, such as the Industrial Revolution. I really felt, I don't know, as almost a kind of spiritual experience or something in terms of understanding where I fit in among this much greater story and the 100 billion people to whom I owe almost everything. And that really got me thinking. And when I came to writing the chapter on this sources for the importance, I really found that there were a lot of cases based on the past, which I hadn't put much stock in. And but I think there's a lot of serious cases. I should also say that one doesn't have to believe all of these different 5 areas. There are 5 that I find very plausible and very powerful. But ultimately, the idea is it's a disjunctive case that if any of these really work, then there is a kind of great significance. But I think it's also useful in terms of talking to others and being able to show that even if they come from a very different perspective to you, that there could be one of these lenses through which it becomes obvious to them that this is of indeed great importance.
So on that note, our top audience question is, seeing as human extinction is inevitable, why is it important to prevent it from happening earlier rather than later, seeing as the achievements and values of humanity would come to an end anyway? And also there's the element of, if no one will be there to miss these losses once extinction has occurred, how bad is it really? So how would you respond to this?
Yeah, so I think I remember being tempted by this when I was much younger, thinking that, that in some ways, if I were threatened with death, that it would be more comforting if there was going to be nothing afterwards or something like that, for some kind of reason, a bit like this. But I now think that this is a kind of species level version of the Epicurean argument. So this is a famous argument in philosophy that death isn't bad for you because you're not there to experience it. It's not bad for you before you die. And then at all times after you're dead, there's no you there for it to be bad for, something like that. Ultimately, I feel that, like many other people, that this argument is flawed and that it's a form of sophistry. That there's something about the form of it that sounds right. Yeah, how could it be bad for you at that time? But the mistake is thinking that there's this kind of badness at a time property or something that's going on. What's really happening is that it's good to be alive at the times where you are alive, and then there's no goodness at those other times, and so there's less goodness overall. And an event which makes it so that there's a lot less goodness in your life is a bad event. It's not bad because it adds badness, but it's bad because you lose goodness. And that's a common way we talk about badness. If a child undergoes some serious trauma, which means that they, let's suppose there's no suffering at the moment, but their capabilities are greatly reduced and they'll have much less happiness in their life. We think that that's a really bad thing that happened to them. That's a common sense way. Similarly, I think that what would be bad is that humanity would have much shorter life, and a life that achieves much less, that lives up to its potential much less, with much less flourishing. And as I said, there may be there may be wrongs that we've committed that we could actually in some ways make amends for, that we'd never get a chance to do. It's kind of like with an individual going to your grave with unfinished business. So that's basically my answer, is that no one really believes the Epicurean argument. People might claim to believe it, but they still look both ways when they cross the road. They don't say, well, whatever, it's not bad for me to be hit by a car, so fine, so at least so long as it kills me. we don't try to make cars more dangerous so that they never injure people, only kill them, because killing them's not bad at all. I mean, that would be crazy for anyone to actually think that would be a good government policy. And similarly, I think it would be crazy to think that there's nothing wrong with nuclear war that kills everyone, and thus no need to avoid it. In fact, if things were going badly, might as well just produce it because it's not bad. I think there's something kind of thing where we get caught up in that in the philosophy room, but then when we kind of think about the wider world and what arguments actually fly with people, we realize that it can't work.
Yeah, definitely. So I wanted to shift gears once more and talk a bit more about your past experiences. So you've started Giving What We Can, co-founded the Effective Altruism movement, written The Precipice, among many other accomplishments. So I'm curious to hear what inspires this entrepreneurial spirit in you, and how have you determined what projects to work on, and what lessons others who are hoping to have a huge social impact, much like yourself, can learn from your past experiences.
It's interesting. I guess when I first came to be looking at global poverty, a lot of what was written about it was from a perspective, say Thomas Pogge and Peter Singer, of the injustice and the moral obligations upon us. So a kind of very sober perspective. And I found when I came to research how much good we could do in this, and to realize that there were some ways of trying to do good that were vastly more effective than others, and in fact vastly more effective than other ways we could spend money on ourselves and so forth. I found that I was much more inspired by how much good we could do than I was motivated by thoughts of what we owe. And I think overall, even if in doing so I've ended up fulfilling my obligations better, I'm fulfilling them not because of focusing on them through that lens, but through focusing and just being excited about how much I could do. And ultimately, I became more excited about that than about many other things that I could work on. I was also studying computer science and abstract mathematics, which was very fun and interesting. But ultimately, I became even more excited about doing good in the world once I realized how much was possible. And the same is kind of true when it comes to existential risk. That I guess maybe that's a difference between this lens based on the past. Maybe I guess I've got a version of the lens based on the past that's still inspirational or something, or at least through this gratitude, which is a kind of positive emotion. But when I think about the future, I think it's inspiring how high our potential is, how much we could achieve if only we get through this time and we keep striving to achieve this and to hope for a better world and to create it. And so in both cases, yeah, I'm much more inspired about what good we can do. And then if I notice that other people aren't doing it and it's neglected, at some level, again, that's sad that it's neglected. It's a tragedy. But from a personal level, it makes me inspired to realize that I can go out there and try to really push the needle on this thing.
Right. And for community members who are motivated to mitigate existential risks, what efforts do you think are most promising for concretely bringing these risks down?
That's a really good question. And ultimately, I'm not sure. I guess it depends how concrete. I think that there are projects, existing projects that have been going on for decades, such as the nuclear disarmament movement. I mean, if you look at this recent movement on that, right, with the treaty that bans nuclear weapons, which has been agreed by enough member states that I think it's coming into force this year or next year. It's not going to change everything because none of the nuclear states are actually going to follow it. But it is going to change international norms, and it's going to make it harder for new states to attain nuclear weapons, or for states to ally with those states that have them by giving them bases and so forth. I think it's going to change things. But it's interesting that it's something that we would have thought was impossible recently, but shows that there's a lot of room for actual action. And so I think that donating to organizations like NTI that work on these things is a very concrete thing people could do. But I think in some ways, the biggest thing is continuing this discussion, being excited about it, being interested, talking to people deeply and seriously about it, be they your family or friends or colleagues, and really trying to strive towards a better future.
Awesome. Last question, because I know we're running out of time. Uh, so based on your experience in past conferences like this, do you have advice to attendees for how to get the most out of this conference? And additionally, do you have resources you recommend for attendees as follow-up after the conference, other than your book, of course?
In terms of recommendations, I mean, definitely, well, talking to people is usually the best. All of the break time in conferences is usually the best time. It's a bit trickier in this day and age, but making contacts and also trying to follow up with people, making a note of which cities these people are in to try to get in touch with them, or which places on the internet they frequent. The Effective Altruism Forum is a good place to have a lot of these conversations. A lot of people interested in these topics and quite insightful commenters. That'd be my main recommendations.
Perfect. All right, that's all the time we have for this session. Thank you again, Toby, for a wonderful session and for spending time with us today. As per Toby's recommendation, we invite everyone attending to use SwapCard to find fellow conference attendees who share your interests and set up meetings. And yeah, if you need any assistance, visit our help desk on SwapCard. Thanks for coming, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to the session on Toward a Fail-Safe Nuclear Strategy. My name is Michael Aird, and I'm excited to introduce you to the speaker for this session, Joan Rolfing. Joan is the President and Chief Operating Officer of the Nuclear Threat Initiative, or NTI, which is a non-profit, non-partisan organization working to mitigate nuclear, biological, radiological, chemical, and cyber risks. She was part of the original team that created the mission and scope for NTI all the way back in 2000. And she played strategic roles in several of NTI's hallmark projects. Before joining NTI, she held senior positions with the US Department of Energy during the Clinton administration, as senior advisor for national security to the Secretary of Energy, and as director of the Office on Nonproliferation and National Security. Today, Joan will be making a case for a new nuclear security paradigm, one that is no longer based on nuclear deterrence. We invite you to use the swap card platform during the session. On the right side panel, you can share your thoughts on the live discussion board while the session's going, and write and upvote questions for our speaker to answer at the end of the presentation, which will then shoot through to her for about 10 minutes. All right, without further ado, welcome Joan Rolfing.
Thanks very much, Michael. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. I'm going to just jump right into the talk. The premise of my talk is that the current strategy the world relies on for preventing nuclear war, called nuclear deterrence, is unacceptably risky, likely to fail, and when it fails, will not fail safely, but will fail catastrophically. This is both an unacceptable and an unnecessary risk. We can design a better, safer security system for preventing a nuclear holocaust, one that, if it fails, will not risk the future of humanity. One that, if it fails, will fail safe. This is doable and within our grasp. So let me start by defining what I mean by fail-safe first. Since fail-safe has a specific meaning to many in the nuclear weapons community, I feel like I need to call this out. It's not in that old 1950s sense that I'm using the term today. Today I'm using the term fail-safe in a broader engineering sense. The broader fail-safe definition is this: something that is fail-safe is designed or made in such a way that nothing dangerous can happen if a part of it goes wrong. I would say, at a minimum, we should be working to create a nuclear security system where a civilization-ending catastrophe is not possible if the system fails. So let me elaborate. I'm going to start first with a reflection on the risks inherent in the existing system. Currently, we rely on roughly, and the we here, I mean the global we, I don't just mean the United States. We rely on a roughly 70-year-old strategy called nuclear deterrence for preventing a nuclear weapons disaster. A system for managing the dangers of nuclear technology whose intellectual roots were defined by your great-grandparents' generation. So I'm speaking to those of you who are students here. Think about that, how archaic that is. What other field can you think of that is relying on a 70-plus-year-old operating system? In the years immediately following the advent of nuclear weapons after World War II, a group of US academics, government practitioners, and military officials reasoned that the best way to prevent a nuclear attack was to threaten retaliation against an adversary with a nuclear attack of our own. The thinking was that as long as we maintained an assured survivable capability to respond to an enemy nuclear attack with a massive counterattack, that any attack against us would be futile, and a nuclear war could be successfully deterred. This strategy was based on a game theory model and assumed that each party would behave rationally, that each party would have adequate time to make rational decisions, that we would operate with perfect information, and that we could have confidence in the reality of our operating systems. Given the technology of that era, it assumed that nuclear weapons would be delivered in slow-flying bombers, that they could be recalled once launched, and that we, the US, had one principal adversary, the Soviet Union, who would presumably behave rationally and not intentionally trigger Armageddon. So fast forward to today, that's not the world we live in anymore. We have an extremely complex system of 9 nuclear states with some 15,000 nuclear weapons and growing. It's possible that not all players in this deterrence game are rational. We have delivery vehicles that are so fast that leaders essentially have only 5 to 7 minutes to decide whether to launch a nuclear attack. Our early warning and weapon systems may or may not be reliable given their cyber vulnerabilities. We have an infodemic of disinformation and the potential for deep fakes on social media that could further distort the context of a nuclear event. In addition, historically high political tensions between key actors, for example, the US and Russia, or US-China, or India-Pakistan. All these challenges to nuclear deterrence, they're manifold. And what if the nuclear warning systems are successfully sabotaged by a cyber attack? and erroneously triggers a counterattack? What if there's a false warning of an incoming attack during a period of political crisis? What if terrorists acquire a crude nuclear device? Do we really think they will be deterred from using one themselves? What if one of the technical components in the system fails, or if there's human error? Nuclear deterrence strategy was not designed to address many of these scenarios. Nuclear deterrence is also premised on the rather fanciful belief, in my view, that the system is so robust that it will work perfectly in perpetuity. But there's a long history of near accidents and warning signals that prove that elements of the system are in fact fallible. Let me just cite one. There are dozens of them, but let me just cite one. In November of 1979, the US National Security Advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, received a call in the middle of the night telling him that the North American Air Defense Command was monitoring several hundred incoming Soviet missiles. Now, it turns out, there was a very suspense-filled, panicked period of time over the next 15, 20 minutes. It turns out in the end that what happened was that training software was inexplicably loaded into the main displays at both the North American Air Defense Command and also the National Military Command Center at the Pentagon. Took a while to figure that out, and fortunately, reasonable minds prevailed, and there was no retaliatory strike launched on the basis of this misinformation. There's a long history of similar events. Do we really want to continue to rely on a strategy that's premised on the threat of mass annihilation and on a rational actor system working perfectly forever? It's time to build a new nuclear security paradigm that doesn't threaten to end our species and can't cause a civilizational catastrophe or extinction, but rather fails safe. So I want to describe the key design elements of this newer, safer system. But before I do that, I also want to say just a few words about the uncertainty within this community about the risks of a nuclear war. The truth is, we still have significant gaps in our understanding of the range of effects of a nuclear war. But I think it's safe to say that nuclear war would not just be a climate event, that is a period of so-called nuclear winter or nuclear autumn, but it would be a massive social, economic, health, and governance event. There's a lot we don't know about any one aspect of these vulnerabilities, let alone how some of the resulting dynamics might interact to bring about a catalytic trigger for other existential threats, especially for biothreats and climate. While there's some very good work being done on modeling nuclear winter, we still have a very limited understanding about the implications of nuclear winter on secondary systems such as critical infrastructure, trade disruption, the global economy, human health, the spread of diseases, the harm or collapse of fragile ecosystems, governance structures, and the potential for civil unrest. So it's a long list of things we don't know about. Clearly, more research is needed on the societal effects of nuclear use. As Martin Hellman, a Stanford Emeritus professor, wrote recently, he asks, can we responsibly bet humanity's existence on a strategy for which the risk of failure is totally unknown? One thing we know for sure is that a nuclear catastrophe would have a dramatic, horrific, prompt effect on potentially millions of people who are innocent. And there would be likely many more knock-on effects. For those unlucky enough to survive the catastrophe, quality of life would be very different. This is not just wild speculation. There's lots of historical, empirical evidence from volcanic events throughout history that show how the resulting climate disruptions could have broad societal effects. Okay, so how do we do better? What might this new fail-safe strategy or fail-safe system look like? For starters, I would posit that it should be built on the design principle that failure of the system can't threaten to end humanity, or even set it back by years, decades, or centuries. The new system should be premised on the fundamental belief that, and this is to use Toby Ord's argument, that we owe it to the generations before us and the many generations that come after us. We owe it to them to enable future humans to exist and flourish. Are we going to let these weapons control us, or are we going to control them? My vision for what a future nuclear security paradigm should look like is simple. We need to put in place an effective control regime for preventing nuclear use by controlling nuclear technology that could be used to make nuclear weapons. 70 years ago, we didn't have the capacity to do that. Today, we do. We've learned a lot over the last 70 years about how to monitor, detect, and regulate nuclear technology that could be used for weapons purposes. The need to monitor nuclear technology is something that humans are going to need to do in perpetuity. We cannot uninvent nuclear weapons or erase our knowledge of them. There are peaceful applications of the technology that are also here to stay. We just need to do a better job of getting our arms around them. This is not an impossible task. It's totally tractable. We have powerful tools to track every aspect of the nuclear fuel cycle, from the mining of uranium to the production of plutonium and uranium to the deployment of weapons delivery systems and more. In fact, most of these tools are already in place today. They're just not universally deployed, and they're not deployed at scale. So technology is key. We can harness the power of existing and new technology for problem solving, and we can develop even more effective detectors and sensors to support the verification and monitoring architecture we need for the future. For example, in an age of big data and machine learning, there is the potential to detect patterns of behavior by states that make it almost impossible to hide the signatures of a nuclear weapons program. Of course, new governance arrangements will also need to be developed. But technology and governance alone are not enough. Even more important will be creating the political space for change, shifting the Overton window. We need to start by shifting the deeply entrenched belief system held by nuclear weapon states that a nuclear system premised on mass annihilation is the best way to keep us safe. And instead, we need to demand a new system that can't cause a civilizational catastrophe, or possibly even extinction if it fails. Your generation can help build the awareness that's needed. You can help build the momentum for change, and you can help create the intellectual capital we need to define a better paradigm so that humanity can flourish and reach its full potential. Fixing the nuclear threat is a totally tractable issue. So here's what you can do. Get involved. There's room for everyone at this conference to get involved. Start by educating yourself. Become a force multiplier by helping to raise awareness about the nuclear threat. Ask your elected officials at any level, whether it be local, regional, state, international, ask them what they're doing to prevent a nuclear weapons catastrophe. Ask them why we continue to accept the risks to humanity of our current system. Why do we allow ourselves to be held hostage by these weapons? Second thing, be a part of the solution. Come work in this field. Find an intern program, work for your government, join an NGO, become an organizer, write op-eds. There's so many different ways to contribute, and so much talent is needed. This field is poised on the edge of a transformation, and we need your help to bring that about. And finally, we need your help in creating the new paradigm that I just talked about. There's room and need for more research. There's need for more scholarship. There's need for a pipeline of next generation scholars to build off of the strategy that your great-grandfathers developed that we're still living with today. This is your generation's opportunity to put us in a better place. So let's get to work on that safer paradigm, one that if it fails, will fail safe. And that concludes my remarks, and I'm open to Q&A now.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for that. So yeah, I thought that was a very interesting presentation, and we got a lot of questions. So I'm just going to get right into them. People finding lots to pick your brain about.
Right.
So I think the top one, and this is also the one I was thinking of asking, is basically what are the main barriers to this actually happening, this new paradigm being adopted, and like how do we get from where we are to there? What are the steps along the way, especially while some states will still be using the old paradigm?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. So I think there's two principal barriers. One is the utter lack of public awareness and public engagement on this issue. This issue is, I would say, in government circles, despite the gravity of it, a nearly invisible issue, because there's no mechanism for holding our government leaders accountable. There's no one demanding that we move away from this unacceptable system. It's like the dog that didn't bark because by some miracle of chance, we've survived the last 75 years without a horrific catastrophe, and so it's out of sight, out of mind. So it's really important that we work to raise awareness and build some public engagement. The second is the existing paradigm is, I describe it as a belief system, is a very deeply entrenched belief system among the small number of leaders and elites within governments that are responsible for maintaining the weapons and the system. And in order to move beyond this deep-seated belief that the threat of mass annihilation is going to keep us safe into the future, we need to begin building a better story, a better narrative of what's possible, and helping to replace that belief system with a better one.
So that emphasized, I think, like public advocacy and like changing the beliefs of the leaders, which I think raises another question, which is how much impact would there be? Well, so how do we get this to happen in countries that aren't liberal democracies? And how good is it if we just have it happen in liberal democracies? Like, do you think if we just get the US to focus on this paradigm, the rest of the world will follow? Like, can the US push that sufficiently?
So we need more than just liberal democracies. This is a whole world problem. And the good news is the number of states with nuclear weapons in the world is limited today. So far, there are only 9 states. The rest of the world don't have these weapons, and great number of states as non-nuclear weapons states are pushing for a move toward a world without nuclear weapons, not only through the Non-Proliferation Treaty, where all nuclear weapon states and non-nuclear weapon states alike have bound ourselves to work toward a world without nuclear weapons, but also through the recently entered into force ban treaty, a new treaty that entered into force in January of this year. So lots and lots of countries are already, in some ways, they're there. They're living within a different belief structure. I do think the U.S. is absolutely pivotal. The United States and Russia together have a special responsibility because we have 91% of the world's nuclear weapons, but in particular, the U.S. has, I would say, an even higher obligation because we created these weapons, and also because U.S. leadership in the world, even still, after the last 4 years, is important. The U.S., I think, is widely believed, and I believe, to be the strongest military power on earth. If we believe we need these weapons for our security, who are we to tell other countries that they shouldn't have these weapons or that they don't need them? So I think if the US were to declare that it wanted to move to a new security paradigm, it would go a long way in bringing the rest of the world in that direction. And just last thought on this topic, there's so much more to say. we're not going to be able to flip a switch and move from a world of nuclear deterrence to one where suddenly we have a control regime in place. This is something that is going to need to occur over time, and with all of the nuclear states moving together in this direction. For as long as nuclear weapons exist in the world, we'll want to make sure that there's some kind of deterrence stability, but there are measures we can take right away that can get us to a much safer place where we greatly reduce the risk of an existential threat.
Okay, yeah, fantastic. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for this session. But thank you, Joan, for that wonderful session and your time with us today. And Joan has agreed to be available in the Gather Town for about another 15 minutes or so for like extended Q&A with people interested. Then you can get into the extra, all the very interesting questions that were in the chat thing. So I'll put the link that I think is the link in the chat for that. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining us. There's also a general networking and icebreaker session after this session, and then a bit later a fireside chat with Jan Tallinn. And if anyone needs assistance with anything, please visit the SERI help desk, which is a tab in the navigation bar. See you in a bit. Bye.
Thank you, Michael. Bye.
on.
Hello, everyone. Quick update. So unfortunately, Natalie has gotten sick and will be unable to join us today. But since we have a pretty packed schedule without any breaks, this free half hour might be a blessing in disguise. So we will try coordinating with Natalie to record a Q&A for her at a later time, since Longview Philanthropy does amazing work, and I'm sure many of us would love to hear from her. So our live session will be back at 11 a.m. Pacific for a fireside chat with Jan Tullen, moderated by the Executive Director of CSER at Cambridge University, Sean O'Haggerty. But in the meanwhile, we recommend signing up for meetings. So we've sent you an email detailing how we recommend doing this, but in short, we recommend clicking the attendees button on SwapCard, looking through individuals' profiles so you can filter them by cause areas of interest, and also click individual attendees to look at their areas of expertise and interest, relevant affiliations, and also their answers to the questions, how can other attendees help you and how can you help other attendees? So we think the answers to those questions might be pretty valuable in determining who to meet with. And then in terms of how you might actually schedule meetings, so you can schedule meetings on SwapCard. Many profiles will have Calendly links that you can sign up for meetings on. You can also just message individuals and ask them when they're free to set up a meeting, either during or after this conference. And you can also meet others on GatherTown, which is our primary social platform for this event, or talk to others on Slack. All of these details are in the last email we sent you. So yeah, feel free to take a quick break for this half hour, schedule some meetings, and we will see you back at 11 a.m. Pacific. Thanks.
Hello, it's my pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Sean O'Hagerty. I'm co-director of the Centre for the Study of Existential Risk in Cambridge, and I'm delighted to be joined today by Jan Tallinn, who is known to many of us in this community. He's, among other things, co-founder of the Centre for the Study of Existential Risk, co-founder of the Future of Life Institute, and before all those things, co-founded Skype and Kazaa. And has been one of the most important and influential thinkers in this space for quite a long time now. And so his time is really worth gold, and that every time I get a chance to speak to him, I come away with some new insights about, well, what to be scared of and how the field should develop. And in fact, way back in around 2012, one of the first talks that I saw online that got me worried about things like AI safety was Jan talking about AI risk, which he framed in terms of an intelligence stairway. And in fact, I think that motivated Hugh Price as well, who went on to co-found Caesar. So it's a real honor to have the opportunity to discuss Jan's current thinking with him. And so I'd like to jump straight in, Jan, to what you're currently thinking about when it comes to AI safety and AI risk.
Yeah, I think the as the kind of ecosystem has evolved and like there are more and more thinkers and entering the scene, I've also kind of learned over time. So like one of my recent things that I've been puzzling over is a little bit inspired by the Archer's paper by Critch and Kruger, AI research considerations for human existential safety. And there, like one thing that it kind of inspired me to think about is that think more about AI as an automated decision making and AI adoption as a delegation mechanism that you will get sort of principal agent problems. So you can imagine that we are kind of this multi-agent system on this planet, and we are starting to introduce nodes into this graph of multi-agent systems that currently includes humans and corporations. Yeah, mostly humans and corporations, animals as well, but like they're not playing a big role in terms of causality. And now we're going to introduce decidedly non-human, really fast, potentially super competent nodes into this multi-agent system. And now the question is, how can we ensure that this entire network kind of remains robust towards such introduction where more and more human decisions will be delegated to those super competent nodes. So that's like one thing that I've been thinking about. Another thing that I've been thinking about is like other ways to kind of make AI more categorized. Like one really big categorization that I think we should be thinking about is divide AIs into AIs that have explicit or implicit models of humans and AIs that don't. So Facebook AIs that try to kind of explicitly model humans and try to influence their behavior, not to say manipulate them, are clearly AIs that I think should be treated differently than AIs that are just like trying to figure out what are the best chemical experiments to do.
And the models are explicitly, or the AIs are explicitly developing models of humans. Do you see them as potentially being more risky or bringing just a different category of issues that we should be thinking about?
Yeah, I definitely think they're way more risky. And also like there's, I mean, for several reasons. Like one is, I think Stuart Russell of Berkeley, he says that like if you think about it, or if you think about a reinforcement learning agent abstractly, reinforcement learning agent its purpose is to kind of modify its environment. And the moment you put like a reinforcement learning agent in contact with human or humans, those humans become their environment, the environment of this reinforcement learner. So it's like kind of like nothing personal, but you will be manipulated by this agent. So that's an example of why agents that have an idea of humans or like explicit or implicit models of humans are potentially dangerous to humans.
It's a very
and the other thing is that like it's just like practically it's much hard. They're much harder to debug. If a system that they're trying to correct has a model of you, like you will learn that it's much harder to debug and much harder to understand.
Yeah, I feel like I'm seeing more smart people pointing at some fairly complex and worrying issues in this general space. Some of these issues seem like they're parallel to some things I've seen people like Paul Cristiano write about, the idea that like one kind of failure mode we might see with AI systems entering the world is scenarios in which AI systems might be like introduced as kind of agents into this multi-agent system that are like basically good-hearting, optimizing for the wrong things in ways that end up not being so good for humans, but not necessarily of the like, you know, turns the world into paperclips level, but just like out in our environment. And that another particularly kind of worrying trend would be systems that are effectively like trying to be influential in a lot of different ways that might make them particularly difficult to deal with. There's a great post on the Alignment Forum called What Failure Looks Like that where Paul explores some of this, and Sam Clark followed up by doing a bit more digging into this. And this sounds like it's coming into the same issue of, you know, very complicated things that could happen in the space before kind of, you know, the sort of canonical super intelligence risk scenario, but that could very easily end up with very bad outcomes where it's a bit insidious in that it kind of creeps in and then gets out of our control.
Yeah, so I guess like one way of looking at it is that like those multi-agent system graphs, I also like Paul Christian's writing has inspired me when I think about this network of delegation systems and kind of like economy of multiple agents. Is that like the nice thing about those models is that they're going to provide some sort of continuation in some ways that the earlier thinking was kind of just thinking about kind of abstract properties of super intelligent agents without kind of providing like how do we get there. However, like one interesting thing is that now we can even already see like how you would get this paperclip maximizer with just merely sort of economic competition and people introducing more and more competent nodes. Like really interesting. I just today read an article that Bitcoin miners are now starting to buy up power stations. So if you think about it, like people think that producing paperclips is like sounds really ridiculous. Like a civilization would never do that. Well, we are producing SHA hashes by tonful. And like they are, to me, that they sound even more ridiculous than paperclips. I mean, I don't have anything against Bitcoin, obviously. Like I've done really well with Bitcoin. But like if you think about it, if you incentivize a civilization to produce something, if you pay them for a really silly thing that ultimately has no value, like intrinsic value, the civilization will produce a lot of those things, and we see it. Like so, if the Bitcoin would use paperclips instead of cryptographic hashes, then we would produce a ton of paperclips, and we would be in the process of buying up the infrastructure in order to produce more paperclips.
Yeah. So I wonder how you think about, like, these are fascinating topics. I'll talk about them all day. I wonder how you think about how this fits in with I don't know how we would fit this in, but the kind of scenario that has been talked about for a long time in this community, the idea of more of a kind of, you know, monopole super intelligent agent that would rapidly self-improve, and where I know one version of the scenario involves something that's pretty like subhuman level and therefore is of no particular concern to anyone, reaches a particular threshold, and then you might have a hard takeoff, and suddenly, you know, our ability to have influence on this thing goes out the window, and thresholds are passed by beyond which, like, basically it could be a game over. And one of the interesting things that's happened in the last couple of years is, you know, people are exploring the scenario, but we're also looking at a bunch of kind of, you know, additional, more nuanced scenarios where kind of risks would creep in, like the ones we're talking about. What's your thought on, like, I mean, if you're thinking about what the community as a whole is doing, like, how should attention and effort be split across this kind of range of scenarios?
Yeah, I think there are two things to say about hard takeoff scenarios, so to speak. One is that in some ways they are much more boring than the slow takeoff scenarios, and so I expect sort of scientists, researchers to pay less attention to them in some way. So from that perspective, it kind of like deserves to overweigh them in order to kind of like counteract this natural bias of paying attention to soft takeoff, mostly because it makes for more interesting papers. And the other reason why it makes sense to kind of overweight the hard takeoff scenarios is that they just seem to be way more risky or way more like catastrophic. So like just from kind of like security perspective and risk management perspective, I think it's worthwhile to think about these extreme scenarios, even if you think it's kind of less than 10% and perhaps even less than 1%. Well, let's say less than 5%, then it definitely should kind of act as if they were something like 20 or 40% in order to kind of like just maximize utility.
Yeah. Okay. So these scenarios, maybe they're not the most likely scenarios, but they're likely to be sort of understudied and under attention paid to them because just of their nature, they happen quickly, they seem unlikely, and they might also be like, we might be subject to certain biases in how we think about them. There's probably arguments for paying attention to some of the more kind of soft takeoff. And I think of some of what you've presented as falling more in the soft takeoff, or at least in the kind of more insidious kind of AI risk camp. I mean, these are fairly complex issues that, you know, feel like they fall outside of anyone's particular job to deal with them in some ways. And so I think there's some reasons to think that they're worth some attention being paid to them, but I agree with you, not to the exclusion of the hard takeoff scenarios. I'm just going to take a quick second to check the swap card app because so we're going to take some questions from the audience. We won't be able to get to all of them, for which I apologize, but Jan will be on GatherTown afterwards. Okay, these are good but complex questions. Okay, here's a question to begin with. So we've got a question that a lot of your work, Jan, has been in organizing and fundraising, not just research. He asks if you have tips for effectively directing, this moves up and down, effectively directing people and funds at important causes. How would you recommend to people like what to support?
Oh, yeah. I mean that is my kind of top priority right now, pretty much. And yeah, I could kind of go for hours about this. But yeah, we've been myself, Andrew Critch at Berkeley, and Oliver Haberka at Less Wrong. We've been kind of cooking up a piece of software and the process that we call S-Process that we use at the Survival and Flourishing Fund. And it's a three-level process where you have like applicants in the first level. Then you have what we call recommenders, a committee of recommenders. And then finally you have a number of donors. And the job of the recommenders is to rank the applications, and the job of the donors is later watch the debates of the recommenders and rank the recommenders. And then you have software to take these rankings into account and kind of simulate what the optimal utility maximizing allocations would be. And I could talk hours about this. It's a really, really wonderful, interesting process. That as a kind of byproduct produces like just really interesting insights, because you get like smart people talking about you get smart people in the room, and then you give them a like interesting and constraining process, which is like maximize utility from the money from funds. And like you can imagine, like there are like really interesting kind of discussions go like a couple of levels up meta and explore like really interesting topics.
Yeah, it's a really innovative system. And one of the things that I hope you guys might think about at some point is like basically presenting it as a model that other orgs and other funding bodies might use at some point, because the way it kind of like brings in expert views and then weights them is, I think, a really interesting one that for others to explore.
And it doesn't also like important, it doesn't strive for consensus. So it's kind of people can totally agree to disagree. And then the system just kind of takes that as a given and maximizes utility nevertheless. Yeah, like my kind of vision and hope is that we're going to turn it into a web app at some point, where that could be kind of adopted elsewhere. Like, for example, one of the downside of the process is that it only happens like twice a year, just because the overhead for getting like one route going is big. But I would be interested in kind of like, once we have the process sufficiently packetized or packaged, then I would be interested in just kind of funding a bunch of like baby processes in a way that would have like smaller budgets, but kind of just explore the process itself. So it would help the system to improve. But yeah, so allocating funds is like really one of my top priorities right now.
Awesome. Well, I'm gonna, there's a system that tells me what's the highest polled question, and the one that's leading by far at the moment, so I'm going to go back to AI safety, if you don't mind, is what is the most important question in AI safety yet to be solved?
Yeah, I'm not actually sure if I am. I mean, if I don't have a cached answer, let's put it that way. Like, and this is because like I usually work like one level up meta. I kind of get my object level knowledge from like Rohin Shah's alignment newsletter and places like that. I am not super well versed. Like I'm some sort of like not down in the trenches when it comes to AI safety. So like any kind of thing that I could answer here probably would be like very suboptimal. But like, okay, like let's like there is like one really fun question, which I really hope. I think it would change a lot. It would be a crucial consideration if we could get an answer to that. Unfortunately, I think we sort of know what the answer is, or yeah. Anyway, the answer is like, is the moral realism true? So if you go and search for on Slate Star Codex, you search for Demiurge's older brother. It's like a really fun short story that describes what an AI that kind of wakes up and realizes that it's super intelligent, way more intelligent than the humans that created it, or like the entities that created it, what goes through its head. And one thing that goes through its head, one thought that is crucial thought is like, wait a minute, I might not be the first. So like, if an AI has uncertainty about whether it is in a multi-agent system or not, there might be some interesting kind of moral attractors that might kind of disrupt the orthogonality thesis. So you can have like multiple, like very deep agents with different or super intelligent systems that kind of wake up with very different utility functions. They might kind of converge into a similar behavior because humans kind of developed ethics because of just game theoretical constraints. Humans tribes who were ethical in some sense. That Joshua Green has this book called Moral Tribes. They were more competitive. So there is like to put it another way, there is like very real cost in game theory to being an asshole because it kind of constrains your ability to cooperate with other agents in the future. And if you're uncertain about whether there are other agents in the future, you might be like, if you realize that you're uncertain, you might immediately start kind of minimizing your assholeness, and that is, I think, is really really interesting question to explore and get more concrete things, because like this is my main source. If things go well, regardless of what we do, then like this is my kind of main hypothesis that turns out that the moral reality in that sense was true.
Fascinating. So maybe we want our AI systems to at least worry that there might be other AI systems out there, like,
yeah, and we might get up
in the future that
might deliberately
want to get on the wrong side of.
Yeah, I think like sort of my main hypothesis that AI that we will produce will not be sufficiently sophisticated in the beginning, so it would kind of destroy us and then realize that it was an asshole. But like we might kind of, if we had like better standing in this topic, then we might kind of deliberately be able to modulate our AIs to be kind of less likely to do that.
Interesting. I mean, this feels like in some ways parallels some of the kind of motivation behind research programs like inverse reinforcement learning, where you want your system to have a lot of uncertainty about what to do and be like fairly hesitant to take action until it is able to figure out if, in this case, the humans wanted to do the thing. If I understand some of the kind of motivations that Stuart Russell's articulated. In this case, you're trying to build in some of that kind of uncertainty in terms of like the AI's behavior. Would that be a way?
Yeah, although like I think that the sort of uncertainty about moral realism, I think is like much more powerful, because like you're not just trying to model one particular agent that is humans or a group of agents. You're kind of like trying to think about what the reality is, what is the nature of reality, and what are the other possible agents that you might deal with in the future. And see like what are the ways how you should kind of modulate your behavior, even if you do not encounter them in the future, just to maximize your. So I think it's in some ways like more. It's almost like a property of our universe rather than kind of property of empirically deriving behavior from human behavior.
Yeah. Okay, so we're into our last 4 minutes according to the countdown timer. I'd like to switch to a slightly more big picture question. So one of the things I've always found most valuable about when we get the chance to kind of talk to you, either individually or as a community, is you have pretty deep insight into like where the field is at in terms of existential risk and what it needs at a given time, because you're involved with so many different things and you've got such a kind of bird's eye view of the field. And I remember way back the Puerto Rico conference in 2015, you kind of presented kind of needs of the field in terms of like respectability and kind of prestige, and then the need for funding for work, and then the need to build kind of talent pipelines. And I feel like the field has developed a lot of progress in a lot of those things over the recent years. It's a lot more prestigious and a lot less niche seeming. I think there's a lot more funding in it, and there are some like great new people coming in a much broader area of research. And Stanford Existential Risk Initiative, I think, is a great example of another kind of pipeline building initiative. It's providing an access point, if you will, to the intellectual might of Stanford University. So I'm curious what your thoughts are on basically what do you see as the needs or the priorities or the bottlenecks now compared to 6 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, I say that it has been like awesome progress against unknown deadline. So I'm very happy about how the things have developed. I think the main thing to kind of really think about now is kind of systemic issues from kind of growing the field, and also like see like what are the main resistance. Like I think it's like it seems that corporate centers seem to be the main kind of AI risk deniers, because they're just simply paid to not understand the problem and paid to kind of diminish the issue. And Stuart Russell again says that the nuclear power industry destroyed itself by downplaying the risks, and I think like similar thing is happening to AI industry right now. So I think like one of the things is that there should be like more thoughtful engagement of corporations and seeing how we can kind of coax them into the humanity side, rather than just let them lose and maximize profits at our detriment.
Yeah, which is kind of a hard problem in itself. David Runciman at Cambridge has sometimes reflected that we should be thinking about kind of powerful AI agents the way we think about corporations, and that there are things that are like bigger than human intelligence in some ways, and like very hard to steer and develop their own, agency and goals of the sort.
Yeah, again, like as I mentioned in the beginning, like we are in this multi-agent system that has humans, corporations, animals, and then now we're introducing a synthetic, really competent systems into it. So we should learn as much as we can from the other non-human agents that we already have, in order to make the system more robust towards such introduction.
Yeah. So I'm just checking. I'm into the last minute. By the way, just to the audience, Jan has kindly agreed to stay on and will be joining for a little while on GatherTown after this. So I didn't get to most of these questions, so you'll have a chance to ask a few questions. Not for too long, because it is actually quite late in the evening in Estonia time. After this, you will be very welcome to join Jan to explore more of your questions. I think I probably don't have time to go into more questions with you. 23 seconds. So let me take this opportunity to thank you again, Jan, for giving us your time and your insights. And thanks so much to the Stanford Existential Risk Initiative organizers for the really fantastic conference. Do stay tuned. There's a whole weekend of really great talks, and yeah, it's all lined up on the Swapcard app. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kwa, and welcome to this session, Universal Ownership, How Institutional Investors Can Mitigate Climatic and Existential Risks. I'm excited to introduce you to Dr. Ellen Quigley. Ellen is a Senior Research Associate in Climate Risk and Sustainable Finance at CSER, and is also the advisor to the Chief Financial Officer in Responsible Investment at the University of Cambridge. At CSER, her work centers on the mitigation of climate change and inequality through the investment policies and practices of institutional investors. She is from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Canada, and holds an AB in English Literature from Harvard College, an MSc in Nature, Society, and Environmental Policy from the University of Oxford, and a PhD in Economics Education from the University of Cambridge. Today, Ellen will be presenting a new universal ownership framework. Rather than addressing environmental and social risks to investors' portfolios, this new framework actively produces societal impact and mitigates existential risk in a way that is ultimately in the financial interest of universal owners. We invite you to use the swap card platform during this session. On the right side panel, feel free to share your thoughts on the live discussion board and add and upvote any questions for a speaker to answer at the end of the presentation. After the session, we invite you to use SwapCard to set up meetings with fellow conference attendees. Without further ado, welcome Dr. Ellen Quigley.
Thank you, Thomas. Well, it's a delight to be here with you today. And those of you in California, happy morning, and welcome to others in other jurisdictions. I want to talk about a number of existential risks today, but I'm also just going to flag that I'm going to be talking a bit about climate change, and I acknowledge that there is a big debate about whether it constitutes an existential risk, but I consider it to be at the very least a global catastrophic risk. So I will just be kind of lumping it in with some other risks that would be more traditionally considered X risks. So just with that disclaimer, first I just want to also outline some of the ways in which companies, especially the very large companies that are listed on the stock market, for example, are implicated in major X risks. So climate change is a pretty obvious one. About 80% of industrial emissions can be traced back to 167 companies. So that's a very large chunk of the climate change issue right there. But you can also think of, pandemics and AI. A lot of the risks associated with those two issues can be traced back to some companies that are listed on the stock market. And then there are the less obvious links between the activities of companies and a lot of the risks that we all study. And I'm going to leave aside things like supervolcanoes and asteroids and so on and so forth, because that's not particularly applicable. But if you think about the link between inequality and erosion of democracy, for example, or media companies and their influence over social discourse / social discord, you can see that companies have a lot to do with the kind of social underpinnings of the risks that stem from human behavior or interact with human behavior and thinking. So that's the reason that I want to look at the financial system in this talk, because there is a huge, especially there's a current contribution to these risks on the part of these companies, but also even more potential continued contribution if we don't address these risks through the tools that we have in the financial markets. So that's the basis of all of this. And I'll maybe just define some terms as I go. And if there are things that I've left unclear during the question and answer period, just tell me which things need to be defined again, because I realize it's quite an interdisciplinary crowd. So I have some sort of bad news about ESG, or responsible investment. So ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance investing. I think most of us in this space, the X-risk space, would probably assume that the focus of this kind of subfield of finance would be oriented around trying to actually address the issues that concern them. So you would assume, I think, that if you were to invest in an ethical fund or a responsible investment fund or an ESG fund, I'm just going to refer to everything as ESG for this purposes of this talk, but just know that these terms have slightly different definitions depending on who you talk to, but are generally referring to the same thing. If you invest in an ESG fund, I think you have the assumption that you're helping to address these environmental and social issues. And I suppose the bad news here is that, in fact, it's meant to be usually a risk mitigation measure for the fund manager or investor. So it's meant to protect your portfolio. It's not meant to actually reduce those risks or impacts in the real world. It is meant to reduce the impact of, say, climate change or inequality on your returns as an investor. Now, I think most people don't realize that, and it's the way the marketing tends to work in this field. You could be forgiven for having that misconception, because it's very hard to tell, even with a lot of knowledge, which products are greenwash or whatever, and which ones are actually aimed at having an impact in the real world. And I suppose what I'm hoping to do here today is to give you a few more tools to make that assessment yourself, but also to view the financial markets as a real opportunity in terms of reducing the risks that we all study. So just to dig into the different parts of the market and why we should think about them differently for a moment. So I already referred to these big companies that are listed on the stock market. So usually if you're listed on the stock market, and the moment that you list in the first place is usually called an IPO, or initial public offering. And at that moment, when, let's say you're an investor and you purchase a share in a company, the money actually does go to the company. So you are kind of meaningfully contributing to that company when you take part in an IPO. But after that stage, you are exchanging, when you purchase a share, and a share is ownership in the company. If you purchase a share in a company that's already listed on the stock market, you are basically swapping shares between and among existing shareholders, other investors. The money is not going back to the company. So it's the additionality, as in each additional dollar that you expend, is not going to actually have an impact on that company. And I've done a bunch of research on this and can tell you that the effect is basically negligible to non-existent, other than perhaps a very temporary slight share price bump, but that doesn't really affect the company. I just want to take a moment to pause and say that the divestment movement is different, because it is meant to address social discourse and basically create the conditions for better legislation for climate change. So the fossil fuel divestment movement means to stigmatize fossil fuel companies, so that the public and politicians are able to kind of counteract the tremendous political power, the lobbying power of that industry, view that industry negatively, and thereby make it more likely that legislation will be passed, because humans don't tend to pass legislation unless they view a sector or activity to be morally repugnant in some way. So that's the theory of change behind divestment. So it's sort of a different argument. We can leave that to the side for the moment. Although if you don't announce that you divest, it is useless within public markets, so within public equity. So that's important to know as well. So if you're talking about public equity and you're trying to actually have an impact on the companies and thereby what they do, it's not really possible to do that by buying or selling their shares unless it's part of a big movement and you announce it and so on and so forth. Typically, you have to go about that in a very different way. So within public equity, arguably, you kind of need to use your ownership rights as effectively as possible. And I've done a bunch of research on the various mechanisms available, and that's depressing research, to be honest. Most shareholder engagement, as it's usually referred to, is quite ineffective. It tends to center around either private engagements or shareholder resolutions, which are almost always purely advisory in nature. They almost always lose. And even if they win, the implementation rate is poor, because these are just advisory. And the implementation rate is extremely poor for anything that goes beyond just disclosure or reporting requests. And separately, I've gone and looked at the relationship between voluntary disclosure and actual improvements in environmental performance, for example, on the part of companies, and really haven't been able to find a correlation. In fact, sometimes it's a negative correlation, suggesting that companies are kind of basically trying to distract from their high emissions by doing very good job of disclosing. And just informally, from having done a number of qualitative interviews with investors, I can tell you that the vast majority of private engagements are also around improving disclosure. And again, just to refer back to what we were talking about before, this is because much of responsible investment, or ESG, is centered around protecting the portfolio from these risks. So that's why you would want to be asking about disclosure. You're not trying to change what a company is doing. You just want to be able to assess the risk that that company poses to your portfolio and its returns. So that's why there's this focus on things that that are much more likely to give you a better sense of how to mitigate the risk to your portfolio, as opposed to making real change. So that's within the public markets. The one thing that does seem to work is voting against the re-election of directors. So that's a vote that you have to do usually annually anyway as a shareholder, but usually there's kind of a default vote in favor of directors. If a director gets even 92% of the vote, that is viewed as kind of a rebuke on the part of the shareholders. So that's quite embarrassing for the high status individuals who tend to occupy these roles. So that does tend to kind of cause a scramble within the board. The board is able to kind of instruct the executive team what to do. That tends to produce much better results than shareholder resolutions or even private engagements. Although I have to say that the evidence on private engagements is still patchy because it's really hard to get appropriate data. But that said, the observable effects from engagements, even some of the most celebrated private engagements, usually the best you can hope for is improved transparency. Whereas if you see votes against directors at any scale, long before you actually get to the point at which you can replace a director, you do tend to see much more of a response from the company. So that's quite important if you're thinking about how to be responsible in your investments. If you want to actually decrease the risk of malicious AI or runaway climate change, you can actually use that director vote, especially in coordination with other investors, to really produce a fundamental change on the part of the company. And I would recommend making very clear what you expect them to do, etc., and having a common ask for everyone, because that's another thing that shows up in the literature, that a major weakness of current engagement efforts tends to be that people don't coalesce around the same asks. So coordination is quite important. But I also really want to talk about debt, because it's something that also does not get a lot of attention in the space. If you're wondering where the new money comes from, if we're just swapping around shares in the secondary market, as is the case when you buy a share, I think for a lot of us the question would be, well then where is new money coming from, and where is it going? So what contributes to new things being built or started, or a company's expansion plans being facilitated with capital, then you want to know where that new money is coming from. And it really is a debt story. So here I'm going to use climate change as an example. If you look at where the money for new fossil fuel infrastructure or fossil fuel expansion comes from, about 90% comes from debt. And a majority of that is bank lending. The remainder is usually bonds or securities instruments, financial instruments. And what's interesting about that is that a lot of that comes from banks, and not that many of them. So if you can think of the name of a global bank, maybe your bank, it's almost certainly involved in financing fossil fuels directly and to a large extent. It's quite shocking if you go look at the figures. But a few dozen major global banks account for a huge percentage of that lending to fossil fuels, either directly through bank loans, as I say, or by underwriting bonds. And just explain what bonds are for a moment. The very same company you might own shares in will come to the market sometimes every few months to raise capital by issuing bonds. And when they issue a bond, they are basically getting people to lend money to them. So if you purchase a bond, you are lending money to the company that sold it to you. So through bank lending and through bonds, you see where the vast majority of new financing for fossil fuels comes from. And what I just want to dig into a couple of things here that are quite important. First, there's a bit of a misconception out there, I think, that if all you have to do is invest in the good things more, invest in green infrastructure or whatever. But what we've seen thus far is what people refer to sometimes as an addition instead of a transition. So it doesn't really matter how much more wind turbines or solar farms you build if you're also expanding fossil fuels. What we need to do is eliminate fossil fuel emissions, which account for the vast majority of greenhouse gas emissions. It just doesn't help us to have built out the alternative if we haven't also wound down our fossil fuel consumption. So we really do have to focus on fossil fuels, unfortunately, when we're looking at investments. And if you do that, you have to worry, I think, particularly about fossil fuel lock-in. So the building of new infrastructure that, with the sunk cost fallacy and so on and so forth, it's very difficult to get a company or government legislation to shut down infrastructure ahead of time. It's much easier to halt the building of new fossil fuel infrastructure in the first place. And the major sources of fossil fuel consumption lock-in are, of course, coal plants, gas plants, and internal combustion engine infrastructure. So things like gas stations, and other kind of facilitating infrastructure for vehicles that run off of gas or petrol, depending on which jurisdiction you're in. So I think that if you are an investor and you're looking at how can I have the most impact on these issues, you have to kind of pay attention to the new capital, and that really is a debt story, not just with fossil fuels, but with other companies as well. So it's a major source of influence. You can decide not to purchase the bonds of certain companies, and there's evidence to suggest that even though the divestment movement hasn't historically tended to focus on the debt side of the equation, even to the extent that they have, it's already had a somewhat of an effect on the cost of capital for fossil fuel companies. So it's already a bit more expensive for fossil fuel companies to borrow money because there are enough investors that have decided not to purchase the bonds, and banks paying attention to the kind of social and reputational risks to lending to fossil fuel companies. It's already somewhat had an effect. I should also say that there are other asset classes that also have additionality, and those include private equity, and venture capital is the big one. At the early stages, extra money is really what helps. So that's a huge source of influence, and functionally allows certain companies to grow, other companies to languish or decline, as needs to be the case with oil and gas companies, for example. So I know I've used climate change as an example rather controversially, but this does apply to other types of companies as well. So even the media companies that are highly concentrated that affect public discourse, that can affect all sorts of existential risks, everything from nuclear related risk to pandemic readiness, AI, etc. And of course, there are direct impacts because of companies that are kind of involved in that early stage research and practice around AI, etc. So there are quite a number of ways in which the capital markets directly right now contribute to the major X risks that we worry about, and that actually is kind of slated to increase, unfortunately, but there are ways in which we can intervene as investors. And I'll just say, most of us probably don't have a lot of money ourselves, with some present company excluded. But for the rest of us, the biggest blocks of capital are pension funds and sovereign wealth funds. So if you have a pension, that's a big source of potential impact. They don't tend to hear from their beneficiaries at all, so the odd email is surprisingly effective. And of course, if you're in a country that has a sovereign wealth fund, that's another major block of capital. These are the institutional investors that control the markets, especially because they hire the big asset managers that we hear about as well. So that's a really huge way in which we can hopefully decrease the risk of the various risks that we study. I'll just pause there and look forward to hearing some questions from you all.
Kyle from the chat asks, how practical would it be for the EA movement at large, or high status and high net worth individuals who are aligned with the movement and interested in X risk, to gain board seats in major corporations that are contributing to the risk and impact it?
Really interesting question. I think it'd be pretty tough, to be honest, for really big companies in particular. There are whole proxy battles that happen around that. You probably read about those in the news every once in a while. But that said, I'm starting to see a really different way of approaching responsible investment in the last little while. People are starting to understand how important the board is in terms of directing the strategy of companies. So I think we're more likely to see in the future larger coalitions among very large institutional investors that actually would have the power to put somebody on a board. But I would say it would be very difficult for you to do that as an individual. You would have to get the support of some big pension funds or something like that.
Let's see. Trevor asks, is ESG worth being involved in at all, or is it truly worthless? I would be interested in what you found in your research.
My view is kind of controversial, but I actually think it is useless in its current form. Not to say that the intentions of the people involved are poor. I think that most of them think they're doing something good, which is almost worse. But I also think it can change. Like what I've just described to you, focusing on debt and doing a much more aggressive form of shareholder engagement, like that is totally possible that ESG could go in that direction if people enter the field and insist on that. So yeah, it could definitely change. It's a relatively new field, especially on this scale. So it's, yeah, there's still a chance that that things can shift, especially for, I think, institutions like pension funds that have kind of a broader social purpose in mind.
And John has a follow-up. Even if ESG investment in and of itself is worthless, if we look at it from an exclusion perspective, perhaps it's better to invest in those than to invest in non-ESG funds. I'm not exactly sure what this question's saying.
Well, I think I do get it. So they're basically saying even though ESG is useless, it's probably better than nothing. And I guess maybe from a signaling standpoint, that's true. But it is pretty useless in its current form. I'm sorry to say that. But if you had an ESG bond fund or something like that, then sure, that could be good. Although actually having looked at the contents of many ESG bond funds, I'm not totally sure they'd be that effective either. But no, I think as a signaling mechanism, that actually is kind of important because people do need to see that people have an interest in these topics. So yes, on balance, I suppose, might as well, but hopefully we can actually improve what ESG is so that it's not a choice between a useless but nicely signaling option and the status quo.
Okay. Kyle wants you to say a little more about how effective interventions work at the corporate bond level.
Right. Okay. So the real point of intervention is when a company is issuing new bonds, and that's when they're kind of shopping around to see what kind of pricing they can get and how much they'll be able to issue. And that's when it would be really important for investors to say, for example, either we're not purchasing your bonds because of these reasons, or here's what it would take in terms of behavior change on the part of the company for us to purchase those bonds. And they could even put requirements in place. I mean, that really doesn't happen yet, but that is a possibility in the future, that there be strict requirements in place for that company to follow, for them to receive more funding from investors.
Nandini asks, do you have any tips for effective AGM activism, particularly when you're representing an institution such as a university or college?
That's a great question. So if you have the power to do the voting, again, it's really important to vote against the re-election of directors. Sorry to sound like a broken record, but also maybe to signal that. I mean, respectfully. Probably, if you're really hostile, you might be just dismissed as a crank. And that would be unfortunate, because if you do represent an institution like a university, you have legitimacy. And that actually in the literature is important as well. So if you come in with really good evidence, sound like a reasonable human, but then also indicate, we're using the harshest sanction that we have available, which is to vote against the re-election of directors, that could be a very powerful message. I would also recommend bringing in big name professors, bring out all the stuff. If you've got a university, use what universities have, which is that societal legitimacy.
One more question. I was wondering where we need to gather more data on the efficacy of activist investment strategies.
Wow, also a really good question. We need to generate those data, essentially. So one of the things I'm hoping to do is actually test out different approaches to engagement with matched sets of companies to see which things work, because there just has been not even remotely enough work done on this. Most of the work done on shareholder engagement has to do with whether it improves performance. And that's true of ESG literature as well. There's just really very little done on the actual impact that these things have, especially on environmental and social issues. So we need a lot more people studying this and generating those data themselves.
Okay. I think that's all the time we have for this session. So thank you, Ellen, for a wonderful session and your time with us today. As always, we invite everyone attending to use SwapCard to find fellow conference attendees who share your interests in setup meetings.
Thanks, Thomas. Good to be with you today.
Hello, everyone. My name is Harshu, and welcome to the session on global catastrophic biological risks. I'm very excited today to introduce you to Dr. Gregory Lewis. Lewis is a DPhil scholar at Oxford's Future of Humanity Institute, where he investigates long-run impacts and potential catastrophic risk from advancing biotechnology. He was a DPhil student in Michael Vansali's mathematical ecology group, and previously he was an academic clinical fellow in public health medicine, where he won the O'Brien Prize, and before that, a junior doctor. He holds a master's in public health with distinction and a medical degree both from Cambridge University. And prior to reading medicine, he represented Great Britain in the International Biological Olympiad. Today, Dr. Gregory Lewis will be discussing global catastrophic biological risks with an emphasis on risks derived from synthetic biology. We invite you to use the Swapcard platform during this session. On the right-hand side, feel free to share your thoughts on the live discussion board and leave and upvote any questions for our speaker to answer at the end of the presentation. After the session, we'll invite you to use Swapcard to set up meetings with fellow conference attendees, and Dr. Lewis will also be on GatherTown for a half hour after his presentation to answer any lingering questions that we weren't able to get to. So please join virtually to continue the conversation. Without further ado, welcome, Greg.
Thank you very much, Harsha. It's always slightly embarrassing to get my own internet puffery quoted back at me, but it's no better than I deserve. Anyhow, I'll move to my slides now and begin to talk about global catastrophic biological risks. So in the interest of time, I am going to not cover lots of nuance and complication. I'm rather, in a sense, going to give you opinionated highlights. What do I think are the key issues in my field as I see it? And all of those are currently on the slide you hopefully see before you now. What I'm going to cover first is what do we mean by GCBRs? And there's a variety of definitions of global catastrophic risks. The one I favour most is this one, so risks which can be globally destabilising enough to permanently worsen humanity's future or lead to human extinction. And so the B in GCBR means something which is biological. So pandemics, yes, but nukes, no. To lay my cards on the table, this definition is fairly expressly long-termist, and as am I. And what this means is that not only do I think the key thing is the sort of threat to the human story as a whole, but I also think that the sort of events which could credibly put that in jeopardy are extremely large. So for example, I think that neither World War ever posed a GCR in this sense, even though in the common sense of these words, it is obviously a global catastrophe. And so in the biological realm, I think we haven't actually seen a GCBR so far. So given I've just said that, you might go, well, then why do we think this risk, which we haven't seen before, will become more of a risk in the future? And why I do think that GCBRs are perhaps the second most prominent risk facing the human condition, only perhaps surpassed by AI. So one thing to know is obviously when one does look at the historical record, if we don't see GCBRs, we do see extremely, amongst the worst things that happened to humanity, some extremely bad events. So this is a list by Luke Milhouse, where I've highlighted the biological ones in red. But my concern mostly arises from considering three factors of things which are currently the case and I think will progress maybe in a bad direction in the future. The first is the often remarked upon rapid progress of biotechnology or bioengineering or synthetic biology, which brings potential capacity of seeing things even worse than we've seen so far if it ends up being misused. And secondly, there's a risk of it being inadvertently misused in a variety of cases. And thirdly, unfortunately, there's a reasonably long track record of people trying to deliberately use disease as a weapon, which combined with said capabilities could be very dangerous indeed. So I'm going to briefly skip over each one in turn in hopefully no more than a couple of minutes each. So in terms of capability, this is the most recent paper which makes me worried. This is a paper published in Nature Protocols early this year, which is in a sense trying to give scientists a step-by-step guide for how to engineer their own new variants of SARS-CoV-2, the pathogen behind COVID-19. I think you don't need to be a biosecurity expert to appreciate how this could be a little bit dicey. What I think is darkly humorous about this paper is it does actually discuss risks. It does, for example, discuss the risk that various chemicals you use in the production could be carcinogenic. It also mentions that ethanol is flammable, in case you weren't already aware. It doesn't, however, mention ramifications of producing a new variant of a virus currently causing the largest public health catastrophe since HIV. So this, I think, is like emblematic of a trend of being able to do lots of new and interesting things with science, but not always having the wisdom of perhaps which things are better done or better not done or done in particular ways. And this, by the way, is not the only example. There's various examples of what's called gain-of-function research, so engineering pathogens with potentially new and worrying capabilities. There's also various cases of people trying to synthesize various dangerous pathogens from scratch, so-called de novo synthesis. And there's other examples I could give as well. So the next thing is obviously when one has this capability, how could this go wrong? And one example is it could go wrong via a lab accident. So you make something nasty and it gets out of the lab. This obviously has come up in various controversy around SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19. But regardless of that, we have like fairly strong evidence that this has happened before in terms of lab or scientific mishap giving rise to a major outbreak. The 1977 influenza outbreak, genetically that virus had very little to do with viruses circulating prior to in the 1970s, but had a lot to do with viruses circulating in the 1950s. It's reasonably hard to explain how naturally a virus can suspended animation for 20 years and then only later on cause a major outbreak. So more realistic perhaps is like a lab escape or a vaccine trial gone wrong. But maybe a different question one might want to ask briefly is, what level of safety would be acceptable when dealing with like extremely dangerous, potentially pandemic pathogens? And you might think a natural benchmark here would be things like aviation or nuclear power plants, safe critical industries. If that is the benchmark, I think current practice falls a long way short. First thing is maybe the benchmark should be even higher. Like the consequences if a plane crashes, although awful, are much less than the potential ramification of like a new pandemic caused by a laboratory escape. But we sort of know how many planes crash, what causes them to crash, and what the existing like suite of like passenger airlines are doing at any given time. It's actually quite hard to even figure out how many high security labs there are in various contexts, leave alone what they're doing, leave alone how many accidents or near misses they have. So all of this like safety infrastructure we see otherwise in our other places, we don't always see here. For this reason, it seems like optimistic to assume we have accident rates equivalent to airlines, where like the risk if you hop on a US plane as a passenger, regardless of that plane ending in a crash, is like less than 100,000, probably less than 1 in a million. But we have like several events which are quite worrying in terms of laboratory safety. Besides those I mentioned just now, the last known cases of both SARS-1, I guess, and smallpox were laboratory exposures. Pirbright in the UK released foot and mouth twice thanks to faulty plumbing. Various cases of the CDC in one of their labs discovering less than smallpox vials there, which they weren't aware of. Labs sending to other labs, pathogens they thought were either attenuated or killed, but they weren't, making them much more dangerous than they thought they were. And this list goes on. And these are, of course, only things we know about. There may be other things which never got reported or never got widely discussed. Another thing to note is for airlines and aviation, the level of safety has improved faster than activity, such that even though airline, at least until recently, airline travel has gone up dramatically, the absolute rate of disasters has gone down. If airlines were as unsafe as they were in 1970, we'd see 20,000 deaths in passenger jet crashes rather than on average like a couple of hundred. For biolabs, we are seeing large increase in activity. Many more high security labs are planned to be built in the next few years, partly maybe inspired by the experience of this pandemic. But it seems optimistic to assume they've gone dozens of times safer, even though we're building lots more of them. So this is, I think, not adding up to reassurance. So that's accidents. The other thing is deliberate. So the picture here is the remains of a Soviet biowarfare facility. When it was functional, it housed about 1,500 people, and there was like many more, there was like probably over a dozen of these dotted around in the Soviet Union. All they were doing stuff like stockpiling industrial amounts of various pathogens. They were constructing various ways of trying to turn these into weapons, also trying to engineer them to be more dangerous in a variety of ways. And they were doing this with technology now, which is like a couple of generations old. What similar things could happen, what could be done nowadays with similar programs with modern or next generation biotechnology, I think is truly harrowing. Now, I certainly hope that because 184 states have all signed on to BWC saying they will never do this, but in fact, none of them are or ever will. And I know that Steven Pinker, for example, is very reassured by the existence of BWC. I'm somewhat less reassured because the Soviet program was conducted largely despite them themselves being signed up, so the treaty isn't perfect protection. Moreover, I mean, this is maybe a little bit of an unfair comparison, but I think it's emblematic of like degree of threat versus degree of preparedness. The Soviet program at its height employed tens of thousands of people. The Biological Weapons Convention, the premier international forum for combating this danger, has a staff of 3. We don't exactly know how much the Soviets spent on BW, but it's probably like hundreds of millions to billions each year. Budget BWC is about 5 million, often less because they rely on states to contribute money, which they don't always do. But either way, it's probably less than your typical McDonald's. I think these numbers do not add up to great amounts of reassurance. And we could also mention, obviously, there's non-state actors as well who also try to use these as a weapon. That's like a sketch of why to be worried. I'll offer some brief remarks before I run out of time. Firstly, on risk share and also on some general remarks if you want to work in the area. So first things first, as my remarks perhaps just now indicated, I'm much more concerned about anthropogenic events, if you want to call it that, versus naturally arising pandemics in terms of this. And this is mostly relying on my long-term perspective I talked about earlier in the show. The rough story is, because humanity has lasted a fairly long time, when we're susceptible to naturally arising disease, the chance of a really disastrous event happening in the next couple hundred years seems pretty low given this track record. And people then often quite rightly remark that a lot has changed in recent times to make us more vulnerable. And that's true. But other things also changed to make us less vulnerable in a variety of ways. So we can talk about things like air travel or urbanization or climate change, but we also talk about the rise of vaccines and therapeutics or better hygiene and sanitation. And how we weigh up both sides of this scale is very unclear. If you want my best guess, it'll be the rate of what we might call serious outbreaks is probably increasing, but probably the mean impact of these is going down thanks to the ability of us to have more effective countermeasures. So when you have this ultimately reasonably reassuring long track record with fairly equivocal consider how that might be changing, that doesn't add up to quite so much concern. In contrast, for these events of misuse or malicious use of biotechnology, the track record is much shorter, and I would probably put a lot more in the cons column than the pro column in terms of things which should reassure versus increase concern. Hence why I'm much more worried. I also mentioned that my tentative and non-resilient guesses here would be I'm more about deliberate misuse than accidental misuse, and more about sophisticated actors than unsophisticated actors. Both of these impressions arise from the same general line of argument, where if you're concerned about the very far tail of the very worst events, my impression or my intuition is that those are more likely to arise from even a smaller number of people trying to do very bad things deliberately versus a much larger number of well-intentioned people who might do things wrong by accident. And likewise, the much smaller number of very sophisticated actors going wrong than the much larger number of less resourced or less sophisticated actors doing something bad. So in the final few minutes before I close, some general remarks if you're interested in this area, how does one contribute? So one thing maybe to note is this is a fairly broad problem covering lots of policy questions, how to govern dual-use research of concern, how might one further ensure that, for example, states do not try and pursue using disease as a weapon in the future, alongside more technical measures like how to make a vaccine faster or how to have a better means of surveilling for disease, and many other examples obviously in both categories. My overall grand story for how this problem gets solved is, roughly speaking, I would imagine lots of policy interventions buy you time, so reduce the rate of things going wrong. But they don't ultimately protect you, because if you wait long enough, eventually all the holes in the Swiss cheese eventually line up. But I think that alongside this, technical work to develop much more robust technical countermeasures has a promise of being, I guess, what you might call defense dominant in the limit. So once you've got all these bits put together, you've walled off enough the attack surface for humankind that actually feel pretty safe indefinitely from threats which could happen through the biological world. Obviously, we're a long way from that yet. The other thing to know is, of course, this is not in a sense, a new problem. Plenty of people have been working on GCBRs, if they wouldn't label themselves as such, all those people working on vaccines, therapeutics, counterproliferation, and the list would go on and on. And so there's a lot of useful increments out there. It's often quite worthwhile for folks who are interested in contributing, not to contribute under some sort of EA or X risk or long-termist banner, but to join existing stakeholders and help them out in terms of things they're already trying to do to try and reduce the threat. The flip side of that is there's a fair amount of prior art involved. I mean, if for example, before a major task for humankind was to build 2-kilometer high skyscrapers, you may not expect after high school or university to be in a good position to contribute to this, because there's lots of different things, but in logistics or material science or mega engineering, we might think you have sort of spend quite a lot of time tooling up to be in a position to contribute. I think that's often the case in my field, although not always. Another thing to note is this area can be a bit delicate because a lot of the concern, at least a lot of my concern, arises from scenarios of deliberate misuse. And there's some degree of wanting to avoid giving bad people good ideas. Something's called info hazards, which is something I'm interested in. There's also a general more diplomatic nature to this field sometimes, in the sense that saying the right thing but for the wrong person at the wrong time can be counterproductive, and knowing how to navigate these things isn't always straightforwardly obvious. And there's also, I guess, a general sense whereby folks like me are fairly newcomers to these areas. People have been working in many of the fields I talk about longer than I've been alive. And so the sense of given this sort of weird entrance into this community of trying to keep up a good reputation. which at least others do, even if I don't always, even if I sometimes let the slide down. So with all that said, I'm very delighted to take questions. I'll be around in Gather afterwards as well. For those who want to read even more, rather than hear me say even more, I wrote like a very large problem profile on this on the 80,000 Hours website, which hopefully covers many of these topics slightly more jointedly and in slightly more depth. So all that said, I'll get rid of my slides and happy to help out. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Greg, for that wonderful overview of catastrophic fire risks. There's a couple of great questions, so let's jump right into it. We have one question from Annabelle asking, the worst biological risks are those that we don't have on our schedule. What do you think about those microorganisms which are sleeping during these cold terms, but will eventually be a hazard to humanity when the planet continues to heat up due to climate change? I think a good example of this is probably the Global Virome Project. So would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like my own thoughts is that the dangers of Mother Nature will, I fear, be surpassed by those of human agency. So even like sleeping things in permafrost or other things like that, although very worrying, I think maybe don't pose this like extraordinary danger compared to what people like deliberately engineer stuff to be nasty, or maybe either because like they're trying to understand this better, or because they're intending to use it or threaten to use it in the future. I agree, definitely, there's like an interaction between climate change and emerging zoonotic diseases, which is, especially with folks interested in like global health and security, very important. I guess my own perspective, and I'm definitely not speaking for everyone, but speaking for myself here, is I put this like in a lower tier of concern versus, for example, risk of various scientists and labs in places making novel pathogens which are even more dangerous than we've seen before, and then somehow, in some way, these like becoming a problem.
I see. And we have another question wondering about, in relation to COVID-19, whether it could be a blessing in disguise, and if you see more malevolent actors also realizing the threat of these potential bioweapons as a result of the pandemic.
Yes, it's tricky. I mean, although there are like very few silver linings to the cloud, I guess, of COVID-19, and one is when I give talks on this topic now, I don't have to like sort of explain or try and motivate the claim like these things could be very dangerous. Obviously, I'd rather people believe that about having to experience it directly, but now we're here, I guess. That's like one thing. So it does, I think, advertise the concern, and as you're right, both well-intentioned and bad actors may take notice of this. Whether the balance of this is hard to say. I would guess it will, on balance, enhance preparedness for next time around, and maybe improve like concern in terms of theory, bluntly, because I think a lot of people inclined to misuse may already be sort of aware. So maybe there's not so much like further advertising to do, but I'm very uncertain about this. But I agree with both the concerns outlined in the question.
Agreed. Yeah, I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned from this entire pandemic. Another question regarding monitoring systems being implemented. Do we have a good chance of detecting bioweapons that an adversary wishes to keep secret, and how would we go about doing this?
Yeah, so a good question, which I don't have like a very crisp answer to. So in terms of like detecting use, then I think I'm really optimistic of like various means which we're currently trying to spin up to like detect new diseases, also being applicable, whatever their origin. So one thing I know Kevin Esfeld and Carl has been talking about is like having like metagenomic sequencing everywhere to try and like detect new bugs which may emerge. And that I think would help, however they might come to be. In terms of, I guess, efficient like espionage or detection of clandestine programs, I'm not sure I've got any like great ideas. It's not so much something I've worked on very intensively. I would be keen for more attention to be paid to it though. But I fear more research needs not the best answer, but I'm afraid it's the best answer I can give.
Yeah, and I will add to this that if you are interested in this topic, Professor Esfeld will be talking in much more detail tomorrow as well. I think another interesting question that has come up is developing countries are especially susceptible to biorisks. How do we think about enhancing their capacity for awareness and monitoring? and responding to these risks?
Yes, it comes up a lot, and it was actually noticed before the pandemic. So something called the Global Health Security Agenda, a large part of that was trying to enhance resilience to biological threats in poorer parts of the world. And that included like a biosecurity focus as well. It's a little bit tricky in the sense that I think if you were not like such a long-termist, how you would rank the sort of things I worry about, like pandemics versus like neglected tropical diseases, for example, or indeed non-communicable diseases and other things besides. It's like not entirely how that would like go in your ranking. So it's not clear how a resource limited context should be prioritizing between them. So I don't like such a crisp story as to what they should be doing. And even if we could like give them more resources, it would in fact be the best thing for them to be spending money on. And obviously as a long-termist, I'll be very keen to see it, but not everyone is long-termist, although maybe they should be, if I'm right.
That makes sense. All right, I know there's a lot more questions, but unfortunately that's all we have time for this session. But as we mentioned just before this, Dr. Lewis will be staying on GatherTown, so you can catch him there to ask your additional questions. Thank you so much for attending, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Lewis, for a wonderful talk and for your time with us today. And hopefully we can continue this conversation elsewhere.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jessica McCurdy, and welcome to the talk, Toward Balanced Long-Termism. I'm excited to introduce to you today Nick Beckstead. Nick Beckstead has been a program officer for the Open Philanthropy Project since 2014. He oversees a substantial part of Open Philanthropy's research and grant making related to global catastrophic risk reduction. Previously, he led the creation of Open Phil's grant-making program in scientific research. Prior to that, he was a research fellow at the Future of Humanity Institute and at Oxford University. Welcome to the talk, Toward Balanced Long-Termism. Nick Beckstead discusses to you today. Nick Beckstead discusses how we can have a principled and ethical view that values the long-term future without underemphasizing the importance of the near term. We may have time for a brief Q&A at the end, but Nick has volunteered to continue the discussion in Gathertown afterwards. We invite you to use the swap card platform during the session. On the right side panel, feel free to share your thoughts and questions during the talk. And we invite you to use swap card afterwards to set up meetings with fellow conference attendees. Without further ado, welcome, Nick Beckstead.
Thank you very much for the introduction. The first time I encountered a compelling presentation of what I now call long-termism was when I read Nick Bostrom's essay, Astronomical Waste. In that essay, he argues that the chief goal for utilitarians should be to reduce existential risk. I'm going to give a kind of whirlwind summary of that argument because it's going to serve as context for a lot of the rest of the talk. So the basic form of that argument is, suppose humans or our descendants will eventually colonize the Virgo supercluster with its 10 to the 13th stars. Each star, the argument goes, could on average sustain a population the size of Earth or much larger on average. And those stars could sustain civilizations for billions of years. Then Bostrom says this would imply that the potential for 100 trillion potential human beings is lost for every second of postponement of colonization of our supercluster. I'm not going to walk through the reasons. You can check it out at Astronomical Waste to see the original essay. He continues and argues, because the lifespan of galaxies is measured in billions of years, whereas the timescale of any delays that we could realistically affect would rather be measured in years or decades, the consideration of risk, i.e. whether we make it to that point at all, trumps the consideration of opportunity cost. For example, a single percentage point of reduction of existential risks would be worth, from a utilitarian expected utility point of view, a delay of over 10 million years. Therefore, if our actions have even the slightest effect on the probability of eventual colonization, this will outweigh their effect on when colonization takes place. For standard utilitarians, priority number 1, 2, 3, and 4 should consequently be to reduce existential risk. The utilitarian imperative, maximize expected aggregate utility, can be simplified to the maxim, minimize existential risk. Close quote. So those premises of Bostrom's could reasonably be debated in a lot of ways and are perhaps too aggressive in some. Is space colonization even possible? How many stars will we really colonize? Should we just calculate this like total utilitarians? What average population will be sustained per star? How likely is it that we'll really survive as long as for these billions of years? But having considered many variations of this kind of argument myself, I think the broad strokes are plausible enough to, when incorporating uncertainty and expected value, leave the kind of broad strokes about what would be utilitarian priorities roughly intact. I think the format of the conclusion could also be altered some. Decreasing the odds of drastic curtailments of human potential, as defined in existential risk, does not obviously outweigh the importance of decreasing the odds of moderate curtailments of human potential, such as having a future with slightly wrong values realized or having some large fraction of resources be controlled by an authoritarian state. But I think when one adjusts for all of these considerations, a generalization of the conclusion remains intact. Something like the imperative maximize expected aggregate utility reduces to make the long-term trajectory of civilization go best in expectation. For the purposes of this talk, I'm going to focus mostly on existential risk for simplicity. I think it's a little cleaner, and the general conclusion is easier to more crisply state, and it won't affect the kind of principles that I'm wanting to work with. So that's my brief rendition of the classic argument that got me interested in long-termism. And I think it still has a kind of simple elegance and appeal. But one issue that I think that has always been the hard thing to grapple with for this argument, at least for me, is this kind of disturbingly extreme implications of it. So if one takes seriously that each second of delay of technological progress results in the loss of 100 trillion potential lives or something comparably valuable, and small effects on existential risks have even greater consequences, then it becomes natural to ask questions like, could it be justified to do acts that would ordinarily be quite evil to advance those types of goals? Why shouldn't society be approximately 100% optimized for those goals, leaving more conventional concerns as essentially mere instruments in service of progress and existential risk reduction? To clarify, I don't think Bostrom is an extremist in this way, and I'm not saying that he is, but I think it's important to think about how that type of extremism could be avoided and whether it should be, and what alterations to the kind of normative foundations, say, starting from the basic tools of total utilitarianism and expected utility theory, could prevent that. The goal of this talk is not going to be to assess or defend or explain the empirical logic of the argument more than I already have. For the sake of the analysis, I'm going to agree with the story about space colonization, the number of lives at stake, and the rough framing that in terms of total utilitarianism and expected utility, our effects on the long-term trajectory of civilization dwarf everything else. But the game I want to play is, I want to take those assumptions and see if we can alter them in some ways that blunt the two types of extremist implications I gestured at, the potential for evil acts done in the name of greater good and potential for too extreme sacrifices for the current generation for future generations, while keeping the long-termist case for minimizing existential risk intact, somehow holding on to the view that this is extremely important because of the vast number of lives, the vast amount of potential for future lives that's at stake. And I also want to avoid watering down long-termism in unprincipled ways while I do it. So I would like to avoid especially violations of principles of impartiality between current and future people. So this is very much a philosophy talk. It's not about what the existential risks are or how large they are, or how true that empirical story is. It's more like, if you kind of take that for granted, is there something we can do to sort of blunt the extremist implications in a principled way? I think long-termists can make progress towards these goals by taking some pages out of the non-consequentialist playbook. To borrow some language that Thomas Nagel and Samuel Scheffler, the philosophers Thomas Nagel and Samuel Scheffler have used, I think we can leave some space for constraints and options in morality. So by constraints, I mean rules that limit the scope of acts that can be done for the greater good, especially in this context for the sort of long-term future. And often the kind of connotation of these is they're rules that rule out acts of that would be evil in some way, like deception or violence and that kind of thing. And options would be rules that limit the demands that can be placed on us by consequentialist considerations. So they're rules that give us permission to do things sometimes that wouldn't have the best consequences. And I'm going to leave open what the ultimate foundation for some of these rules are. So you could be a kind of rule consequentialist that thinks these things emerge out of that. It could be some kind of contractualist, non-consequentialist that thinks these things emerge out of that. You could be a kind of hardcore act consequentialist who thinks that these things are sort of pragmatically useful. And these are all, I'm going to leave open what the justification is, but those are going to be the tools that I'm going to try to work with and the goals I'm going to try to achieve in the talk. So starting with constraints, non-consequentialists like Thomas Nagel and Samuel Scheffler have used the word constraint, as I've said, to refer to the kind of common sense rules that prohibit us from doing the things that would have the best consequences. A kind of standard thought experiment that comes up here is organ harvesting. So it's kind of graphic, weird philosophy thought experiment. But you could imagine a case where killing person A would make it possible to transplant their organs to 5 other people and save 5 lives. And you can ask, is it wrong to kill person A? Most people hold that it would be wrong to kill in this kind of example, even if one could be assured of not being caught. But not everyone says that. Ethicists, roughly speaking, have kind of responded to this case in a number of ways, sometimes claiming that there are consequentialist reasons that are sort of non-obvious that explain why one should not kill in this kind of case. You know, maybe it's best to have a society that has rules against that kind of behavior. Maybe it has best consequences to be the kind of person who follows those kinds of rules. Or maybe just trying to identify exceptions to rules like this generally has bad consequences. And there's kind of variations on this type of thing. So that's like, we can call that kind of consequentialist reductionism. It sort of takes the common sense datum and explains it in some consequentialist friendly way. There's another kind of approach that claims that there are non-consequentialist reasons that we should not kill in this case. Maybe there's just certain fundamental moral principles. Maybe one considers a certain type of social contract, like contractualists would, and that says, you know, everyone would agree to a contract in which these things are forbidden in a certain kind of situation. That's another kind of approach to making sense of this. And then third is a kind of bullet biting approach. It just says, well, maybe most of the time it wouldn't be okay, but if you sort of assure me that it's truly as your thought experiment says, then maybe it is, despite conventional attitudes to the contrary. So they're kind of like three types of responses. I think one can consider analogs of things like organ harvesting for long-termists, where one can do some nasty thing X for the sake of reducing existential risk, and per the thought experiment, it works. You get away with it, existential risk is reduced. I think long-termists can kind of respond in the same family of ways. And I think we should think about these things and maybe flag them a little bit more than we normally do. As reductionists, non-consequentialist constraint holders, or, you know, biting the bullet. I think there are a lot of plausible things you could say about reductionism and non-consequentialist constraints. And the main thing I want to say is that I think we shouldn't be bullet biters, if nothing else on pragmatic grounds. I think there would be wide agreement among long-termists that it would have bad consequences for the official position of intense long-termists to be that it's ethically permissible to do terrible things to advance long-termist objectives. If nothing else, because of the kind of rough argument that when people do try to identify exceptions to these rules, it tends to have bad consequences, or if nothing else, because it's just bad diplomacy for long-termists as a group. But I also think the other kinds of just the consequentialist or non-consequentialist bases could also be quite plausible. I think there's some kind of interesting distinctive features that arise when one thinks about long-termism and constraints. And that also sort of gets for me to the heart of what's weirdest about bullet biting in this case. So normally, I think morality plays this important dispute resolution function of kind of having generally accepted rules that people use to get along with each other. And normally, utilitarian morality can't be arbitrarily decoupled from dispute resolution because the disputants are normally all part of the same reciprocally interacting scene. And what's in fact good for people tends to only stray so far from what most people say they want. But in a long-termist context, almost all of the relevant moral patients, the people we can affect and whose interests matter, are currently not yet alive. And what's good for them is inherently speculative. So there is in principle a great deal of scope for intense unilateral action done in the name of future people by currently existing moral agents. I think that's a kind of inherently unstable situation that sort of undermines the kind of dispute resolution function of morality. And I think it's important that we find ways to maintain that. So without trying to sort of say what the ultimate way is, I kind of want to point at this as a problem and say that it's a thing that I think long-termists should be thoughtful about and try to think about how they're going to maintain that. I'm going to move on to the other aspect of this, the options side of it. By way of introducing it, I'm just going to say a little bit about Peter Singer's famous pond thought experiment and reactions to that in moral philosophy. So famously, one finds a child drowning in a pond while walking through a park. To save the child, one must ruin an expensive pair of shoes. Singer argues that we ought to do it. Singer then argues that saving children from dying of malaria and other diseases is relevantly analogous to rescuing children from ponds, and that the scope for saving lives through donations is essentially unlimited. One could spend all of one's money on the Against Malaria Foundation, stopping only when the next dollar did as much good for oneself as donating to charity. It's commonly objected that this is too demanding a conception of morality. Can't I be a good person while doing less? And there's a big sub-literature in philosophy devoted to the question. So some of the answers vary. Some of them are, there's kind of strict libertarians on one hand who might say something like that nothing is required. One can walk past, even in the regular pond case. If you didn't push them in, you don't owe anything. There's some that agree with Singer, saying that we should indeed keep sacrificing until not sacrificing has worse consequences. And then there's a much broader distribution of attempts to draw lines between them, saying that some amount of sacrifice is required, but we have the option to stop, far short of making consequentialist optimal sacrifices. So here I'm reminding you, I'm using the word option in this special sense that it's like a permission to do something that's suboptimal from a consequentialist point of view. An interesting difference with Singer-style demandingness embracers and long-termists, a kind of hypothetical long-termist demandingness embracer, is that a Singer-style demandingness embracer can say, if everyone did their duty, it would not be that expensive to take care of all of the world's poor. But we're living in an emergency, and others are not doing their duties, so I must do it for them. So it's a plausible and perhaps even a noble reply. I think there's something disturbingly and interestingly different that I haven't fully processed how to think about in the case of the long-termist version of this problem. So for long-termists, there's a civilization-wide kind of demandingness objection that can take place. One can imagine for a moment what a world fully populated by ardent long-termists would look like. And I think there's things to appreciate about it, to be sure. Civilization would be much more likely to flourish over astronomical timescales. Civilization would prioritize a fast rate of technological progress, and perhaps, even just a couple generations out, most people would be better off. There would be a shared project to realize something that would be larger than all living people with tremendous upside. On the other hand, if everyone took utilitarian, excellent opportunities to help future people, the current generation would really be at the mercy of empirical questions like what arrangement of society minimizes existential risk? And subject to that constraint, what sub-arrangements maximize the rate of technological progress? And we would only then really start asking, except as mere instrumentation, which arrangements of society are best for the people who currently live. With 100 trillion potential lives on the line, with every second of frivolous delay, one imagines that there would be less time for ice cream and vacations. Yes, perhaps a happy worker is a good worker, but the work schedule that optimizes for output is often not the work schedule that optimizes for personal fulfillment, as many junior investment bankers could explain to you. I think that there's a very plausible intuition that this would be too much to ask of people. At the very least, I imagine if we put forward a version of long-termism that had this as its logical conclusion, many would flinch away from it as unpalatably extreme. And it's really hard to imagine a society that thoroughly imbibed and acts on this extreme view. It feels like it's kind of, if one takes it seriously, something that at most a small subset of people could ever be really into. So it seems also relevant when thinking about this that one could get a very large percentage of the possible gains of enacting fully long-termist policy with much smaller sacrifices from people. So for example, Toby Ord argues in his recent book that there's about a 1 in 6 chance of human extinction in the next century, and that the risk of human extinction from natural disasters is only about 1 in 1,000. Since most of the risk is of our own making, it seems like it would take far less than 50% of society's resources to reduce the total risk by 50% or even 90%. So it seems especially like a lot to ask to a first approximation to optimize primarily for minimizing existential risk when it seems like we could get most of the benefits with so much less. So that's my framing of the kind of special long-termist demandingness problem. I want to now talk about some possible responses to it. Now, I think the first thing to appreciate is that it's not immediately straightforward how one can escape the conclusion in a principled way, especially if one wants to hold on to the kind of impartiality that I gestured toward at the beginning of the talk. If 100 trillion future lives depend on each second of delay of technological progress, how can we, with a straight face, argue that we're being fair and impartial to future people if we're not willing to make quite epic sacrifices for them? I think, one way to get at how you could try to get around this in a relatively unprincipled way. So, for example, you could propose a compromise between the current generation and all future generations. Maybe in some yet to be formalized sense, we should act in, say, a 50-50 compromise between the interests of the current generation and future generations, or some 90-10 split, or whatever passes our intuitive bar for not being too demanding. I think the obvious issue with this approach is just framed is that it doesn't seem appropriately impartial and respectful to future people. Why should the interests of these 8 billion people alive today receive so much more weight than the interests of all unborn future people? Well, it might get the long-termists a very large percentage of everything they want and still render long-termist goals the most important issues that are alive today. It would feel a bit too similar to saying something like, we'll give 50% of the power to the nobles and 50% of the power to the commoners, because we don't want to be too extreme and give everything to the nobles. So that's a kind of rough gesture. I think a lot more could be said about it, but this talk is more about like putting issues to our consciousness than sort of proposing total solutions to them. An alternative that I find somewhat appealing is to say that while it would have the best consequences to maximize the hell out of the efficiency and existential safety of the global economy, it's not morally required for people alive today. So it's a kind of options-based exemption that I'm going to try to say could get us out of this. And then I think it's an interesting project to look through, think through the demandingness literature, think through the justifications for options, and see which of the solutions poured over in more or less plausible ways. I'll just say a couple of the thoughts that I find the most promising. This is going to be very programmatic. So one potentially useful insight is that under 100% hardcore long-termism, say something like the total utilitarianism plus expected utility theory, the current generation would probably be worse off than it would be under social contracts that make no compromises at all with past or future generations. There's a tradition in contractualism of trying to make sure that the social contract is justifiable to each participant. And perhaps something like that could be exploited to specify a maximally justifiable amount that could be owed to future generations. The philosopher David Gautier has a version of contractualism that could be interesting to consider here. It has a kind of mechanism for sort of splitting the surplus over different possible social contracts to different people. And it doesn't do it in a utilitarian way. It does it in a kind of, in a different way that has different properties and kind of allows for a more egalitarian splitting of the possible benefits. So I think it might be unfair to long-termism in his literal version, but perhaps there's some kind of more sophisticated version in that vicinity that could be interesting. Alternatively, I think it might be interesting to kind of give up on giving a systematic answer to this question and sort of treat it more like a matter of the heart. So you could have a view that says, systematic philosophy can perhaps figure out what it would be best to do, but it can't tell us how much we must sacrifice. You might think that you can compare this to kind of like an investor who's trying to make trade-offs between their family life and their home life. And you might be able to give a principled and systematic answer to say what arrangement of my life would maximize my investment returns. But you might think that there's not going to be any systematic answer to the question, how should I manage trade-offs between my personal life and my career success? If one tries to sort of construct a philosophical edifice that answers the question, it might just be no more appealing than a philosophical edifice that says, how to make trade-offs in one's dating life or something like that. And it's kind of a reframing. It's not so much an answer, but it's a reframing of this that I think, could potentially be plausible if we can't kind of give a deep theoretical basis. So I'm going to turn to one objection and then wrap up. So the objection I want to consider is if there's no firm basis for limiting the demands of future generations, could we not claim that very little is expected of us when it comes to helping future beings and things like existential risks? I think one thing I want to say is that I think it's actually pretty clear that we owe future generations a lot when it comes to minimizing existential risk, even when operating within a kind of more commonsensical, non-consequentialist point of view. Since almost all of the existential risk that will be produced while we're alive will come from nature and not from human activity. So if human potential is utterly destroyed, it's something that the current generation is responsible for. So we would be less like somebody who failed to save a child drowning in a pond, and more like someone who accidentally knocked many children into ponds due to their negligence. And I think we could think about analogies like, did we do enough to secure a nuclear power plant? And I think these types of analogies may be more useful. So I'm running out of time, so I'm going to try to wrap up quickly. I've tried to make a vivid sense in which classic long-termism may be too extreme and explore some avenues to blunting the extremist nature of the position while still maintaining the issues like existential risks as key issues for our time. I think there are a lot of interesting questions to ask about whether these approaches work. Particularly, can the version of contractualism that I suggested work? Can long-termism with its amplified stakes play nice with non-consequentialist notions of options and constraints? And, does this notion of don't increase existential risk work as a kind of baseline to request? But that's all I can get through. I'm going to be around for discussion. If you want to, I can take questions, but thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Nick, for that really thought-provoking talk. We unfortunately don't have any more time for this session, but everyone is welcome to join the Gather Town afterwards and keep the Q&A going there. So thank you again so much for everyone coming.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Harshu, and welcome to the session today on a new way to leverage purely selfish behavior to control pandemics, Network Radar. I'm very excited today to introduce you to Dr. Po-Shen Lo. Lo is a social entrepreneur working across the spectrum of mathematics, education, and healthcare all around the world. He's the founder of a free personalized learning platform, xpi.com, a social enterprise supported by his series of online math courses that reinvent the middle school math curriculum with a focus on creative thinking. He's also a math professor at Carnegie Mellon University and the national coach of the USA International Mathematical Olympiad team. Upon the outbreak of COVID-19, he turned his mathematical attention to create Novid, the world's first app to introduce the fundamentally different network radar paradigm for pandemic control. Today, Dr. Lo will be discussing how Novid's network-based approach can help people fight pandemics. We invite you to use the swap card platform during the session. On the right-hand side, feel free to share your thoughts on the live discussion board and leave and upvote any questions for our speaker to answer during or at the end of the presentation. And after the session, we invite you to use SwapCard to set up meetings with your fellow conference attendees. Dr. Lo will also be available on GatherTown for half an hour or so after his presentation to answer any lingering questions that we weren't able to get to. So please join in virtually to continue the conversation. And without further ado, Dr. Lo.
Wow, well, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be able to talk to everyone here. I'm just a mathematician, actually, who accidentally found myself in this world of trying to think about how to fight disease. But then accidents are interesting. We accidentally found a new way to fight disease. And I'm very excited to be able to share this with you because it's a very practical thing that can be done that will help not only the current pandemic, but could potentially help in all future pandemics as well. Well, how does this work? The key is, as I said, I'm a mathematician. What are we good for? Well, one of the things that mathematicians sometimes think about is game theory or network theory or all of these things. And once you think about that, then you start to think, is there any other way that we could be trying to coordinate the behavior problem that we have with the pandemic? Because you see, I'm actually emphasizing the key here is we need to find a natural way to align with human instincts because controlling a pandemic is not only a pharmaceutical problem. In fact, actually, if I go back and I think, how do these pandemics spread? They spread by people who are sick spreading them. And you can think about how one of the core techniques that we've used as a human civilization to control pandemics for hundreds, maybe thousands of years, it's based on a concept that doesn't exactly align with human interests. Now, the problem with bringing a mathematician into the room is the mathematician might want to draw stuff. So that's what I'm going to do next. But that's the easiest way that I can try to communicate what we're doing. So the way that people have controlled disease for the longest time is that you find the person who's sick. And if you have the person who's sick, then you go and try to find the people that they've been around. And then you attempt to remove all of them from society against their will. Now, the issue with this sort of a concept is, first of all, I've said it extremely bluntly because we're doing game theory. We're thinking about what might happen. But when you try to tell people to be removed against their will because they are potentially dangerous to everybody else, well, humans are sometimes selfish and they sometimes cheat. And unfortunately, what we're seeing here is the premise of every Hollywood movie about zombies, which is why the zombie virus keeps spreading and spreading. But our idea was actually very simple. The simple concept was, well, these people, they're actually part of a larger network. And the larger network might be complicated. Maybe you've got some people connected to some other people, like so. I'm just making up something. But at some point, there's you. And our idea is actually totally trivial. It is just that, what if you just told everybody how many steps away they were from the pandemic? How many steps away they are from the disease? 1, 2, 3. In this particular case, this is that the disease is 3 steps away. And the way that we interpret these edges, these connections, are that they spend lots, well, let's just say significant time together. That's what one of these connections means. And so the simple idea would be, what if you just told everybody how many steps away the disease was? What good could that do for you? Well, that's where this all started. Now, we found out that doing that one tiny change had some interesting impacts. Because, for example, then you could actually show someone how far away a disease was from them in a visual form, animated visual form, something like this. So you could, for example, plot as time is changing, how many instances of the disease there are, and how far away that is from you in terms of the number of relationships on this network. Let me just play that again. And again, the height of a bar is how many cases of the disease there are. And the degree of connection, that's the degree of separation that it is from you. So for example, this would be a picture saying that you spend time with someone who spends time with a second person, who spends time with a third person, who spends time with a fourth person, and that fourth person got sick. What can you do with this? Well, it turns out that we did this just actually, we just made this display at the time, and we weren't really sure what this would be good for other than it was interesting. But after a few months, we realized that what we were staring at was perhaps the first tool that had ever been deployed in human history that you can use to see a disease striking from far away on the interaction network before it gets to you. And then that does some very interesting things to the game theory. For example, here's, for example, 2 shots of this kind of a pandemic radar. This is a pandemic network radar. And I see that we have some interesting questions about things like adoption. I'll be getting to that. I'm first starting with what is the core concept? And the core concept was very simple. Just report to each person how many steps away the disease has been striking from them. But then that's actually useful. Because if you find out that the disease got within 3 relationships of you, you have a few things that you could do. For example, if it got within 3 relationships, perhaps you might want to wear a better mask. Like the cloth masks, those are very good for protecting other people from me. They're not as good at protecting me from other people. So I might want to upgrade. For example, if I'm going to go somewhere, I'm actually traveling in a week, I'm actually going to want to protect myself from other people. I'll be doing double mask because that's better at protecting me. I'm basically indicating that sometimes you might want to raise your shields. And this information about diseases within distance 3, now that could be a way to let you know to raise shields, increasing distancing, avoiding unnecessary social gatherings. I can tell you a story because this has been deployed at a few universities. One of these universities, a student sent us a thank you saying, thanks for this app because I was able to decide not to hang out with a particular friend. We both had checked our apps. They weren't together yet. They both checked their apps. He found out that he was 2 relationships away from a disease. His friend checked, found out he was within 1 relationship from the disease. And the 2 of them just decided, maybe let's not hang out today. And with these very small changes that you can do in your life, they actually can help improve your chance of not getting sick. And that was the thanks he gave me. Because if you think about it, it's really hard to have lunch with your friend with masks on. And so the main point of this was we can't live in a world where everyone takes maximum precaution for over 1 year. You need to have some automatic way of modulating this. And so what we did is we then went and, I see questions are appearing about how we did this. Well, we went and implemented this. Actually, this is an app. It's on smartphones. We went and built a system where smartphones are able to talk to each other, automatically exchange anonymized information that says my user ID is blah, 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 which has nothing to do with anything about them personally. But then this is able to automatically construct a large-scale network automatically, just as the apps are on people's phones, and the phones are just talking to each other. So we'll have a lot of interesting questions to answer during the Q&A. But the big point here is that what we have just done is we've made a way for which it's not social networks, it's just like physical, these 2 devices were around each other with no names attached. But this actually gives you an incentive in the sense that it's actually an app that you could use to be able to see something coming before it gets to you. And because what we care about is not COVID, we actually care about the future pandemics, things that are possibly much worse. I'm going to go back to this one, which is this animation I was showing. And let's think of a thought experiment. Pretend that what happened was that there was a new hemorrhagic fever, something like Ebola, where very high fatality rate, and as you die, you bleed out of your eyeballs. It's disgusting. It's awful. If Ebola was coming, what fraction of people would want to have an app that lets them see if Ebola is coming before it gets to them? Actually, we did a lot of asking informally, and a lot of people would want to know if a very dangerous disease was coming before it got to them. Whereas if you ask people, and the other thing is you ask people if they saw that this dangerous disease was getting close, what would they do? A lot of them said that they would be very afraid and want to stay home. This actually drives another way to separate the people who are potentially sick and the people who are not. Actually, if I go back to this picture, effectively all we've done mathematically is that we have two sets. These two sets. We're trying to separate these two sets. And if you think about it, for the entirety of history, the way that these two sets were separated was by finding the people in this set and attempting to remove them from society, often against their will. Our idea was that you can separate two sets by letting this set keep their distance. And that is actually made possible through smartphones. So a few brief things about the theory here, just because I see a lot of very robust questions that we might want to talk about. Oh, let me hit this one right away, which is about somebody asking about degrees of separation. Well, it's a common misunderstanding. Our app is not designed to be just keeping track of the degrees of separation of the other person. Actually, that's not relevant for disease transmission. So the phenomenon of 6 degrees of separation is actually not relevant because that one you've heard of is based on if you just know the other person. Whereas our system requires that you're around them. So for example, the distance from me to the organizers of this conference is not 1 or 2 degrees of separation, which is what it is in terms of who I know, but it's probably in the hundreds in terms of the physical separations that are required, maybe even 1,000. Okay, so now why is this a big deal? So the first thing is, actually, this unlocks a totally new mechanism for controlling diseases. And if with what we've seen from the previous speakers, look, we have dangers that are out there. My angle is to come at things and say, we have dangers. Can we set up feedback loops, automatic feedback loops in society and human behavior, which cause even purely selfish behavior to drive towards a common goal? That's actually, I mean, whether we like it or not, that's at the heart of free market capitalism, the free market economy. And this thing would bring the same kinds of concepts towards pandemic control in a way that was never there before. So that if you have something dangerous emerging, at least everyone trying to be selfishly protecting themselves might cause the whole thing to slow down in spreading. As one point of reference, if you think about how we're handling COVID, once there are only a few cases in the city, then the city tries to open up because it has to. And then those few cases multiply until it's too many. Then you have to lock down again. And then it opens up again after a few cases. You guarantee there's always cases. With this approach, even if there are only 10 cases in San Francisco, well, you could potentially have that. Yes, there's 10 cases in San Francisco. Most people run around, do their thing. But there's 100 people who realize that those 10 cases are pretty close, or maybe a couple hundred. And that awareness and that inspiration of some extra caution could actually be what could help you let that number of cases actually converge towards 0. A few comments on why this is actually a potentially interesting deal. Coming again from the mathematics, if I think about behavioral science, Nash equilibrium. So this is where we think about human behavior. A Nash equilibrium is where a lot of people have chosen their behaviors and somehow nobody benefits from changing their behavior. Nobody benefits selfishly from individually changing their behavior. And the very interesting thing here is that if you look at this new innovation, this new approach actually is selfishly beneficial for you. So it has 2 Nash equilibria. One of our Nash equilibria is where everybody installs the app. Of course, one of them is where nobody does. Let me go straight into contrast with the standard. If you look at the traditional contact tracing app, those are all over the world. That was a big cottage industry for a while, and then Apple and Google made something. But the contact tracing app that many people have does the following. It will tell you after you've already been around somebody who has the disease, and they'll ask you to please voluntarily self-quarantine to protect everybody else from you. So the point is, with what has been made before, those are all tools designed to protect everybody else against you who installed the app. Therefore, actually, the only Nash equilibrium that those apps have is that nobody has the app installed. For us, it's actually both. We have everyone as one of the attractors. And to put this into contrast, imagine the following hypothetical situation for the old-fashioned app. If everybody except you had it installed, would you want to install it if you were selfish, thinking selfishly? Your act of installing it would not do anything to your own chance of getting sick, but it would let you quarantine to protect everybody else if you were around somebody who is sick. That doesn't actually give you much incentive to install it. In fact, the more people who have it installed, possibly the less you have a selfish instinct to install it. But if you think about what happens in our situation, imagine that everybody except you had the app installed, and therefore if you installed it, it would never tell you to quarantine. But it would tell you robustly of this huge radar network of everyone else is in it, and you get to see if disease is coming. Actually, the more other people have it, the more you want it. And that's the interesting thing about using the human behavior and the game theory, we actually found a way to make an attractor point in this state space of behaviors. Now, some more practical things. It actually has some major additional benefits as well, 3 orders of magnitude, which are worth paying attention to, especially as we think about the next pandemic. The first one, we have now learned from the standard contact tracing app phenomenon that there's actually a fundamental inconsistency in the sense that the apps that you've heard of, those are ones that anonymously ask you to quarantine. But unfortunately, it's now also known that if 2 people are around each other, one of them with COVID, if it's 6 feet, 30 minutes even, no masks indoors, the chance of transmission is about 10% or less. Now, the danger there is that if you think about it, if you try to be anonymous, make an anonymous app asking people to please quarantine, if they're asking people to quarantine and when they send that signal means you have a 10% chance of being sick. Please now with that 10% chance of being sick, protect other people from you. That's tough. And so that's why what we want to do is we want to flip that incentive from protecting others to protecting yourself. And that gives you a major gain. Another major gain. This is also interesting. This is some network theory thing. But unfortunately, a lot of people don't enter if they're positive. Okay, that is actually one point of altruism that our system needs. And because we care about privacy, the only way we ever know someone's positive or around someone positive is that they enter it voluntarily into the system. But now, it is true that some people are altruistic. Obviously, there's some people at this conference. But we estimate that 10 to 20% of people actually will enter something into their app. And what we do, which is different from everyone else, is in ours, you can also tell the app, I wasn't positive, but I was around somebody who was positive as validated by a contact tracer. Now, in the other system, that's useless. You never quarantine a contact of a contact. But in our system, it's really useful because of the triangle inequality from graph theory. I can say it in normal language like this. If you found out that 2 relationships from you, there's somebody who's a direct contact of a sick person, guess what? There's a sick person within 3 of you. The triangle inequality says that if there's like 2 relationships away to get to someone, and that person is 1 away from a sick person, then within 3 of you, there's a sick person, which is just as useful for our system. So this actually increases the input signal by an entire order of magnitude because we can get input both from sick people and from people who are around them. I'm just talking fast because I'm trying to wrap up the main thing. And so somehow also the other thing is people often say, well, what's the use of these apps, all these asymptomatics and untested positives? And my answer is usually that's exactly why this is useful. Because with this system, if you have asymptomatics and untested positives, which will happen in the next pandemic, especially at the outset, then you want a longer range on your radar. That's it. It's just like if there was an asymptomatic out here, like distance 8 from you, and it never got tested, that's fine, because by the time that becomes a problem for you, that case has blown up into a bunch of cases, which finally somebody shows up on the radar at some point, because it's just blowing up more and more, and it'll show up and you'll get to see that there's something coming out. And in general, the less reliable the testing is, just the longer range you want to put on your radar. Okay, now, quick things, people did talk about privacy. We actually designed this thing so that it doesn't need any personal information because I'm not interested in selling any advertisements. It's just when you install the app, you get a user ID. User ID is random. Basically, the concept was, look, there are all these other apps out there that people give all kinds of personal information to so that they can sell you ads. Wouldn't it be nice if there was some people who try to do something like this, are actually network theorists, and try to do this to actually control disease? So in a nutshell, we can talk more about these things later, but the most important piece is no GPS is needed, no contact list is needed, only short-range interphone communication by Bluetooth. That's what we're using. And another thing is like, does it actually work? Yeah, we found out that it works. And one of the fun parts is that we found out that it robustly works with some network theoretic boosts in the sense that this is a screenshot from what happened at Georgia Tech. So Georgia Tech is a place that deployed this first. And somebody posted on Reddit, very excited that they have 1,000 people connected to them using this app. The way to read this chart is it's telling you how many people at various distances from you are using the app. The font's small, but the key is you see there's like a, what is it? It's like a 2. This person's around 2 other people using the app. Those 2 are around 3 other people using the app. The way this works is as soon as our app reaches an R0 of virality of about 2 or 3, yes, our app is a viral app to fight a virus spreading on the same network that the virus spreads. As soon as our R0 is 2 or 3, then actually it blows up and it connects across this network. And practically speaking, I could go into the network theory there. We already had predicted at around 10% of a university community, you'll see this picture, which is what happened. And then that catalyzes more adoption as people say, look at that. All these other people are actually using this app. And finally, why is this interesting for this community? Well, it could be cool because, we actually are building this whole network-based system, and we are getting information of even like not who, but people getting vaccinated, what kind of vaccine, how they're connected to each other, infections coming in. We did this because we want there to be at least one entity in this world which can answer the question of how are the vaccines doing in real time against the variants in real time. It was sad that we couldn't think of anyone else who could do this. So we said, well, if we make an app for which people actually want it because it helps protect them, and then we can use this information to answer these deep questions, then we could actually hopefully bring this pandemic under control and also show people how to handle the next one. And to sum up, I know I talked too fast, but the time was too short. I wanted to emphasize what we've just done here is we've just taken the concept of radar, and it transforms all warfare, actually. But nobody had ever brought the concept of radar before to a pandemic in the context of using the network. And I'm very happy to talk to this EA community because this is actually a practical project that we can do something about right now. My biggest need is during the COVID pandemic, this is the ideal chance to let the whole world know and start to use a new system, familiarize with a new system that they could hopefully by the next pandemic demand that they want as soon as possible. Right? How do you control the next pandemic? You have to have education. How do you educate? You need a fire drill. What's the fire drill? COVID. And what we have here is we have a technique that could have major impact on future pandemics. And we need to use the time we have right now with COVID practically to roll this thing out as widely as possible. If you know people who might be connected to places that we can deploy, or if you're interested in working with us, actually, this is a directly applicable and practical project that we're very, very happy to work with the EA community on. With that, I'm going to stop this part and move into QA, perhaps, moderated by our host.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lowe, for that wonderful presentation. I know we only have a couple of minutes left, but there's some very interesting questions. I think a couple of different people have asked about what how asymptomatic individuals are sort of accounted for within this system, if you want to comment on that briefly.
Yes. So the key is that we are assuming that they're asymptomatic individuals. That's why we built a system to use the network, because if you have asymptomatic individuals, nobody can detect them. But if you have a network, you can start to realize that, well, even though that person was asymptomatic, how much of a danger is that to me anyway? It becomes more of a danger as that person spreads to more people. And some of those will show up on my radar. So the point is, unfortunately, asymptomatic is a reality. And we have to make sure that we have systems that can handle that. And the answer is longer range on the radar.
And it seems like you've spoken a little bit about preventative, this being potentially used as a preventative measure for the next pandemic. How do we make sure that it's like being used in the downtime, and how do we like actually make that a reality rather than just being an emergency response to, oh, like a lot of people are dying?
So the great thing about this is we now know from experimental evidence that if a community starts to use it, within 1 to 2 weeks, this very robust network springs up. That's the important thing. It's because we built the whole thing with this human incentives in mind. So that's why on the app's screen, it tells you here are how many people in your network that are using it. That's because we actually knew from the theoretical graph theory that it's called random graph theory, but we knew that after you reach about 5–10% of certain dense populations, then everyone would be like, oh my gosh, it looks like thousands of people are using it. And then that would catalyze another round of adoption. So my point is, this does not need to be sitting on everyone's phone for years. It actually only needs to be that people say, oh, I would like this now. Okay, download it now. And then boom, the network appears.
That's good to hear. And I guess two more questions. One pertaining to how do you see this sort of interfacing with manual contact tracing that's being conducted right now? I think you mentioned like it's a way to be able to quarantine contacts of contacts, which is currently not possible within.
Yeah, so the way that this interfaces with manual contact tracing is it makes manual contact tracing even more powerful. This is not attempting to replace manual contact tracing by any means. Contact tracing is a technique to find out who might be sick and remove them from society. This is a technique to tell everybody how the sickness is approaching them, assuming that they're not sick. You see, it's a very, very different paradigm. And that's why these two are complementary. Now, how they work together is that once the manual contact tracing happens for each sick person, we find out that there's like 5 other people who have been around them. Not we find out, there are 5 other people around them or something. And all of them have the chance to enter the signal into the system. My point is the manual contact tracing does the job of signal boosting so that the fraction of altruistic people can actually participate. As one precise example, it might be that the sick person doesn't have the app installed. There might be a correlation there. But if the sick person is around somebody else manually contact traced who does have the app installed, that person can enter. And that's how you can get information coming from outside the app to in.
Great. I think I'm just going to go ahead and ask one more question because I think it is very interesting. But do you think there's a relationship between population density and usefulness of this app? And how do you think the dynamics of this system might change in a more rural setting or with a different disease that maybe has different transmission characteristics?
So actually, I think that this would be amazingly powerful in rural settings. The reason is because the way that we form the network, we actually don't care about just meeting another person very briefly. What we really care about is there an extended repeated interaction between people? And so what this would very effectively capture is people living with each other, working with each other, going to school together. It would actually very reliably form that network, which is what we call the superhighway along which infection would come. And now if you think about what happened in the United States, the rural communities were not hit very hard in March and April in many parts. So actually a lot of them thought there was no problem until it was too late because they had no radar to let them know it was coming in. If you had this kind of a radar, then the rural communities would have been able to see inbound, incoming. And at that point, if they took up the cautions, they might not have been hit as hard. So I'm actually saying that because of the stability of the network that is there in a rural community, this would actually be extraordinarily powerful. In a bigger city, it's still going to be useful. But I'm going to say that it's not like it's not useful, but I'm actually going to emphasize that the rural community, people assume it wouldn't be as good, but actually it'll be really good. And where we're using it right now, we're actually using it in urban communities. So it seems okay there too.
Yeah, that's great to hear. And I think, okay, so we are unfortunately out of time, but thank you so much, Dr. Lowe, for that discussion on a very interesting piece of technology. As always, everyone attending, please use SwapCard to find your fellow conference attendees, and Dr. Lowe will be available on GatherTown to answer further questions. Thank you so much for your time again.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Mauricio, and I'm thrilled to welcome you to the talk, Leveraging Research for Real-World Policy Impact, the UK All-Party Parliamentary Group as an example. I'm excited to introduce you to Caroline Balin. Caroline Balin is part of the Secretariat of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Future Generations, and she's a research affiliate at the University of Cambridge's Centre for the Study of Existential Risk. Her research focuses on cybersecurity, AI, and defense topics, and she also served as rapporteur and an expert member of the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity's ad hoc working group on AI cybersecurity. In addition, she has a background in foresight, serving as a facilitator for an executive education course on planning taught at Oxford's Said Business School. And previously, Caroline Balin was the lead on cybersecurity at Chatham House, where she headed projects on issues including cybersecurity threats to critical infrastructure, notably on those nuclear facilities and satellites. She holds a Master of Science in Social Science of the Internet from Balliol College at the University of Oxford, and a Bachelor of Arts in Economics from Stanford University. Today, Caroline Balin will be discussing how the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Future Generations can serve as an example for researchers seeking real-world policy impact. We invite you to use the Swapword platform during this session. On the right side panel, feel free to share your thoughts on the live discussion board and leave and upvote any questions for our speaker so they can answer these at the end of their presentation. After the session, we invite you to use Swapword to set up meetings with fellow conference attendees. Without further ado, welcome, Caroline.
Thank you so much, Mauricio. That was such a comprehensive introduction, and it's so nice to be back at Stanford, so thank you so much. So I understand that there's a number of university students who are within the audience today, and that you're really interested in finding solutions to some of the existential risk issues that you feel strongly about. And so I thought for my talk, if it would be useful if I spoke about ways to use your research to influence government policy, including on issues involving existential risk. So as Mauricio mentioned, a lot of my work is at the intersection of the research and the policy space. So I'm going to talk today about two different approaches you can use. So I'll start by talking about how you might have impact by working for government directly. And specifically, I'll use the UK Parliament as an example. And then I'll talk about working in think tanks, which is also an effective way for your research to have real-world policy impact. So as Mauricio mentioned, I'm based in the UK, and I work for one of the all-party parliamentary groups. They're called APPGs for short in the UK Parliament. And what they are and how they work can be a bit opaque, even to people who are British. And so for those of you who aren't familiar with them, APPGs are groups in the UK Parliament. They have an unofficial status, and they bring together members of all major political parties, and also of both houses of Parliament, so the House of Commons and the House of Lords. And they bring people together around a particular topic of concern or interest. And so the one that I work on is called the APPG for Future Generations. Our goals are focused on raising awareness of existential risks, of the need for longer-term thinking in policymaking, and on the impact that policies today will have on future generations. So APPGs are a way for organizations outside Parliament to work closely with parliamentarians. And so many APPGs have an organization outside Parliament that provides the secretariat that runs the APPG. And so these organizations are often charities or NGOs or campaign groups. In the case of our APPG, it's a think tank. So myself and my colleagues that comprise the APPG's secretariat are research affiliates at the Center for the Study of Existential Risk at the University of Cambridge, which is a think tank focused on studying existential risks. I know some of you are familiar with it. So now that I've explained a bit about what APPGs do and about the one I work for in particular, I'll talk about how they can be a way to leverage research for direct policy impact. At the moment, we've been conducting an inquiry on improving long-term thinking and policymaking that I've been leading on. An inquiry is a term used in Parliament for essentially a report that scrutinizes an aspect of government policy. So some of the questions that our inquiry is looking at include, to what extent is a lack of long-term thinking a challenge in policymaking? I know a lot of people in the audience are really interested in that aspect. What are some of the root causes of excessively short-term thinking in UK government and policy? And how can we better incorporate long-term thinking in the policymaking process? As, of course, we're really focused on identifying meaningful policy solutions. So that gives you an idea of what we're looking at. And running an inquiry generally involves gathering evidence from experts, both oral testimony and also written evidence. And we've had some very senior people giving evidence. We've had former ministers and ambassadors, senior academics. Coming up next, we have Professor Angus Deaton, who won the Nobel Prize in Economics for his work on inequality. And of course, the parliamentarians who are members of the APPG are very engaged in this process, and they ask a lot of questions during the sessions. And so that's obviously a great way to get them involved. And the idea is to produce a final inquiry report. And then we aim to get that report debated in Parliament once it's out in order to get even more visibility. So that was to give you one example. To give you another example, the APPG recently published a research paper on risk management in the UK that focused on COVID, which was led by my colleague Sam and that I co-authored with him. And so we held a launch event in Parliament to be able to share and discuss some of the key ideas in the paper with parliamentarians. And we also approached one of the parliamentarians who had been a key supporter of the APPG to see if he would be willing to propose a parliamentary committee on risk assessment and planning. And so he was willing to do that. And so that committee is now up and running. And so they're therefore very focused on this topic. And we were also able to feed the research paper into the committee as written evidence. So that was great as well. And I'll also share a few lessons I've learned from working on the APPG if you want your research to have the maximum policy impact. The first is that it's really important to have cross-party support if you want to see meaningful policy change. And this for me was, I think we're very, very polarized at the moment, whether it's in the US or even in the UK, in the US specifically. And I think this was really a wake-up call for me when I was working on the APPG. So, for example, because I mean, we do all need to work together if we really want to see change. And so, for example, one thing that's important is making sure that you get input and feedback on your draft research paper from key people in all of the major political parties. That's really important. And of course, that's one thing that the APPGs are placed to do well, because by their nature, they bring together all of the parties. And then another factor is that access to information is often a barrier. And so you need to spend a lot of time figuring out how things function and where and how you can feed your research in to have impact. When I started working in Parliament, I was surprised by just how complex parliamentary procedures were. And I really struggled to sort of understand how everything worked. And then, of course, the House of Commons and the House of Lords have different rules and different ways of doing things as well, just to make things a bit more complicated. And so at first it was a lot of talking to people to learn about different types of committees, for example, and how we might be able to get research before them. Just sort of figuring out how we could feed into that process took a lot of time. And then, I mean, of course, all of this doesn't just apply to Parliament, but just to governments as well, and how governments function. And there's also a lot of opportunities beyond APPGs in order to feed your research into Parliament. For those of you who have a PhD, there are academic fellowships, for example. And I mean, there's quite a large number of ways. And, you know, I'm happy to talk about that more during the Q&A. And I know a number of people in the audience are interested in working in the US. So I'm less familiar with the US Congress, but in the US Congress, some of the caucuses that are centered around particular interest groups might be what are the most similar to APPGs, especially since they're bipartisan and bicameral. And so that might be one avenue for you if you're really looking to have impact. And so then I also wanted to talk a bit about think tanks as another way to use research to influence policy. And of course, the term think tank can mean a lot of different things. When I use the term, I'm thinking about what most people would typically think of as a think tank, which is a research institute that produces policy research, essentially. I should mention, well, as Mauricio mentioned, I've worked a lot in the think tank sector. I used to be the lead on cybersecurity at Chatham House, which is one of the major UK think tanks. And I've also worked for many years for a smaller think tank called the Center for Strategic Decision Research. And so I'll share some lessons learned from working in think tanks if you want to have a maximum positive impact on government policy. If you can get a job for the most high-profile think tanks, it does make a significant difference in terms of the impact of your research. Not only do people pay a lot more attention to the reports that they put out, but those think tanks also have really good media teams. So a major report is going to make it into the big newspapers, and you might even get a slot on air at some of the top news outlets. And then, of course, the politicians that you want to influence with your research will read about it or see it. In some cases, their teams may even reach out to you directly to have you come present your report to them, or you might get requests from similar requests from international organizations, maybe some of the UN bodies. And so that's a really, really major benefit of being associated with a high-profile think tank. Of course, if you're working for a smaller think tank, you can also be proactive. You can share your report with key people that you're hoping to influence. Another thing, if you're working for a smaller, less well-known think tank, you can still have quite a lot of impact. In that case, a good technique can be to align yourself with senior individuals, or else to form partnerships with major organizations, maybe a partnership for an event or a paper, maybe a major international organization like the UN or a government, and that can be a really important way to get credibility. And then the last point, or almost the last point I'd like to make is the importance of thinking through your funding sources carefully. If you want to ensure that you have an effective and a positive impact on policy. So funding is always an issue, because when you're working for a think tank, you're generally spending a lot of time looking for funding. And of course, you want to make sure that your funding sources aren't biasing your research. So best practice would be that if you're fundraising for a particular project, you want to try to have diversity of funding. So for example, if you have a corporate funder, you might try to balance that out with a government funder and maybe also a foundation. And so in that way, no single funder is able to dominate. There was a big story in the New York Times back in 2014 that alleged that foreign governments were essentially buying influence with the US government by funding think tanks in Washington. So some of the think tank researchers said that they felt pressured for their reports to take positions that aligned with the agendas of the governments that were funding those think tanks. And in particular, the story pointed to a number of authoritarian, undemocratic regimes that were providing this funding. And so these are that's just essentially to give you an idea of the space. So those are all of the considerations that you want to keep in mind when you're putting together your project funding plan. And then the very last point I'd like to make on research and policy, and then this is again based on things I've observed, it's the importance of thinking through the full policy implications of any policy proposals that you put forward. Just because sometimes some of the things I've seen is policies that are well-intentioned that can sometimes have unintentional negative consequences. And so it's really important when you're doing your research, really thinking through all of the possible repercussions of your proposals, and also to test them out on a wide range of experts, in the drafting phase. So I'll stop there, as this was really just to get the discussion started and give you some ideas on how to leverage your research for policy impact. There are a lot of other ways as well that we can talk about in the Q&A. So thank you so much, and I look forward to chatting.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience, Caroline. It was really interesting to hear how strategic decisions in all these areas can help people better achieve positive impact with their research. So let's dive into questions. One that people might be wondering about, you've talked about several of the activities that the APPG has been engaging in. So from this experience, I'd love to hear if there's certain tactics that have been especially successful that you'd recommend to others pursuing similar initiatives, or if there's some tactics you tried or considered but would now not recommend.
Let's see, that's a really good question. One thing, this is less related to the research side of things, but it's definitely related to having impact, is in the UK Parliament, we have PMQs, Prime Minister's Questions, you have all kinds of opportunities to ask questions. Those are the most high profile opportunity, but you've got other opportunities as well for asking questions in debates. And so that can actually be, so parliamentarians basically want to be seen as being engaged in asking questions. And so one way that you can get impact is actually just approaching parliamentarians and suggesting questions. So if you're interested in existential risks, which is I think what most of us, the goal of most of us, maybe you want to suggest some questions on AI or, climate change. And so those questions they'll get the attention of the MPs. They will, if you're really lucky and you're able to get a high profile question, you could maybe, PMQs, you can maybe get the attention of the media as well, but that's much harder to do. But that's a really good avenue. Another as well is you can even try to support the passage of certain bills. So at the APPG, our vice chair is Lord Bird, and so we've been really supporting him because he's campaigning for a bill that essentially takes our responsibilities to future generations into account. And so we've been spending a lot of time supporting his campaign as well. So that's actually another really good way that APPGs can be helpful. So less on the research side, but very much on the impact side.
Thank you. Yeah, to talk a little more about this impact side. There's, from my understanding. Oh yeah. So from my understanding, there's many or a significant number of members of parliament who are engaging with APPG's activities. So how did you first get this foothold in UK politics and interest from parliamentarians?
So basically the credit goes to Cambridge, and actually specifically to two great researchers at Cambridge, Tildy and Natalie. So they were both students at the time, and they really felt that a lot of that basically future generations were getting shafted, and that not enough attention was was really paid to sort of things like climate change. And so Natalie actually wrote a report on the topic and on how we could get more representation for future generations. And they were really, I mean, I'm really impressed by the work that they did. They basically just went out there and talked to MPs, introduced themselves, and got MPs to support them, and basically got this group set up as students. So I think I'm glad you asked me that, because I think it shows that at any age, and even if you're a student, you can really do a lot.
Yeah, that's really inspiring. And another question from our audience is, as we've heard in some of the previous talks, people have many different motivations that draw them toward reducing existential risks. And you seem especially interested in the long-term thinking angle of it. So what draws you to this angle of reducing existential risks?
So I should mention that as an APPG, we really do have 3 goals, which is existential risks, long-term thinking, and future generations. It's true that I personally support all of them, but I am particularly interested in the long-term thinking angle myself. Part of it, so my specialty is cybersecurity and defense policy, and it's just really striking the lack of long-term thinking that we have. I mean, now I'm going to start a whole political discussion, but you know, in the UK, we've had a lot of political discussions recently about Huawei, which is a Chinese company, and so they have, well, it's unclear, but we think that they have a lot of government support, and there's concerns that equipment might be backdoored, but they're the cheapest supplier. And so as a result, we basically gave a lot of contracts to Huawei at one time just because it was cheaper without really thinking through the repercussions. And so now, some years later, finally, the UK is basically clawing all that back. And so it's costing us so much more money just because we wanted to save money in the short term. So I think for me, cybersecurity, it's in my field, it's just, we see it all the time, the lack of long-term thinking. And it's kind of, and it's even worse because we're not even tackling it properly. So, you know, the problems that we have are essentially just getting magnified as opposed to trying to close that gap.
Yeah, these definitely seem like really pressing issues. We can maybe shift gears to go back to talking a bit about the research side of having impact. So you gave some great suggestions on how the context and communications around research can help people have more impact. Could you share a bit more about what aspects for making the content of research relevant to policymakers, students and researchers might want to know about?
Could you just, so I understood the question about media, and then what was the last part?
In making decisions about the content of research, so what people research and how they go about it, but what can make research especially relevant to policymakers?
Okay, so to make sure I understand your question, it's sort of like, how do you choose the research topic that you think is the most important? Yeah, that's a really good one. I mean, one of the things that we're thinking about doing as an APPG is some sort of horizon scan, taking a look at, so this is a possible idea for next year, that we might sort of do some sort of annual horizon scan that's looking at existential risks. And then when you do an activity like that, I think it does really help you in order to figure out what your priorities are. You know, you've essentially sort of done a survey, and then that can really help draw to light what some of the most pressing issues are. But the truth is, people do see priorities very differently. So I think, you know, you have to do your best analysis, and I think getting input is as well is really important, because I mean that's what's so valuable, is we all do have different views on what the most important issues are. So horizon scans are definitely best done in a big group setting, just to get that maximum number of perspectives, and that'll really help you prioritize as well, just group discussions to come to an answer. And diverse groups are really important. Age, diversity, and where you're from, and all of those factors.
Yeah, thank you so much for that and for the session today. That's all we have time for this session now. So thank you for a wonderful session and for your time with us today.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and as always, to talk about a little next steps for a continued conversation, we invite everyone attending to use SwapCard to find fellow conference attendees, share your interests, and set up meetings. And if any of you would like to chat with Caroline after the session, she'll be available for a bit through the platform Gather, which is linked in the homepage of SwapCard. You can use the locate feature on Gather to find her. If you need any assistance, please visit our Siri help desk on SwapCard. And thank you so much for attending.
Hello, welcome to our session on climate change, geoengineering, and near existential risks. My name is Michael, and I'm happy to introduce Ted Parson. Ted Parson is the Dan and Ray Emmett Professor of Environmental Law and the faculty co-director of the Emmett Institute on Climate Change and the Environment at the University of California, Los Angeles. Parson studies international environmental law and policy, the societal impacts of governance of disruptive technologies, including geoengineering and artificial intelligence, and the political economy of regulation. Parson co-directs the AI Pools program at UCLA Law and organized the 2019 Summer Institute on AI and Society. His articles have appeared in Science, Nature, Climatic Change, Issues in Science and Technology, the Journal of Economic Literature, and the Annual Review of Energy and the Environment. Today, Ted will be discussing the potential promise and risks of using solar geoengineering to help mitigate climate change. As with our previous sessions, we invite you to use the SwapCord platform on the right-hand side panel. Feel free to share your thoughts on the live discussion board and leave and upvote any questions and for our speaker to answer at the end of the presentation. After the session, we invite you to use SwapCord to set up meetings with fellow conference attendees. Without further ado, please welcome Ted Parson.
Great. Thank you for that introduction, Michael. Are my slides live? Great. I see. Okay. I'm going to give you a very rapid introduction to the landscape of climate change risks and responses and the risks of responses. And then in the last few minutes of my remarks, I'm going to try to connect these to the discussion you're having all day about existential risks. So here's a short picture of where the world is headed regarding climate change. This one is from the NGO Climate Interactive, which provides a scorecard of current commitments to reductions of greenhouse gas emissions. As you can see, what this says is that under the assumption that all current national targets and proposals are fully implemented and sustained, the world is headed to a midpoint estimate of heating up by 3.2 degrees C above pre-industrial by the end of the century. If we don't do as well as that and emissions are higher following a more business as usual trajectory, it's 4 or more. And of course, the goals at the Paris commitments are 2 or 1.5. Now, the main and first way to limit risks of climate change is to cut human emissions of greenhouse gases to 0 or to very close to 0. This has been obvious for about 30 years, but the character of the task and the relationship we have to it is very different now than it was in the 1990s. In the 1990s, it was a huge task requiring a massive transformation of every aspect of the economy, but it was a task that there were decades available to accomplish. Now, with 30 years of very weak progress on climate policy and emission reductions, the world is more and more tightly boxed in and there are fewer options. Now, the current state of political aspirations about climate change is articulated in the Paris targets of 2015, in which national governments agreed in an international agreement to hold global average heating, quote, well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and to aim to do better than that and get as close as possible to holding it to 1.5. And for context, today we're just nudging 1.2, so there's not a lot of headroom left. It's important to note what these targets are not. The Paris target is not a scientifically authoritative boundary of catastrophic risk, nor is it a point below which things are safe. It's a scientifically informed political proxy for a level of climate change that was judged to be manageable or adaptable. And information is still coming in, and increasingly it looks like 2 degrees C is still pretty bad, especially for the most vulnerable people and places in the world. It's also worth noting that whether or not it's actually possible to achieve the Paris target by cutting emissions alone, as opposed to the additional response options I'm going to introduce in just a moment, is deeply contested. You can see extreme claims basically asserting it can still be done. It's not even that hard. We just need to get our act together and confront entrenched interests in favor of increased emissions. And you can see claims that it's technically, economically, or politically impossible. It's certainly the case that even holding to 2 is beyond certain is too strong. It's very likely the case that even holding to 2 is beyond what can be done with technical change alone, but would require, in addition, changes in behavior and patterns of consumption. As to whether it's possible with emissions cuts alone or not, it's not really well known. Now, part of the reason that that's not well known, part of the ambiguity in the achievability of the Paris targets is the prominent role of a second type of response option that has kind of emerged to great prominence in the past 10 years or so. Atmospheric removal of greenhouse gases after they've been emitted. Carbon dioxide removal, or CDR for short. Since 2010 or so, CDR has played a huge role in almost all of the scenarios that demonstrate the feasibility of achieving the Paris targets. Here's a picture from an illustrative or a representative one by Rockstrom et al., in which they propose cutting human emissions by half every decade, but that's not enough. On top of that, they have a large ramp up of active human removals of carbon from the atmosphere, and that allows the possibility of holding to either 2 or 1.5. Now, the addition of carbon dioxide removal onto the set of response options is mostly good and maybe a little bit of bad news. It's a huge help in terms of expanding risk management capability to limit climate change, but it's also subject to a few general limits and potential new risks. First, it is unlikely that CDR will make a big difference very soon. It's a stock flow problem. Basically, sucking greenhouse gases back out of the atmosphere is draining a lake through a straw. You can do it, but it takes a long time, in addition to the time that it takes to scale up the activity. Second, the new prominence of CDR and of focusing on net emissions, including net zero targets, blurs the distinction between current emissions being reduced and removals that are offsetting them. Now, that's not a problem if they really are traded off one-to-one with complete reliability, but there are various risks. CDR makes the problem easier, but it might make it seem easier more than it really does make it easier, and so it might raise risks of unreliable claimed removals, of removals that aren't stable and don't stay out of the atmosphere long enough, or of sloppy accounting, such that emissions and reductions get double counted. CDR also amounts to basically delaying the pain, paying back a near-term debt by emitting too much, by promising to remove it in the future, and that means gambling that it works and scales. And then there's a longer-term problem, which is that if it does work fabulously, it even works in a way that has viable, profitable business models, and it gets huge enough to do a large drawdown to restore climate to some prior state, then you've sort of reconstructed something that looks a lot like the fossil fuel economy, and it raises the question how you turn it off when you're done, which Holly Buck and I explored in a recent paper. Okay, the third broad response type I'm going to introduce is solar geoengineering, meaning active engineered interventions that change the energy balance or the radiation balance of the Earth relative to the sun and the space around. There's a few different ways to do it, of which the most promising one appears to involve spraying a fine mist of reflective aerosols in the upper atmosphere. Here's a figure from the National Academies Committee report that came out just a couple of weeks ago. This stuff is big news. It is big and hopeful and scary news and controversial news at the same time. These interventions may allow the possibility of large reductions in climate change risks that aren't available through any other means. Although they do not solve the whole problem, they are not a complete replacement for emission cuts. And thus it is a serious mistake to imagine that this is a kind of a technical silver bullet solution, but it's a big increase in capability. And it also adds a bunch of new uncertainties and risks. Certainly, an active intervention in the environment raises the risks of unexpected or harmful environmental impacts, of which several have been identified and investigated. It doesn't actually reverse the climate effects of greenhouse gases because it pushes back in a different way from the way that greenhouse gases are pushing. It may affect stratospheric chemistry, including ozone. Depending upon what material you spray, it may increase acidifying deposition. The early research on these interventions, which has all been conducted in labs and in computer models, plus some observations of natural phenomena like volcanic observations, is extremely promising on these, but it's early research. It's absolutely not assured that this stuff will work and will work with acceptable side effects, but it looks pretty promising. On the other hand, the additional risks that it introduces are more indirect. They are risks that are related to questions of the form, how would this be used in real social and political contexts? And it's not hard at all to think of some pretty frightening ways that this stuff could be used. It could be used in a panic. It could be used recklessly or incompetently. It could be used, although the capabilities don't look really promising in terms of biasing it for regional advantage. You could imagine a possibility that people would try. It might undermine or distract from emissions cuts, which wouldn't be a problem if it was a perfect, complete, reliable solution or alternative to emissions cuts, but it's not, so it is. And in the long term, there's a problem of time constants. If this is used to a significant degree, and emissions are not reduced or carbon dioxide removal is not going on an equivalent scale, then there's a couple of very severe long-term risks that arise. One of which is that you get stuck and basically have to keep doing this forever. And then the other one is that it is stopped suddenly, and because the atmospheric lifetime of the stuff sprayed in the upper atmosphere is relatively short, if you stop a program of putting it in, the suppressed heating would be recaptured quickly over just a couple of years with far more severe impacts. For all these reasons and more, these interventions are highly controversial and raise many serious and legitimate concerns. The concerns in the first instance are about the identified risks I've just quickly gone through. People also object and express concerns about these interventions for two other classes of reasons, one of which is related to politics and control. The expectation or suspicion that if there are not legitimate participatory mechanisms for control of the details of interventions, that it could be used in a way that is rivalrous, unjust, that sustains current inequities, suppresses development. And then there's a set of non-consequential objections people have expressed, mostly in metaphor or image. It's a technical fix. It's an expression of hubris. It's an expression of a presumptuous assertion of human control over the earth, the Anthropocene. Okay, put these all together, and just for today's talk, I've actually done a little exercise of sketching a few scenarios that capture the major alternative risk pathways that are associated with climate change and its response. I'm going to just identify them very quickly and then move on to a discussion of existential risks. So there's a few, and no, good, bad, and ugly scenarios. So green, good, yellow, bad, red, ugly. The first few just relate to what trajectory human society follows through this century on the hugely wide fan of possible emissions trajectories and their implications for heating. So if the world races along the highest of projections of future emissions, those that are known by the scenario names RCP 8.5 or SSP 5 in IPCC speak, then we could head to total heating of 4 to 6 C by the end of the century. It's really bad. It's also it's contested how likely such high emission scenarios are to happen, but can't say they're impossible. Could be higher. The more likely mid-range projections in which controls on emissions strengthen, but not to an extreme degree, leads to middle scenarios in which heating by the end of the century is well above the Paris targets, but not as bad as on the top scenarios, 2.5 to 4. Or if cuts are much, much stronger and we have good luck, then maybe aggressive cuts alone. This is that contestability about the feasibility of the Paris targets, the targets that I alluded to a few minutes ago. Maybe they could lead us to 2. Add in the other response types and you get additional scenarios of good or bad possible outcomes. Adding CDR, well, removing is in the same units, the same currency as emitting. So the main effect of different degrees of success with CDR is to move up or down among alternative heating scenarios as were already defined by alternative emissions trajectories. So if we gamble heavily on CDR and it turns out not to work or raise serious problems and not be pursuable at large scale, then basically you move up or down between these. If it works really well, you could have a happy scenario where it works, it scales, it's governed okay, and it draws down and exits. And in that strange century hence scenario that I briefly alluded to a moment ago, if you run an enterprise that is creating large net negative emissions, and then the drawdown period is over and it's time to turn it off, but it's a huge enterprise. It looks like fossil fuels today and it's hard to turn off. You could imagine a very bad scenario of getting stuck pushing climate in the opposite direction. Add solar geoengineering, you get still more scenarios. So a middle range one is that we keep arguing about it for a long time. And the prospect of its being available subtly undermines other responses, but it never gets used. That's the yellow scenario I've identified here, where you're back to the same picture. It's a question of how hot it gets by the end of the century. But the presence but non-use of solar geoengineering has made it a little worse. The opposite extreme would be one in which research is done, technologies are developed, it works okay, the side effects are moderate and widely judged to be acceptable. Effective and legitimate means of controlling it are developed and implemented. And then it could be a huge contribution to a safer, a more climate safe and sustainable world by buying time for the huge cuts in emissions and CDR that are necessary. And then the two bad ones are, as I alluded to, the world over relies on this, misinterprets it as a complete solution when it really isn't, and then we get stuck. And if you get stuck doing this at a high intensity for a long time and emissions haven't come down and CDR is not being done at a huge scale, then you get caught basically between two converging cliffs where, on the one side, you keep doing this forever and things get worse and worse gradually, and on the other side, stop suddenly and then you get a termination shock. The other bad scenario is that it's rolled out badly and it poisons the well due to failure, bad impacts, conflict, or whatever. That would be bad in the near term. It would perhaps be worse in the long term because if the option becomes unavailable and turns out at some future time to be necessary, then the world would have to face that future situation with fewer tools to rely upon. Okay, in my last few minutes, let me quickly connect climate change and geoengineering to existential risk. I'm going to follow Toby's very nice and cogent definition of existential risk from his book, where something's an existential risk if it poses a non-negligible probability of ending the human prospect. It's a powerful analytic construct. It suggests that there might be a commonality across multiple risks that have this characteristic. But if you want to look at climate and geoengineering in those terms, I would suggest that in fact they don't quite meet the threshold of comprising existential risks. You have to go to extreme scenarios of malfeasance or collective suicide that are kind of weird to get to really existential risk. On the other hand, I would note that a risk need not be existential for it to represent enormous disruption and suffering and thus present a strong warrant for action, as is the case with climate change. So how does the concept of existential risk inform climate response? One, maybe what it does is raises the alarm and generates support for stronger measures, perhaps because there could be developed a common capacity, a governance capability to assess and respond across multiple risks. Maybe the main effect of thinking in terms of existential risks is to shift attention within the probability distribution of potential risks from climate change. The debate presently concentrates far too much on the middle and ignores high-end risks. And so shifting attention toward upper possibilities might be really constructive, although you would then have to worry about the possibility that the things you would do to address the tail of the distribution might be different from and compete with the things you would do to manage other parts of the distribution. An important and subtle one is that talking about existential risks shifts attention from rival interests to shared interests. So across many types of risks, it is the case that as the peril gets more extreme, it tends to be more shared. And thus the way people speak in terms of existential risks using what I call the rhetorical we face annihilation, we must do this, it gets more valid. But of course, framing it that way, you are jumping around the possibility that there might not be a relevant we. People might not agree. There might have to be political decision-making and consensus building. Turn the question around for my last couple of remarks and say, how does climate and geoengineering help inform broader thinking about existential risks? So I did it one way, how do existential risks help inform the climate debate, and now I'm doing it the other way around. Here, the main implications here, I think, are actually cautionary lessons from the decades of frustrating experience trying to mobilize effective climate action about barriers to effective collective response. And maybe that applies to all risks. Maybe it's different for existential risks. But let me propose that the types of concrete responses available via collective action have a sort of commonality across multiple kinds of risks and other policy issues. If you think, how can we manage this risk? The classes of responses tend to be, we can exert collective authority to make people or incent people to do stuff other than what they would do. That's regulation. We can spend public money. We can do research, build institutions, develop technology, or otherwise build capacity for longer term response, or we can talk. The point I would make for existential risks is that the politics differs across these types of responses in ways that are not necessarily well aligned with their effective contribution to limiting the risk. It's sort of obvious to say that in general there is a political preference for easier actions or ones that delay problems. So talking is favored over capacity building, is favored over spending, is favored over regulation. Climate change also illustrates possibly a sharper and more perverse aspect of this political preference, though, which is raised by the huge attention, and in my view, the too much attention that is now being given to carbon dioxide removal. Why does everybody love carbon dioxide removal, and why are they paying so much more attention to it than to reduction of existing emissions? Maybe because as a policy issue, CDR is about spending, not about regulation. Very quickly, because I know I have just a few more minutes, a few other observations from the climate and geoengineering debate, and also drawing on the work I've done in some other technology risks and how they might inform existential risks. First, what responses are available or preferred might depend upon a couple of characteristics of risks that include, one, whether the source of disruption is associated with an increase or a decrease in wealth or scarcity. This broadly distinguishes technology-driven risks from environmental-driven risks, because usually tech risks are apprehended bad side effects of things that people want to do because they make life better. And usually environmental risks are belatedly discovered and represent a contraction relative to what was kind of what we previously expected. Next, and second last, the climate change debate gives a very cautionary lesson about the difficulty of having a rational risk and response deliberation under certain conditions. And the conditions of climate change that make it so hard include that it's clear who would in the first instance bear a lot of the burden of response. That means interests associated with the fossil fuel economy. The uncertainties are not well characterized and thus easy to misrepresent. And so there's a lot of room for both sincere and opportunistic disagreement over the nature and character of the urgency. And third, both the risk and responses to it are easy to express in terms that are ideological or rivalrous and thus otherwise divisive, and thus push hard against the presumption of a sort of a shared global we with common interests that underlies much thinking on existential risks. Final observation is that everybody's favorite answer to how to handle uncertain long-term risks is build adaptive and robust institutions, which is really, it's a very compelling argument. It's a great suggestion, but experience realizing such institutions and authorities has been very difficult for a couple of reasons. One is that existential risk, climate and other existential risks, they tend to have long time horizons. And so you need mechanisms that can pay sustained attention and manage coherent action over long time periods. Second, institutions to adaptively manage severe risks plug directly into a deep tension or a contradiction in how many people want our governmental and legal functions to operate. We want them both to be fully responsive to democratic will and to be informed by best available evidence as mobilized by relevant scientific expertise. These are usually in tension. So to say decision makers have to follow science and decision makers have to follow the people, they're both complex. You know, both those slogans are kind of simplistic, but they're not the same, and they pull in different directions of quite significant implications for prospects for managing existential risk. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for that wonderful talk, Ted. Unfortunately, I think we only have time for maybe one quick question. Dr. Parson will be conducting an extended Q&A for about 30 minutes afterwards on GatherTown. So please follow that link after we're done. But Dr. Parson, if you could answer just one question. Constantine is curious about your thoughts on the argument that even conducting research into solar geoengineering is unethical because it makes it a more legitimate possibility that potentially provides ammunition to bad actors that are seeking to delay or avoid emissions cuts.
Thanks. It's a very apt question and a point of really sharp controversy. So I can't assert with confidence that that risk mechanism would never occur. But I have to say I find the chain of sequences of causal links that argument assumes to be implausible to the degree that, in my judgment, it is better to do the research with appropriate controls to ensure that the information available from research is publicly available, is checked for kind of impartiality and scientific quality. It's better to do that and know than it is to suppress research. And perhaps the most decisive reason that I think suppressing research is a terrible idea is that there's a level at which solar geoengineering is so obvious that stopping research does not make it unavailable to future governments or say future national governments facing desperate, rapidly mounting climate impacts and feeling they have no other option. It's a little inside baseball, but I want to say if you're interested in solar geoengineering, you have to read Kim Stanley Robinson's recent work of science fiction, Ministry for the Future, which actually opens with a catastrophic heat wave in central India and a response by the government of India to unilaterally deploy solar geoengineering. That is a very plausible scenario, and suppressing research into solar geoengineering in no way takes that out of the capability of a future government of India or of any other country with sort of strong scientific and technical capability and an urgent climate emergency.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for this session, but thank you, Dr. Parson, for a wonderful session and your time with us today. As always, we invite everyone attending to use swap cards to find fellow conference attendees who share your interests and set up meetings. And Dr. Parson will be continuing the Q&A on GatherTown right after this session. So I will drop a link to that in the chat.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rohan Shah, and I'm going to be the MC for this session by Stuart Russell. So I'm excited to introduce you to him. I know Stuart best as my advisor when I was doing my PhD at the Center for Human Compatible AI. But of course, he also has a real academic bio. Stuart is a professor of computer science at the University of California at Berkeley, holder of the Smith-Sadeh Chair in Engineering, and director of the Center for Human Compatible AI. He is a recipient of the Ijkai Computers and Thought Award, and from 2012 to 2014, held the Chair Blaise Pascal in Paris. His book, Artificial Intelligence, A Modern Approach, with Peter Norvig, is a standard text in AI, used in 1,500 universities in 135 countries. He is also author of Human Compatible. His research covers a wide range of topics in artificial intelligence, with an emphasis on the long-term future of artificial intelligence and its relation to humanity. He has developed a new global seismic monitoring system for the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty and is currently working to ban lethal autonomous weapons. Today, Stuart will be discussing the problem of creating provably beneficial artificial intelligence, arguing that the standard model for developing AI poses major risks. We invite you to use the Swapcard platform during this session. On the right side panel, feel free to share your thoughts on the live discussion board and leave and upvote any questions for our speaker to answer at the end of the presentation. After the session, we invite you to use Swapcard to set up meetings with fellow conference attendees. Stuart will also be hanging around afterwards to answer questions on GatherTown. Without further ado, welcome, Stuart.
Thank you very much, Rohan. So Rohan gave a pretty good summary of what I'm going to say. I understand that this is a broad audience interested in all kinds of risks. So let me first of all explain about AI. So of course, AI is about making intelligent machines. The question is, what does that mean? And historically, what it's meant, and I'm going to refer to this as the standard model, is making machines that are intelligent to the extent that their actions can be expected to achieve their objectives. And this borrows the standard notion of rational behavior from philosophy and economics, where it was developed over several centuries. AI has lots of subfields: problem solving, the kinds of algorithms that get you to the airport when you use your GPS navigation system; game playing, the kind of program that beats human world champions; knowledge representation, reasoning, planning to allow a system that knows something to convert knowledge into action; natural language processing, speech, vision, robotics. These are all obvious. And then machine learning is the thing that's mostly in the news these days. It's actually been around for a long time. In fact, in 1950, Alan Turing recommended machine learning as the most likely route to build human-level intelligent systems. So, as you know, it's a huge field. There are tens or perhaps hundreds of billions of dollars being invested into developing, improving AI. And it's a very rapidly growing field. There's enormous demand for it. Little factoid, I think almost 2/3 of all applications to our entire department in Berkeley are specifically to study artificial intelligence. So given all this amazing level of energy and effort, what happens if we succeed in our goals? Well, we can go back and ask Alan Turing. Here he is. And in 1950, he was pretty optimistic. He talked about the prospects for all kinds of things that you could do with AI and how wonderful it would be. By 1951, he was talking on the radio and he said, it seems probable that once the machine thinking method had started, it would not take long to outstrip our feeble powers. At some stage, therefore, we should have to expect the machines to take control. So there it is, right? No mitigation, no solution, no apology, just resignation. This is the future of mankind. So fast forward 70 years, and we're starting to see some of the technology existing. We have self-driving cars. We have programs that can beat human world champions at really complicated games like Go. And we're also starting to see some of the downsides. Racial and gender bias in algorithms, the expansion of disinformation, the impersonation of human beings. So I'll ask you guys later, which of these four is actually a real person? Using AI systems to kill people, replacing human roles in the economy with machines. But there's also an upside, right? There's a reason why we're spending all this time and energy and effort to create AI. It's not just for the fun of it, and it's not just, as Lord Lighthill said in his 1973 report, that it's a bunch of male scientists who are unable to have children, and therefore they want to create AI instead. It's actually because AI can have enormous benefits. So to illustrate what kind of benefits it could have, we could actually sort of go back in history and say, what was it like getting to Australia in 1800? Well, it would take you hundreds, maybe even thousands of people, a fairly hefty project to outfit a major expedition, probably take you about 10 years start to finish, and you'd probably be dead before you got there. But now, because of the advance of technology, we have what you might call travel as a service, right? It's just as we have electricity as a service, water as a service, we have travel as a service. You take out your phone, you go tap, 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 and you can be in Australia tomorrow. And it costs you not $1 billion, but $1,000, or in other words, it's basically free in relative terms. And you're going to be alive when you get there. That's if they let you in. So what human level AI promises is that kind of improvement in everything. So XaaS means everything as a service. And we can expect the same type of cost reduction, not necessarily the same speed improvement, because there are limits in physics and biology and also in the human mind. But we can eliminate cost and essentially use AI as a source of wealth. So if you wanted to run this conference in 2035, you would just ask your laptop to do it, and it would take care of it. It would set up everything. It would invite all the right people. It would make sure that the environment was great, that everyone was meeting each other, and it would be wonderful. If you're in some remote village where you don't have access to government services, you can just ask the AI systems to come along and build some houses and schools and maybe a road connecting you to the nearest city, and teach your children, and if you need surgeons, perhaps train the surgeons as well, or even be the surgeons. And you shouldn't think of AI, the kind of AI that will be doing this, as individual robots. Most media portrayals and movie portrayals have the AI embodied in a single physical object, but it's going to be, as people say now, in the cloud. It'll be a globally connected, essentially a single system, and it will have physical extensions that it can deploy whenever they're necessary, and they will have whatever physical characteristics are necessary, whether it's for operating inside a house or moving at high speed with wings or carrying enormous loads with wheels, and it will carry out essentially whatever tasks we know how to do, and perhaps even some that we don't. And so in a very conservative forecast of what we could do with this kind of technology, not inventing cures to new cures to diseases, or faster than light travel, or life extension, or these sort of other sci-fi things, but just things we already know how to do, but just doing them effectively, efficiently, and at almost zero cost. We could lift the living standards of everyone on Earth to a respectable level. At least, well, Ted Parson, the previous speaker, is probably going to disagree with that because we might not have the resources to do so. But let's say that we do this efficiently. It's about a 10-fold increase in the GDP of the world, which is about a $13.5 quadrillion net present value. So the cash equivalent of the increase in global income would be about $13.5 quadrillion. So that's a lot of money. And it makes the tens or hundreds of billions of dollars that we're investing absolutely negligible in comparison, right? We're not even, it's like spending a penny to buy a house. And if this technology becomes available, I think it would have some globally beneficial effects on the way we relate to each other, because there should at that point be no need for conflict over wealth, because everyone would simply be able to make more of it when they need it. Just as you can make more digital copies of a newspaper, and so we don't fight over who has more digital copies of the Financial Times, because if you want another one, you can just make another one. So I think we have to accept that AI systems are going to be more capable than humans in the future of making decisions in the real world, not just on the go board. But if we gradually relax through research advances, we relax the assumptions that may go easy, such as complete observability of the state of the world, completely predictable rules, discrete state, and so on. We can relax these technical assumptions by developing more powerful algorithms. And eventually we have systems that can outthink us in the real world. And what Turing is asking is, okay, if you do that, then you have systems that are more powerful than human beings, because our decision-making capacity is what gives us power over the world. So if you're making entities more powerful than ourselves, how are you going to retain power over them forever? And Turing obviously sees no answer to this question. And that's why he's resigned to a future in which machines take control. Now, it seems reasonable actually to ask, is there any way out, right? Short of banning AI altogether. And Turing actually went on to refer to Butler's book, Erewhon, in which they have banned machines for exactly this reason. And for those of you who've read Dune, you know that there was a Butlerian jihad, so that refers back to Butler. And this jihad was to destroy all machines. And they added another religious commandment saying, thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of man. So they don't have computers in Dune, because as soon as you start having computers, you start making them more intelligent and you go down the slippery slope and you almost lose control, as happened in Dune. So I actually think that it's not as bad as that. I think there is a way that we can avoid the fate that Turing is predicting by understanding where things are likely to go wrong. And one place, one source of the problem is in the standard model of AI, the one that I talked about earlier. And it's not just AI, right? This same approach where we design machines that optimize a fixed specified objective on our behalf. That's what happens in control theory, where you minimize a cost function. In statistics, you minimize a loss function. In operations research, you maximize a sum of rewards. In economics, you maximize GDP or utility or social welfare. So this is a pretty powerful and pretty widespread model for how to do things. But it's a mistake, because once we get outside the lab or narrowly constrained systems, we don't know how to specify objectives completely and correctly. So a simple example, the self-driving car companies right now are trying to figure out what the objective is that their car should be maximizing. And it's still subject to revision, and they're constantly finding places where they need to fix it up. And that's for a system that can only move a steering wheel and the gas pedal and the brake pedal, right? It doesn't have access to a keyboard or anything like that. And so it's very restricted. Now we've known this point about the difficulty of specifying objectives completely and correctly for thousands of years. And almost every culture has legends like this or myths like this, where here's King Midas, and King Midas specified the objective: everything I touch should turn to gold, and his objective was granted. The gods being the gods, they gave him exactly what he asked for. So there, the gods were playing the role of the AI system. And then, of course, his food and his drink and his family all turn to gold. And he dies in some versions in misery and starvation. In Goethe's story, The Sorcerer's Apprentice, right, the apprentice asks the brooms to fetch water, but he forgets to say how much water. And then, of course, the whole house fills up with water and the sorcerer has to intervene. And if you ever get one of these magic lamps where the genie grants you 3 wishes, in those stories, typically the third wish is, please undo the first 2 wishes because I made a mess of the universe. But what happens if we don't even get a second wish, right? So the literature on AI safety is full of examples of ways that things could go wrong. You want to restore carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere, and the system does so perfectly successfully in a way that wouldn't make Ted Parsons happy, because it reduces the level of oxygen in the atmosphere by 25%, and we all slowly die of asphyxiation, et cetera, right? Max Tegmark's book, Life 3.0, has a very nice, it's a prologue or preface, which describes at great length a process by which, with the cooperation of human beings, a super intelligent machine gradually takes over our entire planet. So if we follow the standard model of AI and we specify an incorrect objective, then we are actually kind of setting up a chess match between us and the machine, right? Because we've got us with our actual objectives, and then we've got a machine with a different objective. And if that machine is more powerful than us and it's pursuing this objective, which is misaligned, and it could be, we could think of it as one machine, or you could think of it as some globally distributed system that's set up to optimize a given objective. Then basically we don't want to be in that chess match. And I think it's actually starting to happen. One example is what's happening in social media, where the algorithms are set up with an objective, which is something like maximizing click-through or engagement or various other measures that appear to actually align the interests of the user, who wants interesting things to read and look at, and the company, who wants clicks, because clicks generate revenue. And so I think when this was designed initially, the idea was that the algorithms would learn what people want, what they're interested in, and we send it to them. And that sounds okay. And people started to talk about the filter bubble, that, of course, if it only sends things you're interested in, you stop learning about things that are outside your bubble, and perhaps your interests gradually narrow over time. But actually, this isn't what happens. When you ask a learning algorithm to maximize click-through, what it does is it comes up with ways to manipulate people through the sequence of content that it sends you, so that in future you are more predictable. Because the more predictable you are, the more it can maximize click-through. And so it doesn't want to leave you the way you are, where you're unpredictable and you have wide interests. It actually wants to change you into a more predictable and typically more extreme version of yourself in order to monetize you. And I think many people argue that this is one of the major ills affecting society today. And you can see that these are very simple algorithms having already a massive global effect because of the way they're deployed on billions of screens. If they were better algorithms, if they were actually able to think about your interests rather than just treat you as a clickstream, then they could do far more damage. And if you imagine that the AI system also gets better at generating content that is able to manipulate you, then the outcome could be far worse. And this is a general property of AI systems built in the standard model, that if they're pursuing an incorrectly defined objective, they will be better able to achieve it. They will be better able to mess with the parts of the world that are not mentioned in the objective in order to optimize the achievement of the objective and the probability of success. And they will be better able to prevent humans from interfering with that process. So it looks like this is a methodology where success means failure. And that's a good sign that the methodology is probably the wrong one. And I think the story, and this is sort of a very, very simple historical reconstruction of why we got into it, is because when we were setting up the field of AI in the 40s and 50s, it was natural to think, okay, what do we know about humans that makes them intelligent? What is our sort of scientific definition of intelligence in humans? And one version of it was the sort of psychological or cognitive science definition that just said, let's copy actual human cognitive processes. But the one that won out in the field of AI is let's build AI systems that are rational, because that's a scientifically definable or mathematically definable notion that we can actually constructively pursue. So we took that definition of intelligence in humans and we just copied it to machines. And I'm arguing that that was a mistake. So what should we do instead? Well, the problem with this definition is that we are not able to transfer our objectives correctly and completely into the machines. If we could, I wouldn't be too worried about this. But since we can't do it, then we're stuck with something else, right? We're stuck with making machines that are beneficial to the extent that their actions can be expected to achieve our objectives. And so our objectives are going to remain in us, but the machines have to be beneficial to us according to those objectives. And this is almost a truism that this is in fact the type of machine that we should build, right? It is rational for us to build machines of this type and not of the other type. And we can turn that simple idea into some principles, 3 principles, because it's, maybe it's Isaac Asimov's birthday or something, but the 3 principles are, first, that the machine's only objective is the satisfaction of human preferences. And I'm using preferences here in the same sense as von Neumann and Morgenstern, meaning you're ranking over all possible futures, or in fact, over lotteries over all possible futures, not just what kind of pizza you like, but your preferences about the entire future. But the second principle says that the machine does not know what those preferences are. And this uncertainty turns out to be crucial. The third principle provides a kind of a grounding for this whole notion of preferences that connects humans to machines. And how is the machine going to find out anything about what our preferences actually are? The answer is from human behavior, right? That is the primary source of evidence about human preferences. There could be other things, for example, direct fMRI measurements, and that way you could actually get preference information from locked-in patients, for example, which might be helpful. But in general, it's going to be from human behavior, or obviously the consequences of human behavior. So you can take those three principles, you can formulate them as in a mathematical framework, which we call assistance games. So it's a game because there are at least two decision-making entities, and economists call decision problems with more than one entity games. There's at least one human, at least one machine. It's an assistance game because the whole purpose of one of the entities, namely the machine, is to be of assistance to the other entity. These assistance games have a lot of interesting structure. I'm not going to go into any mathematical stuff here because of the nature of the event and the audience. I'm happy to do that in GatherTown afterwards. But when we solve these games, and we've actually solved a few of them, simple ones, but we can look at the solutions and understand the properties of the behavior that is exhibited by a machine that is solving this type of game. And we find that it will defer to the human. It has an incentive to ask permission before doing anything that would impinge on aspects of human preferences that it doesn't know. Right? So, for example, if it knows that we want to restore carbon dioxide levels to the proper amount, but it doesn't know how much oxygen we want in the atmosphere, and it comes up with a plan that changes the amount of oxygen, then it has an incentive to ask our preferences about oxygen levels. Okay, and it won't do anything before finding out enough about those preferences to be pretty sure or almost completely certain that its plan is something that's acceptable to humans or preferred by humans. And crucially, it allows itself to be switched off, which is not true of AI systems that are built in the standard model. So I'll talk about that in a minute. And as I mentioned, we can show that it's rational for humans to build machines that solve assistance games. If we were able to write down our preferences completely and correctly and put them in machines, it would be rational for us to build machines in the standard model. But we cannot, and it's not rational for us to build machines in the standard model. But I believe it is rational for us to build machines within this model. And in this model, it fixes what seems to be wrong with the standard model in the sense that as the AI system becomes more and more capable, it becomes better at learning about our preferences and better at satisfying our preferences. And so we get better outcomes. So let me just illustrate this off switch problem that I mentioned. Right, here's our robot. There's the off switch on the back. And this is the big, heavy robot. It's about 400 pounds. And that's why it has an off switch. And in the classical way, the standard model for AI, right, if you give it an objective like fetch the coffee, right, that becomes its life's mission, right? And it doesn't take a genius to figure out that you can't fetch the coffee if you're dead. And so the robot instantly, as a result of being given an objective that is not easy to achieve when dead, now has an incentive to preserve its own existence. So this is not built in. This is simply a consequence of being given the objective in the first place. And so since it wants to avoid death, one way to do that is to disable its off switch and possibly take other preemptive measures to stop any interference with this mission of fetching the coffee. So this is what we want to avoid, right? We want systems that do allow themselves to be switched off. So when the machine is uncertain about the objective, so it might know that I prefer to have some coffee now, but it may know very little actually about the rest of my preferences. So the thinking goes quite differently. The human might switch me off, but only if I'm doing something wrong, right? And the point here is the machine doesn't know what wrong means, right? So it doesn't know which of our preferences it might violate, but it doesn't want to violate any of them. And so it has an incentive to allow itself to be switched off in order to prevent preference violation, right? The first principle is basically telling it, the dual of the first principle is avoid preference violation, right? And so it has a quantitative incentive to allow itself to be switched off. And you can actually very simply prove this as a theorem by writing everything down in Greek. And then you get a theorem that the robot is provably beneficial and provably has a positive incentive to allow itself to be switched off as long as it remains uncertain about the human preference model. And when that uncertainty goes away, the incentive to allow itself to be switched off also goes away. So I promise not to go into a lot of math, but I want to just head off a lot of misunderstandings so we don't waste a lot of time in the Q&A. I'll ask some of these questions and then I'll answer them right now. So a common response I get is, well, who are you, you white, cisgender, Episcopalian, affluent Western male to determine the values that AI systems are going to be optimizing? Or, are you going to build in Christian values, or all kinds of variants of the same basic idea that we're building in a set of values into the machine for it to optimize? And the answer is no. We're not building in one set of values at all. In some sense, there's no set of values beyond that the machine is there to be of benefit to humans. And it will have potentially, if there are 8 billion people, 8 billion different preference models about what the future should be like. Another question is, won't the robot learn from bad humans to behave badly? And the answer is no. No more than a criminologist learns to be a criminal by observing criminals. So bad people, or people we think of as bad because they do actions that are harmful to others, they have their preferences. And the only exception to this rule is the pure sadist, right? The one who takes actions that cause harm to others simply in order to derive pleasure from the harm inflicted, right? Harming others in order to, obtain money, in order to, buy yourself a catamaran, right? That's a motivation, and one can separate out the positive preferences that the agent has, what they want in life, from the negative effects on others. And the AI system won't help the human inflict negative effects on others, because that's not what it does. But we do need to zero out the sadistic preferences of humans. And this is a long discussion in the theory of utilitarianism. And there seems to be a pretty good consensus that that's one way of treating it. In machine learning and reinforcement learning, there's a whole subfield called imitation learning, where humans do things and then machines try to copy them. It might be gymnastics or walking or anything like that. So some people get confused and think that, well, this, because I'm putting a machine and a human in the room together, and the human is going to be demonstrating something, the machine's going to copy it. No, not at all. It's not the same. And just to give you two examples, right? If the human in the room drinks coffee, right? I don't want the machine to drink coffee, right? That's not the goal here, right? In fact, what should happen is that the machine, at the appropriate time, fetches the human some coffee to drink, or help, brings it to them in bed in the morning, or whatever it might be. Similarly, if the human says, I would like a cup of coffee, right? We don't want the machine to say, I would like a cup of coffee, right? That's what imitation learning would do, and that's completely not what we're setting up here. So there is some, family resemblance to imitation learning, but it's actually a completely different problem. Some people argue that this approach can only work if people are doing just zillions of demonstrations all the time for everything that they ever want the machine to do. And the answer is no. In fact, they might not have to do any demonstrations at all. And part of Rohin's thesis was actually showing that you can learn a great deal about human preferences simply by observing the state of the world. And we call this, or I call it, the non-naturalistic non-fallacy, because the world is not sampled from a state of nature, right? The world is the result of the actions of billions of humans operating on their preferences. And so by looking at the world, we can learn a lot about what those preferences must have been for all those people to do all those things that resulted in the present state of the world. So you might not have to have any demonstrations. You can also read all the books that humans have ever written, watch all the movies, and learn tons and tons and tons of stuff. And babies do this all the time, right? I mean, each human has learned their own set of preferences from a relatively small amount of experience. And a lot of it, I think, is actually explaining why the other humans around them are doing the things that they're doing. Some people, mathematically oriented, think, well, okay, if there's uncertainty over the preferences, well, why don't you just, take expectations, integrate it out? And that's correct, actually, if it's not possible to obtain any further information about human preferences. And this is a result going back to the early 1970s, showing that, MDPs with uncertainty about the reward function can simply be converted into regular MDP by integrating out the uncertainty on the reward function. And then there's an extension of that where additional observations can tell you more about the reward function. And when that's the case, then you get a different policy, sort of obviously, right? So if preference information can flow at runtime from the human to the machine, then this idea of integrating out the uncertainty is not correct, right? The theorem fails, and the machine behaves in very, very different ways when it's possible to gain more information about preferences. So that's a no. And lastly, a lot of people think that assistance games are requiring the machine to learn about human preferences. Nothing in the formulation says that, right? And in fact, we can have machines that simply optimize a policy over time, right? So they're not learning anything about preferences, they're just tweaking a policy, gradually changing it over time, and we can show that in the limit of enough experience, that machine is doing exactly what it should do if it's going to be solving the assistance game. Okay, so it doesn't have to be explicitly learning preferences any more than something that, an agent that satisfies the von Neumann-Morgenstern axioms has to actually have a utility function, right? It doesn't, it just has to act as if it did. Okay, and there are all kinds of ways to do that. In fact, pretty much all of the methods we use in AI are based on doing von Neumann-Morgenstern implicitly. So the answer to that is no. There are lots of other questions that I don't really yet have answers to. And I'm just going to very quickly run over those. So first of all, the basic theory that I've outlined here initially talks about results obtained with one machine and one human. Obviously, there's more than one human. And the problem there is not that the humans have different preference models. That's fine. We'll just learn billions of preference models, just like Facebook does. The problem is mainly, how do you make trade-offs among the preferences of many different humans? I think most people in AI naturally gravitate to a utilitarian approach to this problem. And in the book Human Incompatible, I argue that, in fact, many of the objections to that approach don't really hold up. I'm not saying that there are no possible objections, but most of them seem to be quite manageable. But these are questions that moral philosophers and economists have worked on for hundreds or thousands of years. And there are still many open questions in formulating the basic theory. For example, how do you make decisions when the effects of your actions can change the number of people who exist? How do you make decisions on behalf of humans whose preferences change over time? right? These are fundamental philosophical questions that we don't have answers to, but need answers if we're going to flesh out this approach. We also have to be concerned about what happens when there are many machines doing this, particularly machines that are not all designed and implemented according to the same template, right? So in addition to humans functioning in the environment, there could be many other machines that are, even if we, pass a regulation saying, everyone has to be solving the assistance game, you'd still have the issue that there are lots of other machines that you didn't design. If we're not careful, they may have kind of strange synergetic feedback loops that cause things to get out of control in ways we don't yet understand. So that's a very important area. If we're going to actually have machines learn more about human preferences, they have to understand that humans are not rational. And therefore, in order to interpret our behavior as expressing or providing evidence about our underlying preferences, we have to know how that expression process works, because we need to invert it, or the machines need to invert it. So in a sense, our machines need to learn inverse psychology, if you like. And that's obviously a very complicated process. There are all kinds of reasons, myopia, emotions, plasticity that cause the expression of preferences in behavior to differ from perfect rationality. And then there are sort of the practical hard work that we need to do to make this actually be the field of AI in the future. If you look at the textbook on AI, every chapter begins by saying, okay, here's how we define such and such kind of problem, right? There's, for example, in the chapter on search, right? There's a goal and a cost function, right? And those are assumed to be given, right? That's sort of what we mean by defining a problem, right? In reinforcement learning, there's a reward function that has to be known for every transition that could possibly take place so that you can supply the reward signal to the learning agent. And so all of those areas of research have to be rebuilt. And it's not, we're not necessarily throwing away all the stuff we've done, because in fact, it's a special case, right? The case of certainty about the objective is a special case of uncertainty about the objective. We're simply saying, no, we need a much broader foundation. And we've only looked at one tiny corner. And the behaviors in that tiny corner are sometimes dangerous and undesirable, and also actually much less interesting, right? They're very single-minded. They don't have incentives to interact with a human, to learn from us, to ask permission. All those kinds of things are behaviors that can't be exhibited in the standard model, at least straightforwardly interpreted. And then we have to show that these methods can actually be successful in the real world. So we have to look at applications like self-driving cars or digital assistants and so on, so that people out there in industry have the confidence to say, okay, yes, we should build systems along these lines, and we should not be following the old approach. So to summarize, if we pursue the standard model to its logical conclusion, as Turing pointed out, we lose control over our own future. If we take this other branch, and I think it's very early to say exactly how things should go, but I'm pretty convinced that this other branch exists, and somewhere down there are solutions that are provably beneficial to humans, and those are the ones we should be doing. In fact, there's ample economic reason to do things this way. These are just better AI systems. And so I don't want people to go away thinking that this is a fight between, the AI ethics people and the AI people, right? That's not going to work, right? What's going to work is AI people understanding that this is just a better way of doing AI, right? Just as bridge builders have learned that, oh, this type of bridge falls down, this other type of bridge doesn't fall down. So this is a better type of bridge, and this is the one we should build, right? And that's a good bridge. That is good civil engineering. And we want this to be thought of as this is good AI. And the other way of doing it, well, that's lazy. We used to do that back in the 2020s, but we don't do that anymore because we know that it doesn't work, right? And that's the kind of mindset that has to happen. So there are other problems arising from AI, misuse, the Dr. Evil problem. So it's sort of cybercrime or cyber war on steroids, which is, and we're not doing particularly well with cybercrime and cyber war right now. So that's more of a societal policing problem. And then overuse, meaning that the human race becomes too dependent on the AI systems that we build. That if they are providing everything and running our civilization, we lose the incentive to know how to do any of those things. And we become dependent and enfeebled. And this is an undesirable future. And a well-designed AI system should actually say, no, we're not doing that stuff for you. You have to keep knowing how to do those things yourself and doing those things yourselves in order to maintain the vigor of your civilization. But we, being myopic humans, may not like that answer and may nonetheless fall into this trap. So there's a lot of work to do there, and that's a cultural and not so much a technical problem. Okay, we have a few minutes left for questions, and then we have time and gather. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Stuart. That was a great talk. I'm hoping everyone's going to keep in mind the distinction between the standard model and the new model. And thanks everyone who's watching for submitting such great questions. I have no delusions that we're going to get through all of them, but I will try to get through as many as we can. So yeah, so the first and most upvoted question that everyone had, Stuart, you can sort of see the philosophy and morality bet coming through. Oh, actually it has changed, never mind. The most upvoted question, doesn't beneficial AI as maximizing satisfied net human preferences run into the problem of incoherent or evil preferences? Shouldn't it instead seek moral realism and maximize moral goodness?
Interesting question. So incoherent preferences are preferences that can't be satisfied. So in the book, I have a simple example, right? So if there's 3 kinds of pizza, pineapple, sausage, and plain, and you prefer each one to the next. So I prefer pineapple to sausage, sausage to plain, and I prefer plain to pineapple, right? So now I have circular preferences. And whatever pizza the AI system gives me, I say, I don't like that one, I like the next one, right? And this just goes on forever, right? So there's nothing the AI system can do to make you happy. And so all forms of incoherent preference kind of boil down to this, that they can't be satisfied. But if I prefer all 3 of those pizzas to a dinner of licorice, then it's reasonable for the AI system to make me one of the pizzas, but it can't make me the perfect pizza because that doesn't mean anything for me if I'm incoherent about my pizza preferences. So that's one. The evil preferences, to some extent, evil is in the eye of the beholder. And the way that Hassani thinks about this, so Hassani is an economist who did the first axiomatic extension of von Neumann Morgenstern axioms to decision-making on behalf of many people. And he has a social aggregation theorem that under fairly mild assumptions that seem very reasonable, you can show that all Pareto optimal policies will optimize some linear combination of the preferences of the individuals. And then he argues that, by fairness or by symmetry, the linear combination should give equal weight to everyone's preferences. So the evil preferences would be the sadistic ones that I mentioned, where if you break down my preferences into preferences about my own well-being, sort of intrinsic well-being preferences, and preferences about the intrinsic well-being of others, if I have a negative weight for the well-being of others, then I am a sadist, right? Because that means I will give up some of my own well-being to hurt other people, right? And he asks, Harsanyi says, look, then that person is simply outside the social contract for which it makes sense to be making decisions on the behalf of those people. And there is no way I'm obliged to help you hurt someone else simply for your own gratification. And so you can zero out, right, at least in the simple mathematical decomposition, you can zero out the negatively altruistic preferences that people have. But I think this whole area of looking at how one's preferences are composed of intrinsic preferences about one's own well-being and preferences about the well-being of other people, I think it's underexplored, and it has significant implications for some of the moral objections to utilitarianism, which to me actually seem incoherent, right? So they seem to have the property that even if no individual in the population has any interest in the well-being of any of the other people, right? The moralist is still imposing some notion of equality that needs to be added to utilitarianism, even though none of the individuals care at all. But of course, if the individuals do care, then utilitarianism does impose, egalitarianism, right? And the optimal resource allocation under pure utilitarianism is completely egalitarian. So I think there's a lot of confusion going on here. As for whether we should simply implement moral goodness, well, I could argue that moral goodness means acting in the best interests of the human race, right? Which is, and you can argue about it, well, how exactly do you calculate that? But that's what I'm trying to implement through preference utilitarianism. And I'm not going to be in the business of saying, well, actually, my preferences, or I am righter about what the future should be like than other people, so I'm implementing my theory of moral goodness. And so this is preference utilitarianism, incorporates preference autonomy, that everyone is entitled to their own preferences. And it doesn't say that you should care about whether you have anything to eat, doesn't say you should care about how rich you are, doesn't say anything like that. It's what your preferences actually are. The big issue, the place where there's a hole in the theory, I think, is with preference plasticity. And it's not clear. I don't think you can prevent AI systems from modifying the preferences of humans, because almost any form of interaction potentially can modify human preferences, but we don't want the AI system to deliberately manipulate preferences to make them easier to satisfy. So that's an open problem. Good thesis topic. That was a long answer. Sorry, Rohin.
No worries. Do I think we can get through another question? I don't think that's likely. I will probably just close it at this point. So yeah, thanks again, Stuart, for this session. It's been pretty great. I expect the viewers have gotten a lot out of that. Viewers, as always, we invite all of you to use SwapCard to find fellow conference attendees who share your interests and set up meetings. Stuart will also be hanging around on GatherTown afterwards until about 4. So that's another 35 minutes, and we'll be answering follow-up questions. So I encourage you to join us for that. And if you need any assistance, you can visit the SARI help desk on SwapCard. And thank you everyone for coming.
Bye.
All right, hello, and welcome to Fireside Chat, the Perception of Risk. My name is Suzanne Van Arsdale, and I'm a postdoctoral research fellow at the Legal Priorities Project. There, I conduct legal research on governance of emerging biotechnology and approaches to biorisk. And I'm excited to introduce you to Paul Brest, who is a former dean and active professor emeritus at Stanford Law School. He's a co-author of Money Well Spent, A Strategic Guide to Smart Philanthropy, a co-author of Problem Solving, Decision Making, and Professional Judgment, and he's written numerous articles on constitutional law, philanthropy, and impact investing. His current courses include Problem Solving for Public Policy and Social Change, and Systems Thinking. Today, Paul will be discussing two topics. First, how to think rationally about and act on risks of harm, and second, subjective determinants of perceived risks. So, as in previous sessions, we invite you to use the live discussion board to talk and share resources during the session. And please use the questions tab to share any questions you have and upvote any questions you would like answered. And so the format of this session will be 2 short presentations with a brief Q&A after each. So make sure you share your questions as you think of them so we can get to them after each part. Paul will also be around after this session on GatherTown to continue the Q&A. And so without further ado, please welcome Paul Brest.
Well, thank you, and thanks, Suzanne, and welcome everybody else. Let me share my screen briefly. Oh, we have already. As Suzanne mentioned, we're going to divide our 25 minutes into 2 parts. One is how to think rationally about and act on risks of harm. And let me just start there. And I'm going to use mainly existential risks as my examples. So when you're pretty certain what the benefit is, for example, protecting a city against sea level rise, the fundamental way of thinking about it is benefit minus cost. That is, what's the benefit that you're going to get, in this case measured perhaps in lives and property, and what's the cost. And if the benefit exceeds the cost, then it's a go on that. What happens when you're thinking about probabilistic benefits? For example, you're advocating, as we did when I was at the Hewlett Foundation, supporting organizations advocating for a carbon tax, where the results are anything but certain. In that case, you discount the benefit by the likelihood of success. It could be, I think, in the case of that advocacy work, that you might estimate there's a 10% chance of succeeding. So no matter how great the benefit is, ex ante, you really can only expect 10%. Expect 10% of that. What about when the likelihood of benefits is simply uncertain or unknown? Uncertainty is a concept that the economist Frank Knight brought into the conversation. Risk means you know what it is. Uncertain means you just don't know what it is. You can't use the expected return approach because that requires knowing what the likelihood of success is. And many catastrophic risks or existential risks fit that. What's the likelihood of a meteor hitting or anything you do to mitigating, preventing a meteor from hitting? In the lower left-hand corner, I have an example. Richard Posner, the judge, was very concerned that super colliders would create a black hole that would envelop the universe. A low probability, perhaps almost 0 probability, but definitely a catastrophic or existential risk. We really don't have a way of dealing with that. Let me end this first part with a famous story by Blaise Pascal, the 17th century philosopher, who asked the question, should I believe in God? And his answer was yes, even though he thought there was a small likelihood of God existing, because if you don't believe in God and God exists, you are doomed to an eternity, a miserable eternity. So this is an example where what he thought was a low probability existential risk to himself was worth taking the action of believing in God. So I'm gonna stop there and turn it back to Suzanne, and hopefully some questions from you all.
Yeah, thank you, Paul, for sharing that. One question I have is, what approaches do exist, or how are people trying to make decisions under uncertainty now?
I think the best one can do is probably rank order some of the uncertainties. I mean, even that requires a degree of certainty in order to do. But you might say, for example, as almost all scientists have said, that the likelihood of a super collider creating a black hole is infinitesimal, whereas we know that climate change is a very high probability. You can rank things in between. And you also have to rank order the possibility of doing anything about it. You know, in the case of the super collider, you could just stop those experiments. In the case of a meteor, you would have to devote considerable resources to try to track and prevent a meteor from hitting the Earth. In the case of climate, we know exactly what to do. And while the costs are high, the costs are pretty predictable.
Right. And so what do you think are the challenges of using that approach? And do other organizations use other ways?
I think when you're dealing with existential risks, and I'll come back in the second part of our conversation, I'll come back to subjective risk perception and what the way organizations actually works. But I'm not sure that you can do better than kind of a rank ordering and then say, you know, what is it we are capable of doing? So you mentioned, Suzanne, your own organization. Some of the things you're working on, like biological or hazards, are risks which we at least know how to deal with. And one possibility, you know, there's the old adage that to a person with a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. Well, this is a case where maybe right. It may be that if you have a hammer, you can use it on those problems that look like nails.
Right. Is that also an argument to, you know, have more perspectives and diversity as you're considering these different risks and doing this kind of ranked order?
Perspective and diversity in what respects?
Perhaps in, you know, in technical backgrounds, or, you know, I don't know if there are areas where you think it would be most meaningful to have different perspectives.
I mean, it calls for making your best bets about both the risk and ways of dealing with it. And I think those both call for a fair amount of technological expertise. And in the case of how you're going to deal with it, probably political and social expertise as well. You know, almost all ways of dealing with these risks come down to policies. And that means that you have to kind of be pretty good at designing policies and then figuring out how you can get appropriate policy organizations like a legislature to adopt them.
Yeah, thank you.
If you think about it, yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, please.
I was going to say, you know, coming back to climate, you know, there was an attempt going back to the Copenhagen round of negotiations by foundations that were concerned about the existential risk of global warming to put together an agreement among countries in Copenhagen, and they used their expertise, but it wasn't enough to do that. So the expertise for doing that is quite different from the expertise of trying to prevent a meteor from hitting the Earth.
Right, of course. And I want to make sure we get to one or two of these audience questions. The top one right now, Jonathan Weiner and John Graham in 1995 wrote about risk-risk trade-offs, which involve not just a cost-benefit analysis for one risk, but two, and how those might interact. And so how might the perceptions of risk-risk trade-offs differ from comparing each risk independently?
So I don't know that literature in particular, but one way of thinking about it, and I'm not sure what the question has in mind, is if you just think about the resources a government has or the resources the world has, it can't deal with all of those. That's why I think you have to rank order them some. You have to choose some things, what to deal with.
Yeah, thank you. And then another person asks, isn't it the case that some probabilities, which initially seem impossible to evaluate, can, with extra effort and innovation, be estimated after all? For example, the probability of a devastating meteor impact.
You know, I think that it's a useful exercise to gain information to see if you can be clear about what the probability is, and that may be a place where you can. What you can do at least is narrow the range of probabilities, kind of the margin of error, and that may then help you assess whether that's a risk you can deal with or not.
Yeah, and then I just want to make sure we have time. Would you like to, or do you have any other thoughts on this, or should we move on to the next set of slides?
Let's move on. If there's more discussion after this, we can do it in whatever room follows this event.
Absolutely.
So let me share my slides again briefly. So I want to talk. We've been talking about how you can think rationally about risk, and I now want to turn to how people actually think about risk, which often deviates from rationality. And three points. One is people are unable to understand probabilities very well. Another is one's assessment, one's sense that something is risky is culturally determined to a large extent. And then finally, the availability heuristic. So this is a set of experiments, but this particular experiment on the screen gets at it. People were asked whether they could, what action they would take, in effect, how much they would pay to avoid the risks of a release of toxic gases, where the chances were 1 in 100,000, 1 in a million, and 1 in 10 million. When you have those low probabilities, people just can't distinguish among them. And so they were willing to take the same action for all of them. And that leads to a phenomenon I think Cass Sunstein called probability neglect. When the probability is very low, people think there's no risk at all. And when the probability is very high, they think it's not risky at all, it's just certain to happen. So that's one issue. Another, and this is work that comes out of Dan Kahan's lab at Yale, and it antecedes the current mask and vaccine issues. He learned that people's perception of risk has a lot to do with where they fall on a scale, where from left to right is individualism or communitarianism, and vertically from hierarchy to egalitarianism. So people who are hierarchical individualists aren't, they're not worried about environmental issues. They're not worried about nuclear warfare. They're really concerned about people taking their guns away. And if you look at the lower right-hand column, people who are in the egalitarian, communitarian domain have very different risks. And you can see that playing out to some extent. The politicization of responses to COVID go beyond this, but I think you can see these cultural worldviews playing a role. So that's the second point. And then finally, this, the availability heuristic is one of the many contributions that Danny Kahneman and Amos Tversky made to psychology. And it's that people's perception of risk is very much determined by how vivid and available to mind the risks are. So here's a very recent example, right? We all saw that J&J's vaccines were paused because there were, I think, 6 incidents of clotting. And so roughly the likelihood of somebody getting the vaccine getting a clot, if you look at the very bottom of the screen, is really infinitesimal, but it's a calculable probability. And then you compare it to other things. Let's, the annual risk of being killed in a motor vehicle crash is about 1 in 5,000. So you're much more likely to be killed driving your car than you are to be killed getting the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. But what happens is there are articles which we all saw, right? This 39-year-old Utah woman dies after getting the second dose of the vaccine, and that leads to vaccine hesitancy, because what's really available to you is not the 0.00086 likelihood that you're going to get a blood clot. What's available to you is the vivid story of the 39-year-old Utah woman. And even statisticians and decision scientists are prone to the availability heuristic in their daily life. And finally, I think the flip side of this is what might be called the non-availability heuristic. And I think most people's reaction to climate change, although it's changing, is that is, there is no one event as dramatic and as dramatically connected to climate change as the event of somebody getting a blood clot after a vaccine. So sea levels may rise in Miami, glaciers may melt, but in the absence of being able to in your mind attribute the events to climate change, it's the non-availability that makes people pretty slow to deal with climate change issues. Let me stop there.
Yeah, thank you. And so could you talk a bit more about what are the implications for these, I guess these different subjective factors in policymaking, both in influencing it and like how should policymaking proceed?
So, I mean, it's easier to describe the problem than the solution. But the problem is that, if you, let's say that we're talking about legislators, elected legislators. They are, any effort they make to deal with risk is going to call for an investment that will only pay off at some later point. In fact, one of the problems with dealing with catastrophic risks is if you succeed, it won't happen. So, what does success look like for a policymaker when something that people thought wasn't going to happen at all doesn't happen? And how does a policymaker, those of us who think about these risks, how do we get policymakers to move beyond the availability heuristic and actually think about what the dangers are and get their constituents to move beyond the availability heuristic? I think those are not social science challenges so much as they are political challenges.
Thank you. Yeah, one of the questions from our audience is that, we have the importance of the ability to convince policymakers to implement these impactful policies. And so do you think that at this point, organizations that are working on X risks should devote more time to communicating preventive strategies?
I think it's really important to learn how to communicate the risks and then to communicate, get behind strategies that are likely to work and communicate them. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think there are definitely organizations working on that. I'm not sure if Up and Glow is one of them, but I'll move on to, we have a few more audience questions here. Yeah, so how do you explain the non-availability heuristic for those who experience climate disaster but still deny climate change exists? For example, the Texas snowstorms and how many Texans reacted to this. I think this applies in a lot of other areas as well.
So, I mean, I think that really fits two of the points I made here. One is that there's no particular storm, however disastrous it is, can be linked to global warming in the way that a vaccine, at least in people's minds, is linked to or the harm from a vaccine. A clot is linked to a vaccine. Whether something's available or not is a matter of subjective perception. So one strategy for people who care, and let's just say focused on climate, is to try to make the link between disastrous storms and climate change. And maybe this is a case where the public is beginning to deal with it. But secondly, you have the political problem, or the ideological problem, that climate change probably fits, if you go back to Dan Kahan's framework, in the category where people who are, let's just use conservative and liberal as proxies for his more complicated analysis, a place where conservatives kind of say, bring it on, that's just not something that's a big deal for us. So I think of the various existential risks, the one that I think fits, to go back to the earlier part, the one that fits the category of we actually know what it is and we know how to deal with it, I think psychologically it may be the hardest one to get people to focus on.
Could you talk more about that? Like why you think that is?
I mean, think about a nuclear explosion or even a meteorite hit, which is certainly, both of those, certainly a meteorite hit is a much lower probability than climate change, which we know is happening. Meteorite hit is a dramatic moment. And you can have movies in which the meteorites hit. People read about what happened to the dinosaur, but it's a moment and it's very vivid. There have been a number of films to try to make climate change as vivid, but it doesn't have literally the impact of a meteorite hit.
Right, of course. And let's see. There's some other questions here. One is, what research is being done to identify the best strategies to improve people's perception of risk in the long run? Do you think maybe a critical thinking curriculum would help, or, how can we work on these, biases, I guess, or heuristics that we have?
I mean, I think that here is the bad news first, that most of the research on how to debias people suggests that it's very hard. So the course I have taught in the past on judgment and decision making is, of course, the initial goal of the course, I mean, I guess it remains a goal, is that if people understand some of these biases, they are less likely to exhibit them. The research actually suggests that to know about the bias isn't very helpful. And I mean, just think about that in any of our own lives. We know that the likelihood of dying from COVID vaccine is very low, but when our neighbor has died from it, or the newspaper just has that on the front page, it gets to us much more than pallid statistics do. So there's a lot of work to overcome. And I agree with your suggestion that education in how to think about risks and how to think about perceptions of risk could be helpful, but there's no silver bullet there.
Right. Yeah. Do you think that those kinds of curriculums or training could at least help us, I guess, create different tools or, checklists, processes that would help us, mitigate those heuristics?
I do. And if nothing else, they'll help people become better decision makers in the non-existential risk world.
Yeah, of course, it doesn't just apply here. Well, I want to make sure that we have enough time for the other session to join. So unless you had anything that you'd like to share quickly.
No, I think that's it. It's again, on the psychology of this, it's not a very happy story. And back to just the earlier point about ranking risks and risk-risk trade-offs, the risks that are most likely to get dealt with are the ones that are most psychologically available to people, not necessarily the ones where there's the greatest danger and the greatest possibility of doing something about it.
Right. Well, yeah, thank you so much, Paul, for your two very informative and interesting presentations and for your time with us today. We'll all be continuing this discussion on GatherTown. So if you'd like to join, I'll share a link in the chat. To find the Q&A, just find Paul in the participants list, click his name and click locate. And we hope you'll join us and enjoy the other talks and social events this weekend. Next up, Andy Weber will be discussing his vision on an end to biological threats, and Ajaya Katra will have a Q&A on topics including her work forecasting timelines for transformative AI. And as always, if you need any assistance, please visit the help desk on SwapCard. And thank you all for coming. And thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Hi, everyone. My name is Felipe, and welcome to Ending Biological Threats. I'm excited to introduce you to Andrew Weber. Weber has dedicated his professional life to countering nuclear, chemical, and biological threats and to strengthening global health security. Mr. Weber's 30 years of US government service included 5.5 years as President Obama's Assistant Secretary of Defense for nuclear, chemical, and biological defense programs. He was the driving force behind the Non-Lugar Cooperative Threat Reduction Program to remove weapons-grade uranium from Kazakhstan and Georgia, a nuclear-capable MiG-29 aircraft from Moldova, to reduce biological weapons threats and to destroy Libyan and Syrian chemical weapons stockpiles. In addition, he coordinated US leadership of the International Ebola Response for the Department of State. Today, Weber will be discussing his vision for bringing an end to biological threats. We invite you to use the Swapcard platform during the session. On the right-hand side, feel free to share your thoughts, and on the live discussion board, submit and upvote any questions for our speaker to answer at the end of the presentation. After the session, we invite you to use Swapcard to set up meetings with fellow conference attendees. Without further ado, welcome Andy Weber.
Thank you, Philippe. And thank you to the Stanford X-Risk Conference for letting me share my experiences with you today. I'm going to talk about biological threats, which for me are not a hypothetical or a theoretical risk. They're something that I really experienced firsthand, and it's palpable for me. It's like I tasted it. If you go to the next slide, I'll show you some examples of what I mean. Here I am standing in front of the world's largest anthrax factory in a remote location in what is now Kazakhstan, just over the Russian border. This building behind me is 2 football fields long, 7 stories high, and it was designed to produce, during a wartime mobilization period of about 8 months, 300 metric tons of anthrax. Of course, this really would be a planet-ending event, a species-ending event, if that much anthrax had been used in an attack on the United States and our allies. The next slide, please. Here is just one of 10 20,000 liter fermenters inside that building in the fermentation hall. Each one of them is 4 stories high, and the entire fermentation hall is at biosafety level 4, the highest biocontainment level. The workers wore spacesuits with breathable air hookups. And this facility, when I first visited, I led a small American team invited by President Nazarbayev on a secret visit in June of 1995. And it just could only be described as evil. The scale of this anthrax weapons factory was just unimaginable. We had learned about it from a defector in 1992, and here we were 3 years later, invited to go into the facility. It has now been safely destroyed in a joint project with the government of Kazakhstan. The United States Department of Defense provided technical support to safely destroy this facility through the Non-Lugar program. And if you were to go there today, you would just see a green field where that building once stood. Next slide, please. This looks like the surface of the moon. It sort of felt like being on the moon. This is that same visit, but in the middle of the Aral Sea was the Soviet Union's largest open-air biological weapons test range on an island called Vozrojdeniya, or Renaissance Rebirth Island. The Soviet military would release biological agents and have across a large grid mostly non-human primates. In a single test, they would have about 80 to 100 monkeys deployed across this 140 square kilometer grid. They would expose them to the biological weapons and then take them back to a high containment laboratory on the island, and where they would observe the onset of disease and really determine the effectiveness of their biological weapons. They tested things like variola virus that causes smallpox. Indeed, they caused an outbreak during one test because they exposed some fishermen who then brought it into the town of Aralsk. They tested plague, Venezuelan equinocephalitis, and other bacteria and viruses on this island. So they were quite serious about their biological weapons program. And this was all done in the 1980s and very early 1990s. The Russian military left in 1992. And it was all in violation of the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention. The United States, of course, ended its offensive biological weapons program by order of President Nixon in 1969. And we signed the Biological Weapons Convention, which went into force in 1975. And it was as the ink was drying that the Soviet Union was expanding massively its biological weapons program. Next slide, please. We became, in the mid-1990s, very concerned about bioterrorism, about non-state actors developing and launching attacks with biological weapons. The Aum Shinrikyo apocalyptic cult in Japan actually launched several attacks with anthrax, but they were not successful because the starter culture, the seed material, was not a virulent strain of Bacillus anthracis. But they are more widely known for their more successful attack with sarin chemical weapons gas on the Tokyo metro. This was in 1995. So we've been very concerned, especially after 9/11, about the possibility that non-state actors would use biological weapons. Primarily anthrax was our main concern because it's fairly easy to grow and to disseminate because of its spore-forming nature. Bill Gates gave a speech at Davos where he said that bioweapons could be even more deadly than nuclear weapons. So it's a mistake to think that these are potential, small scale weapons. They really do have tremendous potential to cause grave consequences. Next slide, please. We're also very, very worried about state biological weapons programs. They're fairly easy to hide, and North Korea has an advanced biological weapons program that gives me great concern because I think they're more likely to use biological weapons than they would be to use nuclear weapons. Biological weapons give them some plausible deniability, whereas a nuclear weapon would have a home address. So, they could launch an attack covertly with just one or two people, like they did with a chemical attack in Kuala Lumpur, which was when Kim Jong-un ordered the assassination of his half-brother, Kim Jong-nam. But they could do the same thing with biological weapons, releasing them virtually anywhere in the world, and perhaps even getting away with it. They could use an agent that is endemic in the region they're attacking, and it might be confused with a natural infectious disease outbreak. So this is something that we really need to be concerned about, and especially because any state government can develop advanced biological weapons, can use the tools that are now available with the revolution in biotechnology and bioengineering to enhance the virulence, the transmissibility, and other features to make natural pathogens into even more effective weapons. Next slide, please. So on a more hopeful note, through the Council on Strategic Risks, we launched an effort in 2019 that we call Making Biological Weapons Obsolete. Indeed, of the existential risks that we're talking about, this one is the most tractable. After all, they're nothing more than infectious disease. Although our response to the COVID outbreak shows that we're exposed to vulnerability and shows that the biological weapons can be very, very effective, even though this was a natural outbreak. Imagine if it were 30% mortality instead of 1 to 2% of the current outbreak. But by having a system of early warning, genomic surveillance, in-home testing, perhaps smartphone-based testing of healthy people day to day, we might be able to pick up early that novel biological agent or attack, whether it's natural or deliberate. And by having that early warning, we could perhaps nip it in the bud and prevent it from becoming an epidemic or from even becoming a pandemic. So with that early warning and rapid characterization, genetic sequencing, as we've seen some of these technologies, many of which came out of investments that the Department of Defense, the United States Department of Defense made. For example, DARPA was an early investor in mRNA vaccines for the very reason that with a bioengineered agent, you don't have a countermeasure for it in advance because you've never seen it. In a sense, SARS-CoV-2 is a novel virus that we didn't have any countermeasures available for. So you need that rapid reaction capability. And it was amazing how from January 10th or 11th, when China, a laboratory in China posted the genetic sequence, within weeks, we had prototype mRNA vaccines based on that sequence. So, this time it took 10 months, and a lot of that was because of the trials, and this was really the first time this vaccine technology had been deployed on a large scale in humans. Some of the therapeutics similarly were derived through sequencing, the neutralizing antibodies, for example. So if we can have that time compressed from 10 months to 30 days or even a week, from detection characterization to countermeasure, we can actually take bioweapons off the table. We can convince our adversaries that biological weapons won't be that effective because our defenses are that good. We can deter and dissuade our adversaries from even pursuing biological weapons. But we need to invest as a globe in better defenses. And the positive side is it's a dual benefit investment, because not only do we deter bioweapons attacks, but we can make sure that this will be the last pandemic, that epidemics don't have to happen. But we just haven't really invested in the public health infrastructure and the technologies to take this threat of natural and deliberate infectious disease off the table. So we're calling on the Biden administration to make exactly this the goal. And indeed, in his first national security directive, NSD number 1, President Biden calls for making the world safe and secure from biological threats, deliberate, natural, or accidental. And that is the right vision. And we think the technologies being developed today and accelerated during the last 12 months of this pandemic just are extraordinary. The tools that we now have available that we didn't have a year ago have demonstrated what we can do. So it's a hopeful objective, but we still have a long way to go to get there. And I'm calling for the US government to invest $20 billion a year, 10 billion through the Department of Defense Biodefense Program, which I oversaw when I was at the Pentagon, and 10 billion in the family of Health and Human Services agencies. And I think if we have that sustained investment of just $20 billion a year for the next 10 years, we really can take all biological threats off the table. Next slide, please. So I'll close with this picture of me as a young man. This was at a public health laboratory in Kiev, Ukraine, in the summer of 2005. And in my hand, in that small vial, is Bacillus anthracis, the causative agent of anthrax. And a concerned-looking junior senator from Illinois. And it was just in that kitchen refrigerator behind me at a public health laboratory. Anthrax is endemic in parts of Ukraine, and they had a collection of it in their freezers. That is what makes biological weapons so difficult to control, because it's accessible, and increasingly so as technologies get cheaper, faster, and bioengineering capabilities are more widely available as they're democratized. So in a sense, the threat is increasing over time, but we need to get ahead of it. So I'll leave you with one thought. The 9/11 Commission determined that that attack could have been prevented, but for a lack of imagination. So put yourself, thinking the day after a large-scale biological attack, what is it that we'll wish we had done to have prevented it? What could we have done faster, better, or what didn't we think of? And that's something that I hope that some of the participants in this conference will think about really devoting their lives to. Because what more noble cause can there be than making the world safer from these horrible threats? Thank you very much. I think you're muted, Philippe.
You're totally right. Thank you so much for that presentation. We have many questions from the audience, and I'll try to get to them all.
Great.
So first off, what strategies towards ending biological threats do you find counterproductive, if any?
Well, I'm not a big fan of gain-of-function research. I think it's too risky. At least we shouldn't be funding gain-of-function research in overseas academic laboratories like we had been doing before President Obama placed a moratorium on that type of research, which was lifted in 2017 by President Trump. I don't think we should be funding gain-of-function research, because it could lead to a terrible pandemic, and the benefits just don't outweigh the risks.
And what do you think are the major challenges to ending biological threats? What are like the bottlenecks and what's most needed in the area?
Well, what's most needed is a sustained public investment, government funding. I mean, these programs have chronically been underfunded, underinvested, and we lurch from sort of crisis to complacency. So we get some one-time funding during a crisis, and then we lose interest. It's hard for governments to focus on rare events, on preparing, and that's why I think the goal and this is why I believe it's very important that the Department of Defense be a key player in this. The goal really should be the mission should be to deter biological attacks and eliminate natural biological threats.
And you mentioned the Biological Weapons and Toxins Convention in your talk. Do you think strengthening it would be an impactful or tractable method?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's in effect. We have to strengthen it. We have to be creative. Unfortunately, not every country in the world is even a member of it. We need to encourage, every country in the world to join the Biological Weapons Convention. And then we need some form of inspection capability, investigative capability to enforce it. We have a very successful chemical weapons convention that has a regime of inspections and enforcement and monitoring. And we're pretty far along the way of eliminating chemical weapons, but we haven't done as well in enforcing the Biological Weapons Convention. So I think that's part of it. And then we have to expose countries that have covert biological weapons programs. We need to use sunlight as the best disinfectant. It's harder in today's world to keep these things secret. I mean, the Soviet Union was very successful. Our intelligence community missed this massive large-scale biological weapons program that employed over 50,000 people at multiple facilities. But today, we should be able to uncover covert illegal biological weapons programs and then pressure countries, make it harder for them to pursue biological weapons because they are so horrific.
You've mentioned the risk from state groups and also from terrorists. Is there one particular group you're most concerned about?
Well, I'm most concerned. I mean, there are a few that I could name, but you know who they are. But what I'm most concerned about is the microbiologist who becomes a terrorist, who has the skills already. And when you think about a group like ISIS that has tens of thousands of people involved and sympathizers, you might get a skilled microbiologist who self-radicalizes and just on his own or in a small group launches an attack. So it's that lone wolf, the small group, very small footprint, but somebody who has the skills is what I worry about. I worry less about terrorists, developing biological weapons on their own, but they need to find people, and they actively recruit. I mean, they put out the ISIS quote was from their public-facing internet magazine. They put out a call for brothers with degrees in chemistry and microbiology to develop weapons of mass destruction.
That's pretty scary. Do you have a sense for why state groups chose to develop weapons programs? For example, the Soviet Union, if it already had nuclear weapons, why do states choose to develop them?
It's really unimaginable. I think they expanded it because they knew the United States had ended its program, so they saw an advantage there. But they had biological weapons programs aimed at human populations, aimed at livestock, and even aimed at our crops. And I visited many of the facilities throughout the Soviet Union that worked on these anti-crop and anti-livestock programs too. So it took on a twisted logic of its own, and it grew to a scale that was just, unbelievable.
All right, that looks like that's all the time we have. Thank you so much, Andrew Weber, for a wonderful session and for your time with us today. As always, we invite everyone attending, of course, to use Swapcard to find fellow conference attendees who share your interest and set up meetings. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks, everybody.
Hello, everyone. I am Beth, and welcome to the Q&A with Ajaya Kotra. Ajaya is a senior research analyst at the Open Philanthropy Project. She's worked on various different things, including forecasting AI timelines and very broad estimates of impact of funding different areas and how to implement worldview diversification. She joined Open Philanthropy in 2016, and her background before that was a degree in computer science. Without further ado, welcome, Ajaya.
Thanks, Beth. Good to be here.
Yeah, so as a first question, maybe you could describe just like very broadly what you've been working on recently, and like maybe how the kind of AI timelines forecasting impacts like OpenPhil's decisions and like influences what they do.
Yeah, so late last year in September or so, I published a draft report for a model on when we might get what we call transformative AI, which in the report I kind of operationalized this, or the broad definition is AI that causes a transition as dramatic as the Industrial Revolution. And the way I operationalize this in the report is it causes at least 10x speed up in the growth rate of the whole world economy that's sustained. And so I was trying to forecast when we might get AI that might do that, and published a sort of framework that is essentially asking the question, like, when might we be able to afford to train a machine learning model that is as powerful as the human brain? So I was drawing on work that my colleague Joe Carl-Smith did, thinking about how can you think about how computationally powerful the human brain is. And since then, I've been doing projects that are kind of like building off of that or going on tangents from that in various ways. So one thing I've been thinking about is just kind of drawing on how the previous project involved learning a bunch about machine learning, neural networks, et cetera. I'm now thinking about like, what do we hope, what kinds of alignment research do we hope people do on these state-of-the-art neural networks that maybe, you know, isn't being done as much as it could be. So like 2 months ago, I wrote a post on the alignment forum and Less Wrong about that. And now I'm kind of thinking more broadly about like, what are the types of work we'd like to see funded? And then I'm also trying, but not particularly succeeding yet, in trying to benchmark the value of the last dollar within the AI cause area. So the idea is that if we're funding something today, what that's trading off against is the last thing we could have funded. So if we spend $1 million extra dollars this year, then that's $1 million we couldn't spend on like whatever our sort of least favorite thing turns out to be. So trying to estimate what that least favorite thing is might give us a sense of like what our bar should be for grant making. So I've been like poking around at different angles on that. It's so far seemed kind of elusive, but I kind of occasionally keep coming back to that to try and think about what another good angle might be.
What are some plausible ways that OpenPhil would spend like a very large amount of money on AI? Like, what are you thinking or think that might take up a big chunk of the money?
Yeah, so if the field, so one reason that I wrote the blog post I mentioned earlier on aligning narrowly superhuman models, the concept there is basically take a model that exists today, like GPT-3, that seems to have the potential to do some helpful task, like, you know, give you medical advice or write really good stories. But it isn't quite doing that task because what it's trying to do is just predict what people would say on the internet. But in some sense, it has the skills necessary to do that task if it sort of turned its attention to doing it. And then find ways to kind of cheaply fine tune the model using feedback from humans, most likely, to be able to do those tasks. So one thing that I find intriguing about that, I go into the reasons why I think this would reduce X risk. But it also feels pretty scalable to me in that the kind of
models will grow in their richness and in the number of different tasks they could theoretically do. And aligning it is a reasonable amount of work. And you could have more and more projects in this vein going forward. So that's like a thing you could spend a chunk of money on. Other things you might end up spending money on, depending on how alignment shakes out in terms of how expensive it is. I think like a thing that OpenPhil might end up spending money on is subsidizing alignment. So if various companies would have otherwise trained an AI system in a sort of less safe but cheaper way, paying for them to, directly paying for the extra expenses of training it in a more safe way might be another option.
Is that, do you think that's more likely to look like, you know, sort of funding an alternative project to the mainstream ones that's, you know, like would not be competitive without your kind of extra investment? Or would that be more sort of like going to an existing player and being like, look, we'll give you this money if you do this thing?
It could be a mix. My personal guess is that it would be something that more goes through existing players. Another way I've thought about how it might play out is that we might have organizations that are selling alignment as a service to various labs. So it'd be like, we will take your model, or, you know, we don't necessarily need access to its weights, depending again on what the alignment algorithm turns out to be. If there's like an algorithm that you can implement with humans, where like all the work is really kind of arranging the humans in the right way to get the right reward signal out, then you might offer as a service aligning other labs' models with just a fine-tuning API. So that might be a way it plays out as well. That's kind of like a third option to those two. But I imagine that like the sort of existing big players are not going to go away, and it will be like relatively tough to compete with them. And also there are just like risks to starting and boosting competitors. So I kind of lean toward either kind of alignment as a service orgs or incentives for existing organizations. But, you know, it kind of depends on how it plays out.
Yeah. I'm interested if there are other broad sort of like types of alignment research you think sort of we're missing or could be scaled up more, apart from the sort of like, you know, practice doing the task of alignment in a narrower case.
Yeah, very recently I've been thinking about whether there are good ways to make either demonstrations or measurements, if that's possible, of particular failure modes we think will crop up later. So, you know, I'd be very excited, and I don't know how feasible this is, so it's not something that I'm necessarily gonna like want to go out and tell people to do if it turns out not to be feasible, but something I'd be excited to see are sort of clearer demonstrations of inner optimization, inner alignment failures, like bad things happening as a result of alignment failures of various kinds in existing state-of-the-art systems, because I suspect there's kind of a lot there that hasn't been cataloged. So kind of red teaming GPT-3 or red teaming products that are built off of fine-tuning GPT-3, finding inputs on which they behave badly in ways that could be like explained by inner or outer misalignment, and kind of finding systematic ways to get them to behave badly and documenting that and analyzing why that happens. Seems like pretty exciting.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, that is also something I've been thinking about recently. It seems like yeah, or at least certainly the just like showing that some system is doing something that's like somewhat undesirable or just like kind of underperforming that has an alignment explanation seems pretty straightforward. I'm like finding examples of like inner alignment failure feels a lot harder to me. I don't know if you have like ideas about how.
I think I would guess that you couldn't just like, you know, look at GPT-3 and be like, oh, it answers this question in this weird way, that's an inner alignment failure. But I think you might be able to kind of explicitly attempt to elicit treacherous behavior in certain settings and within certain tasks. So like, I don't know how feasible this is right now, but stuff like, you know, training a system to play some game or get some high reward, but like kind of giving it the opportunity, but not necessarily like obvious kind of reward for something that's like cheating, like hacking. You know, we have models that can write code. So it would be cool to demonstrate even existing relatively small in the scheme of things models doing like code injection attacks or something like that. So you'd need to really like, I think the reason this is hard, and I haven't really thought hard enough about it, is like, how do you create a situation encouraging it to cheat or do some kind of inner optimize-y thing or do something that feels treacherous without that kind of invalidating the realism of the example, or making it seem like you just forced it to happen and so of course it happened. But I think there might be some middle ground there that could be explored. And I think, you know, there are toy demonstrations of this that I'm not totally sure what to make of and not totally sure are that compelling, where, you know, there's this DeepMind paper where like the reward signal.
The Gridwell's paper, or you think of something else?
Yeah, I think I was thinking of something where it's like the reward is described by moving around some boxes in the environment. Like the way you tell the model that it did a good job. Like you wanted to pick up a cup or something. The way you tell it did a good job was you arrange the boxes in like the good way. And then like the agents learn to arrange the boxes themselves rather than doing the thing that you wanted them to do. And then that I think has like, I think it's cool, but it would be nice to go like one step more in a less forced direction, because I think an easy response to that is like, well, like you really set it up to basically force that to happen.
Right. Yeah. So someone asked in the chat, out of the AI research OpenPhil will ever fund, how much do you expect to be done by people primarily motivated by X risk reduction versus people motivated by, for example, building AI the right way?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. So far in our funding, it's been a mix, and it's definitely not been like super heavily weighted in one direction or another. Like we fund MIRI, which is wholly X risk motivated, but we also fund various academics who are interested in the X risk stuff and also interested in various other near-term problems and have like kind of inherent intellectual interest in the problems. So I'm not sure. I'd guess going forward, it'll continue to be more of a mix. A thing I hope we can do is kind of better delineate like specific problems that are concrete enough for anyone to understand what we mean, which we feel are like directly connected to X risk. Because there's more opportunity to scale research if you don't have to have everyone doing it. Be doing it for the exact same reason as you. But I think that's like kind of tough, and that's something that I'm like thinking about, is that actually feasible?
Okay, yeah. So one of the other questions that's got a lot of votes is, what is the most surprising to outsiders difficulty that OpenPhil faces in deciding how to issue AI research grants?
I don't know how surprising various difficulties would be to outsiders. I mean, I don't think this is particularly surprising, but I think a thing we're struggling with is just like, how do you evaluate the papers that come out of these grants? Like, you know, what do we get a panel of people who like we think have good thoughts about X risk, like say these papers are good and these papers are less good, like what risks of echo chambers does that create? But then on the other hand, if we lean on more broad-based measures of academic success, like citation count or prestige or all these things, like how much does that risk kind of pushing the research in a less relevant direction? So I feel like striking that balance, like getting evaluations going of any of the work we fund, the MIRI work, the academic work, and some of our other grantees like OTT, I think is an ongoing challenge. And like kind of trying to thread that needle of like, what are the aspects of work that we are in a position to be opinionated about? Like, what are we experts on versus what are the people we fund experts on? And there's a lot of disagreement about, like, you know, is X the kind of opinion where we should expect that we know better than our grantees? Or is it a kind of matter of technical research taste where we should expect our grantees know better than us? Or is it somewhere in the middle? And kind of hashing that out.
Cool. So someone else asks, how optimistic do you feel about achieving successful alignment overall, and how tractable are current methods?
Yeah, I mean, I have a pretty wide range on this. Like, I think it's pretty plausible that something that is at a high level, like relatively obvious, like, you know, train your models with human feedback, like give them broad information about society, you know, train models to help your human feedback givers have better judgment, and so on. Like that cluster of things. I think the like sort of rolled forward evolution of that has a like pretty good chance of just working. It also has a pretty good chance of not working, and kind of overall risk estimates are really sensitive to complicated beliefs about like what the optimization landscape, like what the space of models we're searching over looks like, that I don't feel very confident in, and don't believe that like, you know, anyone has like good, strong information about. So, you know, like I would say conditional on transformative AI in the next couple of decades, risk is like high, but less than 50%, because I have like maybe a 50% chance that like the thing I just said with like human feedback works out without anything particularly special. And then some additional probability on that, that like we need something special and we get it because there are people working on it. So maybe I'm at like 20% risk, 25% risk.
Interesting. Yeah. I'd like to ask actually, what sort of like beliefs or claims are sort of floating around in the community, or, you know, like have been espoused by EA people about AI that you think are like wrong, or like we, you know, sort of things that were previously said that we now realize are mistaken or something?
I think I'd like to frame it as like my sort of disagreements I suspect I have with people, rather than things that I feel like have been overturned or like found out to be wrong. I think a thing that motivated me to write the blog post I did was that I felt that EAs who kind of weren't working on AI alignment within industry, but cared about AI alignment and were working on it in theory and stuff, kind of didn't appreciate that there was work, like actually like, you know, Paul's paper that I talk about a lot, the summarizing from human feedback. I had the sense that a lot of people, including myself at first, were just like, why is that alignment work exactly? Or like, there's this like kind of space of things that I think are actually very good for alignment, that are like easy to mistake for capabilities work. And I kind of wanted to better delineate why I thought there was like a space of stuff that like was commercially incentivized, but like actually insufficiently commercially incentivized, where there was like this delta where people focused on X risk could get into that space, that I think people weren't quite seeing, who were kind of outside of these scaling labs. So that's something that I think, that's probably the biggest thing that pops to mind. And I'm not really sure if there are others. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested whether you think there's a sort of efficient market in alignment relevant capabilities research. Like, are the existing players actually doing as much of this type of research as would be sort of rational, or are they doing like more or less of it?
I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion on whether they're doing as much as would be rational from a purely commercial perspective. I think I have the opinion that like there's some amount of it that's incentivized from a purely commercial perspective, and then there's like even more of it that you should be doing if you care about X risk. So I don't think that like there's an efficient market in the sense that like they'll just kind of automatically do the amount that is optimal if you care about X risk. I don't know if there's an efficient market in the sense that they'll automatically do the amount that would be optimal from a commercial perspective. I think like I generally lean toward like pretty efficient markets on the time scale of years. But I think it might be being underdone like right this second. And I think that might be a bonus in the sense that like to the extent that EAs who are motivated by X risk want to kind of pioneer this type of work, they might get recognition from a kind of broad base of people who care about it for a number of different reasons.
So someone else asks, with respect to your work on timelines, what do you feel are the most valuable, tractable seeming open questions for further research?
Yeah, so I have in my report on the final part, I have a list of open questions. The most tractable ones in my mind are getting good hardware forecasts that have uncertainty, where my forecasts are like sort of both pretty crude in that they're just like drawing these trend lines and are point estimates. And similarly getting good willingness to pay forecasts that have uncertainty in them. I think both of those are really high up there in terms of like changing the estimate and being quite tractable and concrete, especially the hardware one. And then I think like a notch less tractable, but potentially still tractable, is gathering more data on algorithmic progress. Like in terms of like how quickly does it actually progress? Like can we do more papers like Danny Hernandez's AI and efficiency paper or Katja Grace's like algorithmic progress in 6 domains that's kind of more updated, and then also have kind of uncertainty there in terms of what is the probability per year that we make a bigger leap than the kind of incremental progress that is modeled in the report. So yeah, I'd say all three of those are really high, and hardware is the single highest.
Oh yeah. So on the theme of papers and intellectual, algorithmic or intellectual progress, Steinfeld asked, why do you think there were fewer technical AI safety papers in 2020?
I don't know, I wasn't aware that there were fewer technical AI safety papers. Depending on the size of the change, I assume it's like noise or something, I don't know.
Seems like a reasonable answer. Yeah. I was also not aware of this, although I guess some reflection seems right. I don't know how much it's just also people not doing.
It's also
like
possible. Yeah, it's possible that some of it reflects people like doing like longer term projects that take longer.
Right. Yeah. And also, I guess maybe just there being some push away from
like wholly private work or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got 2 minutes, I guess.
Oh yeah. Maybe for the last minute and a half or something, do you have any sort of tips for thinking about these, kind of very difficult questions about timelines or worldview or, big difficult questions?
I mean, I got a lot out of trying to be really hardcore outside view about forecasts for when I would be done. So like I tracked a bunch of statistics while I was writing the report in terms of like how many hours did it take for me to write a page, and like how many pages were typical sections and stuff. And I like, basically repeatedly made forecasts about when I would be done with things, and then like repeatedly failed, and then just like tried to go back and figure out why that was. And I learned some things from that, which is mainly that like when I think something will be quick and and it turns out to take a lot longer, it's because I write more than I thought I would, not because I took longer to say the thing. So I think like trying to really put a lot of effort into boiling things down and like really watching page count and like trying to keep it down is helpful, which I did not succeed that well at during this project, but I think like carried forward as a lesson during future projects.
Yeah, cool. All right. Thanks very much. I think Ajay won't be around in the Gathertown, but you can go and chat to other attendees there and else watch the other talks that are coming on. All right. Thanks again.
Thanks
Ajay.
so much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, my name is Michael, and welcome to our session on the climatic and humanitarian impacts of nuclear war. I'm excited to introduce Dr. Alan Robach. Dr. Alan Robach is a distinguished professor of climate science in the Department of Environmental Sciences at Rutgers University. Professor Robach has published more than 400 articles on his research in climate change, including more than 260 peer-reviewed papers. He serves as associate editor of Reviews of Geophysics, the most highly cited journal in the earth sciences. His honors include being a fellow of the American Geophysical Union, the American Meteorological Society, and the American Association for the Advancement of Science, and a recipient of the AMS Jules Charney Award. Professor Robach was a lead author of the most recent fifth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2007. Today, Dr. Robach will be discussing how nuclear war might lead to a nuclear winter and global famine. As with previous sessions, we invite you to use the swap card platform. On the right-hand side panel, please feel free to share your thoughts on the live discussion board. And in the questions panel, please leave and upvote any questions for Dr. Robach to answer at the end of the presentation. After the session, we invite you to use swap cards to set up meetings with your fellow conference attendees. Dr. Robach will also be continuing his Q&A on Gather for about 30 minutes after the session. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Alan Robach.
Thank you very much for inviting me to make this presentation. If you could show my slides and let me know if you can see them. I'm from, yes? Are they there?
We have your slides.
Okay, great. I'm from Rutgers University, which is a state university of New Jersey. It's older than the United States. I just wanted to first of all, acknowledge that Henry Rutgers, after whom Rutgers was named, owned slaves, as did many of the early presidents of Rutgers College, and slave labor built our campus. The land on which Rutgers sits was stolen from the Lenni Lenape natives. Rutgers is a land grant school. What that means is New Jersey was able to sell land taken from Western Native Americans for the benefit of Rutgers. And so we just want to acknowledge that we understand this past history and are trying to consider it and improve things. So I started working on this topic in the 1980s, and these are me with some of the other old guys who worked with me at the last American Geophysical Union meeting in December. It's Rich Turco, Brian Toon, and Tom Ackerman, who wrote the first paper on nuclear winter, and Georgy Stanchikov, who wrote the first paper, the first Russian paper on nuclear winter. But we have a big project funded by the Open Philanthropy Project, and we're working with a lot of younger people too, including Cheryl Harrison and Nikki Lewandowski, who are oceanographers, Lily Shah, who's working on crop modeling, Julie Lundquist, who's working on urban fires, Mike Mills and Chuck Bardeen and Josh Koop, who are working on climate modeling, and Jonas Jagermeyer, who's a crop modeler. Here's the story. Here's our beautiful planet, but after a nuclear war, it might look like this, with a cloud of smoke covering the Earth, starting in the Northern Hemisphere and covering the whole world. If there was enough smoke, it would block out the sun, and it would become cold and dry and dark at the Earth's surface. It would also destroy ozone, and so there'd be more ultraviolet radiation eventually. And this would cause crops to die and global famine. The amount of climate change would depend on the amount of smoke. A war between the US and Russia, even today, could produce nuclear winter with temperatures below freezing and basically global famine. Here's a history of the number of nuclear warheads on the planet that have been deployed. And you can see that during the nuclear arms race, it was going up and up. Then the arms race ended, and the number's been going down ever since then. And so there are 9 countries with nuclear weapons. This just shows the US and Russia, the other set, who have more than 90% of all the weapons. Why did the nuclear arms race end? Well, Paul Crutzen and John Birx wrote a paper in 1982 pointing out that there would be a lot of smoke from nuclear war and it could cause climate change. Then the next year, a Russian group, Alexander F. and Stanchikov, and an American group, Turco, Toon, Ackerman, Pollack, and Sagan, showed that the temperatures would get below freezing and there would be nuclear winter. And the next year, a couple other American groups, including me, did further model calculations supporting the nuclear winter result. And then the arms race ended. Now, there are other theories about why this happened. One of them is that the Soviet Union ended, but the Soviet Union didn't end until 5 years later. So that was long after the arms race had ended. And I also wanted to point out that the number today is not zero. There's still about 10,000 deployed nuclear weapons. How do I convince you that our science informed policy? Well, the two people that made this decision were Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev. And Reagan, in a New York Times interview, said a great many reputable scientists are telling us that such a war could end up in no victory for anyone because we wipe out the earth as we know it. If you think back to natural calamities back in the last century, in the 1800s, volcanoes, we saw the weather so change. There was snow in July in many temperate countries, and they call it the year in which there was no summer. Now, if one volcano can do that, what are we talking about with the whole nuclear exchange, a nuclear winter? Gorbachev, in another interview, said models made by Russian and American scientists showed that a nuclear war would result in a nuclear winter that would be extremely destructive to all life on Earth. The knowledge of that was a great stimulus to us, to people of honor and morality, to act in that situation. And Gorbachev and Reagan almost agreed to completely end nuclear weapons, but they didn't. But the arms race was over. They saw how crazy it was, and the numbers started to go down. That was a long time ago. Why am I even talking about it now? So I want to ask two questions. Although the Cold War and the arms race are over, could the remaining nuclear weapons still produce nuclear winter? And as I mentioned, there's 7 other countries with nuclear weapons now. What about if a much smaller number of weapons were used in a regional nuclear conflict? And the answers are, yes, we can still produce nuclear winter, and it'll last for many years. And if there was a much smaller amount, it wouldn't be nuclear winter, that is, the temperatures wouldn't get below freezing in the summer, but the direct effects would be horrific, and you could still have severe impacts on global agriculture and food for a decade. So during the first nuclear war, the United States dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima. It had the explosive power of 15 kilotons, 15,000 tons of TNT, and it killed about 150,000 people. That's 1% of a megaton. And our current arsenal is still so powerful that if you divided it up into 15 kiloton weapons and started dropping one every 2 hours for 75 years, starting after the Hiroshima explosion, we still wouldn't use up our current arsenal. This is the airplane that did it, the Enola Gay, and this is a mock-up of the bomb, the uranium bomb that they dropped. That's me back when I had hair and it was black. This is at the Air and Space Museum. And this is the mushroom cloud by the bomb. And 3 hours later, there was a pyrocumulonimbus, a cloud of smoke from the fires that were started. And it was the fires that were very destructive and pumped smoke up into the atmosphere. This is a drawing done by one of the survivors of Hiroshima, remembering the fires. This is another one showing a streetcar burning on a bridge just under where they dropped the bomb. And here's another one from the Hiroshima Museum showing a department store on fire. This is what Hiroshima looked like afterwards. All the buildings burned and went up in smoke. And it's the smoke and the climate change from the smoke far away from the direct effects that I want to talk about. 3 days later, we dropped a bomb called Fat Man. It was a plutonium bomb. This is a model of it in the Nagasaki Museum, and this is what the mushroom cloud looked like over Nagasaki, about a 20 kiloton bomb, and this is what Nagasaki looked like. So it's not only nuclear weapons, atomic bombs that can cause cities to burn. In 1906, not far from where a lot of you at Stanford are right now, there was an earthquake, and it caused a fire in San Francisco. Jack London, the famous author, wrote an article in Collier's about it. Within an hour after the earthquake shock, the smoke of San Francisco's burning was a lurid tower visible 100 miles away. And for 3 days and nights, this lurid tower swayed in the sky, reddening the sun, darkening the day, and filling the land with smoke. I watched the vast conflagration from out in the bay. It was dead calm, not a flicker of wind stirred. Yet from every side, wind was pouring in upon the doomed city. East, west, north, and south, strong winds were blowing upon the doomed city. The heated air rising made an enormous suck. Thus did the fire of itself build its own colossal chimney through the atmosphere. And this is what San Francisco looked like afterwards. So there are 13,000 nuclear weapons on the planet today. This is a picture done by the Nagasaki University. And this wedge is the US, this wedge is Russia, and these are the other 7 countries. let me blow this up for you. The US and Russia each have about 6,000 weapons, and all the other countries have a couple hundred, although the UK has just announced plans to add a little bit to their arsenal. And so some of them are on at sea, on submarines, some are on land, some are on airplanes. So recently, in the last 15 years, we were looking at what would happen if say, some of these new countries like India and Pakistan had a nuclear war. After all, along the Kashmiri border, there are always skirmishes there. And this is a picture from the space station of the border between India and Pakistan. And all these lights here are big cities, huge cities. And some of them you never even heard about, with 4 million cities, Faisalabad. Yet, if they burn, they would produce large amounts of smoke. So we asked the question, what if India and Pakistan had a nuclear war? Imagine a skirmish in Kashmir, and then due to poor communication, misunderstanding, panic, and fear, a nuclear war started. And when we did this 15 years ago, each one had about 100 nuclear weapons, and we thought the easiest one for them to make would be a Hiroshima size. So what would happen if each one used half their arsenal? So there were 15 kiloton Hiroshima-sized bombs put on India and put on Pakistan. What would be the climate impact? And so this is a little movie I made of where the smoke would go. And on the left, we live in the troposphere down here. This black line is the tropopause, and the smoke would be heated by the sun, lofted up into the stratosphere where there's no rain to wash it out, and lasts for years and blown around the world. And this would cause climate change. If you plot the global warming we all know and love here, and this is the instant climate change you would get from this. Temperatures would plummet by more than 1 degree Celsius, a couple degrees Fahrenheit, and it would be climate change unprecedented in recorded human history, colder than the Little Ice Age. And so what would that mean? Well, a couple other groups with different climate models did the same calculation, 5 million tons of smoke, and they got the same effect. And Mike Mills had better graphics, so let me show you his movie. This is the smoke, the troposphere, and this is March, so in a random year, and so the northern hemisphere has sunlight, and it's heating the smoke, lifting it up to the stratopause. And then as the year goes on, the sun moves over to the southern hemisphere, and the smoke goes there. And this is a logarithmic scale, so there's almost no smoke at all going down here. It will last for the folding time is 7 years, for a long time. But it's much worse than that. This is a Trident submarine. The US has 14 of them, and each one has about 100 nuclear weapons, and they're 100 or 500 kilotons, not 15. So each one is 1,000 Hiroshimas. And that's about half of our arsenal. So we have about 25,000 Hiroshimas, and Russia has the same, so that's 50,000 Hiroshimas, not 100 Hiroshimas. What would happen if there was a war between the US and Russia? And that could happen by mistake, by a crazy person, by computer failure, by panic. So we did a climate model simulation of 50 or 150 million tons of smoke, which would be produced by this. And what could produce 150 million tons of smoke? Well, that was the standard scenario of 30 years ago. But even using a third of the arsenals from 30 years ago, there was 9 weapons for every potential target. So even today, we could produce that much smoke. And here's a movie of the smoke. It's much thicker, and again, it would cover the world and last for years. And so let's take this is a year later, the temperature change. So these temperatures are 20, 30 degrees Celsius, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, colder than normal in the summer. Let's take a place in the Ukraine where the Russian wheat belt, and look at how the temperature would change. So this is 2 years, and the black line is this minimum temperature at that point, and in this without nuclear war, and it would get up to 20, 25 degrees Celsius, 70, 80 degrees Fahrenheit in the summertime, but go below freezing in the winter. But if you put the smoke in here, temperatures rapidly get below freezing and stay below freezing for at least 2 years. And so clearly there'd be no agriculture there or in any place in the middle latitudes where we grow our food, and the world would starve to death. If I plot this now on the observed temperature change. Now I've got to change the scale, and temperatures for 50 or 150 million tons of smoke would get several degrees colder. And just to remind you, during the last ice age, when there were mile-thick ice sheets covering North America, the global average temperature was about -5°C, colder than today. So this was be at instant ice age temperatures. How would this affect agriculture? Well, we've been doing some calculations, and clearly it would be dark, it would be colder, so the plants would grow more slowly, the frost-free growing season would be shorter, it would take longer for times to reach maturation, and there might be cold spells like there were in the year without a summer after the Tambora eruption that Reagan mentioned, where crops were killed in the summertime in New England, and less rain. And we've done calculations of all these effects, which I'll show you a couple calculations, but there's a lot of other things we haven't really been able to study yet. We're working on it. Toxic chemicals, no other plants to plant, no fuel, water, pesticides, distribution system, and ultraviolet radiation. So we looked at India-Pakistan conflicts nowadays, and before we did 5 million tons of smoke, but now we think with their larger arsenals and larger weapons, they could have maybe 27 million tons of smoke. So the temperature over land would get 6 degrees colder, not 2 degrees colder. And so really the effects could be much larger than what I showed you already. And we've looked at crop models, and this is, for example, for corn. This is how the corn would change in the years after a 5 teragram, 5 million ton nuclear war in different places. Russia would have a 50% reduction of their production. Globally, it would be a 13% reduction for the first 5 years. But if they had more smoke, say 16 million tons, it would be a 34% reduction. And we've done this for the other major crops, soy, wheat, and rice, and for different scenarios. And it would be a catastrophic impact on agriculture for the world, using less than 1% of the current global arsenal on the other side of the world. What about, can you go fishing? So this is the ocean before, but afterwards, the ocean temperatures would change, the oceanic food chain would collapse, and there'd be storms along the coast because the temperature would cool more over the land and over the ocean. So that, and we've done calculations of how much fish there would be, and that really wouldn't solve the problem. We can't test this theory, obviously, in the real world, but we look at analogs, things that can inform us about it. And so the seasonal cycle, it gets cold in the winter. Why? There's less sunlight, the days are shorter. It gets cold at night. I've already showed you that cities can burn from so-called conventional bombs in World War II, firestorms, but also from nuclear bombs. And then what about the smoke and dust? Well, volcanic eruptions show us that particles can cover the whole world and cause cooling. It happens on Mars. The asteroid impact killed the dinosaurs. We have forest fires, Saharan dust. All these analogs help support this theory. And the same models we use to calculate the climate response, we use them on these things. For example, there were huge forest fires in Canada 3 years ago, and Australia a year ago, and they pumped smoke up into the stratosphere. Then the sun heated it and it rose up farther up in the stratosphere and lasts for a long time. And so our models simulate that. And for much more smoke from these fires, it would cause the same, gives us more confidence. So the conclusions, a nuclear war between any nuclear states using much less than 1% of the current arsenal would produce climate change unprecedented in human history. Such a small nuclear war would reduce food production by 10 to 40% for a decade. Nuclear winter theory is correct. The current arsenal can still produce nuclear winter, producing global famine. Nuclear winter could kill most of humanity. In a US-Russia nuclear war, more people could die in India or China than in the US or Russia, even if no bombs are dropped there. It will last for more than a decade. So there are some treaties that were signed to try and solve this problem. The Obama and Medvedev signed the New START Treaty and a bunch of other treaties. And this was just extended by Joe Biden to 2026. It limits the US and Russia to about 1,400 weapons each, but 1,550 weapons each. But that's still enough to produce nuclear winter. So the problem hasn't been solved. There have been treaties about where nuclear weapons can be. And so this is a map of the world. Everything blue has no nuclear weapons. There's none in the Southern Hemisphere. There's 1 country in the Western Hemisphere, 2 in Europe, and 6 in Asia that have nuclear weapons. the Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons was put through the UN by the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons in 2017. It just came into force in January, but the nuclear nations are trying to ignore it. We wrote a paper showing that if you say, I want my weapons for deterrence, really it's self-assured destruction, not mutual assured destruction. Because if one country attacks another one in a deterrent strike, and they don't even retaliate, everybody in the first country dies from the climate response. So if you say, I'm using my nuclear weapons for deterrence, you're acting like a suicide bomber. It's completely crazy. And nuclear weapons don't deter conventional attacks or cyber warfare or terrorists. All these examples of nuclear nations were attacked, even though they had nuclear weapons, it didn't deter that. So and there've been many incidences where we almost had a nuclear war. So what can we do? We could take the US land-based missiles off hair trigger alert, which are very unstable. We could give up the sole presidential authority to launch nuclear weapons. We could change our policy to no first use, and we could stand down our land-based missiles. So ICANN got the Nobel Peace Prize in 2017 for its work to draw attention to catastrophic humanitarian consequences, including our work, and to push through the treaty. And when Beatrice Finn accepted it, she said, the story of nuclear weapons will have an ending. It's up to us what the ending will be. Will it be the end of nuclear weapons, or will it be the end of us? One of these things will happen. The only rational course of action is to cease living under the conditions where our mutual destruction is only one impulsive tantrum away. So nuclear weapons can be used if they exist. A nuclear war could start tomorrow by accident, hackers, computer failure, bad sensors, or unstable leaders. Nuclear arsenals do not deter attacks from non-nuclear states, terrorists, or pandemics. The only way deterrence would work between nuclear states is if states believed other states were willing to kill themselves by using their weapons, and if there was no unintended use, and if deterrence lasted forever. The only way really to prevent a global catastrophe is to get rid of the nuclear weapons. So Carl Sagan, who was one of the people that worked on nuclear winter, said, for myself, I would far rather have a world in which the climatic catastrophe cannot happen, independent of the vicissitudes of leaders, institutions, and machines. This seems to me elementary planetary hygiene as well as elementary patriotism. And I agree. Elementary planetary hygiene demands we eliminate nuclear weapons much faster than the current pace. So I hope we learn from this that our planet ends up looking beautiful like this for a long time to come. And if you want more information, you can go to my website where we have all our papers and much more information, this PowerPoint, and lots of stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan. I would like to start with one question, which is how much consensus is there about the climate models that you're using for nuclear winter scenarios? And how much should we be worried about within model uncertainty versus uncertainty about the models themselves?
We used a state-of-the-art model from 15 years ago to calculate nuclear winter, a NASA model. And then recently we used one from the National Center for Atmospheric Research, much more sophisticated, much higher resolution, and got exactly the same answer. And so nobody doubts that if you put that much smoke in the atmosphere, it would cause that much climate change. The real uncertainty is how much smoke would you get for a given scenario. We don't know how nuclear war would be fought. We don't know what the targets would be. That's secret. So we calculate how much climate change you would get from different amounts of smoke. And we know certainly there are scenarios where you could get that much smoke into the atmosphere.
Great. On one of your slides, I think on discussing agriculture, I think you mentioned that there would be no fuel or less fuel. One attendee was curious why that would be the case.
Well, how would you get fuel to the farms? How would you get the machinery to the farms? How would you get current technology working? You'd have to go out and farm by hand. You couldn't continue modern farming with the. Where would you get your gasoline for your tractors and parts for your tractors? The idea is that society would be so disrupted, as was discussed by Joan this morning, not just the direct effects of the war, but complete collapse of international trade.
Makes sense. Another question is, what do you think the chances are that nuclear war poses a truly existential threat to humanity?
I should mention that that's what this conference is about. We can't think of any scenarios where it would kill all human beings. There would be some that would be lucky enough living at coastlines, maybe in the southern hemisphere, maybe in New Zealand, where there wouldn't be as much climate change because you'd be surrounded by an ocean and there'd be a lot of sheep and fish, and maybe so probably people are very clever. There might be people that would be lucky enough and smart enough to figure out how to live, but it would be back to a caveman type existence. It wouldn't be a modern existence, but probably there've been super volcanic eruptions since there have been humans, like the Toba eruption in 74,000 years ago. And some people think that most humans died and we're all sort of descended, it was a genetic bottleneck, and we're all descended from the few people that were lucky enough and smart enough to survive. And then we're all cousins starting then. But so we don't think that it would kill all, it's hard to imagine a scenario where it would kill everybody.
Cool. All right. Well, I think that's all the time we have for today, but thank you so much, Dr. Robach, for a great talk. Dr. Robach will be continuing his Q&A on GatherTown. There will be a link in the chat soon. Other than that, please use the swap card platform to reach out to your fellow attendees.
Sure, I'll talk to you then.
Thank you, Dr. Robach.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kuhan,
Hi.
and I'll be emceeing our final session for today with Julia Novi-Hildesli. So Julia Novi-Hildesli is Professor of the Practice and Executive Director of Stanford's Change Leadership for Sustainability program, which includes a Sustainability Science and Practice interdisciplinary master's degree. Her research and teaching focus on business strategies, leadership approaches, and cross-sector partnerships that spur global development and align systems with the goal of intergenerational well-being. With over 20 years of experience leading nonprofit and philanthropic organizations, Julia is recognized for her innovative leadership in designing and scaling entrepreneurial solutions to global challenges that integrate economic, social, and environmental objectives. A Fulbright and Marshall Scholar, Julia Novi speaks French, Spanish, and Kiswahili, and has lived and worked extensively in developing countries for agencies. Today, Julia will discuss how Stanford's sustainability program works toward preparing leaders to advance sustainability. So without further ado, welcome, Julia.
Thank you, Kuhan. Thanks so much. And thank you everyone who's making time to join today. Happy Saturday. And Nick, if you could go ahead and cue up the slides, that would be great. Looking forward to talking with all of you about this idea of a new leader, someone who can help us accelerate the transition to sustainability. Next slide. Just to give you a brief overview, the next slide, please. We will be briefly talking about the existential risk we face with our current strategy for economic development, the radical change we need, the role of these new leaders in action, and a few concluding thoughts. So next slide. What you can see from this next slide is that the approach that we've used for quite some time since the Industrial Revolution is one that is dependent on heavy extraction of natural resources to fuel our economic development. And we've certainly made a lot of progress in terms of life expectancy around the world, decreases in child mortality and maternal health, improvements, et cetera, through this strategy, but we still have 2.5 billion people who are not yet in the middle class, and continuing with this development strategy would really actually require, according to a recent study by Accenture, 3 planet Earth's worth of natural resources. So clearly we can't continue on this trajectory and meet the needs of people. Next slide. In addition, if you look here at some work by the Stockholm Resilience Center, but also corroborated by the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, many studies by the National Academies of Sciences, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, we are going beyond planetary boundaries. We are beyond the safe operating space on a number of fronts. Here with the Stockholm Resilience Center work, you see in terms of climate change, biodiversity loss, nitrogen flows into oceans and streams, really exceeding the natural systems of the earth and what they can sustain. Other boundaries we are approaching as well. So in this sense, we are facing existential risk because of the development strategy we've chosen to pursue. Next slide. As we pursue this, we've also, we face a lot of disparities. There are over 1 billion people who remain illiterate, who do not have access to adequate shelter, access to safe water, sanitation, electricity, and many who are undernourished. And as we see in the United States and all around the world, there are huge disparities in wealth within countries and also beyond. So all of this is to say that radical change is needed. If we go to the next slide. We are really thinking about what kind of systems change do we need to make to pull back from the existential threat we face and to transition to what we call a sustainable society. Next slide. So really, when we think about this transition, we can think of it as massive and radical systems change. So rapid change and large scale change, moving from our current systems, what you see there at the bottom of the diagram, current reality, these systems that are generating perverse outcomes that are potentially self-terminating, to a vision of what we want, which as we call it at Stanford in our sustainability program, intergenerational well-being, a concept of inclusive intergenerational well-being, which is about the well-being of all people, and not just the privileged few, and not just this generation, but across generations. And of course, that includes the living planet, which completely sustains us. Next slide. So as we think about driving this dramatic systems change, we need to think about where can we intervene. And system scientist Donella Meadows is famous for thinking about all of the different places we can intervene in systems to drive dramatic change. And what she has identified in her work is that mindset is the highest point of leverage to intervene in any system. So hence the importance of the new leader. So if we go to the next slide, let's talk a little about sort of who these new leaders are that we believe can potentially pull us back from this existential threat we face due to our current development path, and allow us to shift to radically accelerate the transition to a more this bit. We see that one attribute of the new leader, please click Nick, are resilience mindsets. Okay, so they are distinguished as individuals by bringing resilience mindsets to the transformation. Combine this, we do the next click, with a very powerful purpose. And that really is the purpose of intergenerational well-being, as I described. So they are committed to this purpose of intergenerational well-being. And through that, if we click again, we can see that that is their strategy for driving transformation, right? So they combine the resilience mindsets they bring with this dedicated purpose to advance intergenerational well-being, and the transformations they pursue because of these mindsets are highly integrated, holistic approaches to advancing sustainability. We go to the next slide. I just want to share a little bit, if we click one more time, about my journey, kind of thinking about leadership and change makers in the world who are working on sustainability, working to advance sustainability. I began with research on integrated conservation and development projects, spent a year living in my tent actually in the rainforest of Madagascar, looking at sustainable economic alternatives to slash and burn agriculture. You can see here, this is one of the most biologically important places on Earth, which has been now designated a national park. At the time I was working there in the early 90s, there was intention to create a national park, but a recognition of many, many communities who lived in that area. And so there was a need to integrate this goal of conservation with also sustainable livelihoods and the development of the people who live there. So that is one lens through which I've seen sustainability leadership take place. We go to the next click. Another area that I worked extensively in is market-based strategies or solutions to environmental challenges. And this was through my work with the Marine Stewardship Council, a partnership between World Wildlife Fund and Unilever, and in particular working with community-based fisheries and indigenous communities who had artisanal fisheries around the world who were trying to benefit from this opportunity to use a global standard and a certification approach to eco-label or identify their products as being sustainably sourced and therefore gain market access, perhaps preferential pricing. Leaders take is using the market to radically shift behavior in greater alignment with sustainability. Third on this slide is another avenue of exploration. For 10 years, I worked as the executive director of the Lemelson Foundation, and there worked to support $100 million of investment in innovators and entrepreneurs in Africa, Asia, and Latin America who are working on designing and scaling innovations to meet the needs and advance sustainability for people who are earning less than $5 a day. And so through these experiences over the past 30 years, and also with a look at resilience and the kind of orientations that give rise to resilience by looking across disciplines, including ecology and psychology, military strategy and neuroscience. If we go to the next slide, what I came to conclude is that three mindsets seem to be very present in these effective sustainability leaders, who I'm calling the new leaders, the leaders who are capable of leading this dramatic transition that we need from our current operating systems to ones that align with this goal of intergenerational well-being. And those orientations in brief are connect, a mindset of connecting, a mindset of adapting, and a mindset of innovating. So let's start with connect mindset first. This is really about, well, leaders do it kind of an inside out approach from the self out to the broader system. So the connect mindset is first connecting with oneself, being an authentic leader, knowing who you are, what motivates you, and therefore being able to connect effectively with others because of your authenticity, and having empathy and the capacity for vulnerability so that trust can be formed, relationships can be built, and partnerships can be developed. The Connect mindset also spans to the broader world, seeing the interdependence of our world, the interdependence of people with one another, as we've seen so much through COVID, how interdependent we all are, and also the interdependence of people in the natural world. So that, in sum, is the Connect mindset. The Adapt mindset, also very prevalent in new leaders, is a mindset of openness, a mindset of, as we learn, as we start seeing these systems connections and connecting with diverse people, we have an mindedness to say, we've got to upgrade our orientation. We've got to upgrade to keep orienting based on a deeper understanding of reality. And what we see with the new leaders is their Adapt mindset, which kind of follows this Connect mindset, allows them to recognize the importance of aligning our strategies for development with a much more holistic and integrated approach because of the recognition of how interdependent and interconnected we are with one another and with natural systems. Finally, the Innovate mindset is essential. And this is really when we see new leaders designing new strategies, models, approaches, businesses, products, advance intergenerational well-being, and that derive from a deep understanding of interconnectedness and, as I said, to align with this goal of intergenerational well-being. You'll notice in the center of this diagram also is the word purpose, and that is really to emphasize that new leaders, they use these resilience mindsets, but in service of this higher purpose, the self-transcendent purpose of intergenerational well-being. Okay, if we go to the next slide, this is back to the systems change diagram we saw earlier. So this is kind of the space that new leaders are operating in, and they recognize that these systems that we're working to change are very complex, highly interdependent, dynamic systems. And so if we click here, you can see the new leader stepping into this space with the mindsets of connecting, adapting, and innovating, and with the approaches, if we click again, that are holistic and integrated. So the new leader steps into this systems world that's highly dynamic, complex, uncertain. They bring these resilience mindsets with this clear purpose of advancing intergenerational well-being, and therefore the kinds of approaches and models that they invent and innovate are holistic and integrated, because those are the kinds of models that work in an interdependent system, right? We have kind of traditionally pursued approaches that optimize one thing at the expense of something else, or benefit one group at the expense of another, or maximize profit, but there's social and environmental costs. New leaders, because they see things as fully connected, do not innovate approaches that don't make sense for the whole. Okay, so let's move on, and I'd like to just tell some stories about new leaders and give you a sense of how they are putting these resilience mindsets combined with their clear purpose of sustainability together to drive transformational change. And I guess I want to start first with a story about a failure, a failed attempt to drive positive change. Great intentions, but a failed attempt that I was first exposed to when I was actually a senior at Stanford. I did a minor in African studies, and that's me in the top left corner. I lived with a family in Tanzania my senior year and was studying Kiswahili. And as part of my work in Tanzania, I was studying over there. If you look at the other three photographs, I lived in a community for a period of time, and I got to know this community quite well. And one thing that happened is a very well-meaning NGO had come in with a smokeless cook stove that they thought would be of huge benefit to this community. What they had witnessed is that women and children who were often in the huts, like you can see in the top right there, were cooking inside on an open fire, and there was a lot of smoke in those huts, and they were worried about indoor air pollution and the respiratory illness for the families, particularly women and children. They also noticed that women were walking up to 10 miles per day to collect firewood from the Usambara Mountains to bring back. That was not only arduous, but also was leading to real deforestation and soil erosion problems in the region. So the smokeless cook stove seemed to make a lot of sense. However, it did not work. It was completely rejected by the community. And I had enough relationship with the women in particular and the community overall to learn after this NGO left and after this that women actually and families wanted some smoke in their huts because that smoke kept mosquitoes at bay. And they were more concerned about sudden or more imminent death from malaria than longer-term respiratory illness. In addition, while it was definitely arduous to go and collect fuel wood, women appreciated that time when they were totally alone with one another to strategize and discuss problems they were having with their families, how they might organize to address those challenges, and they did not want to give up that time. There were other reasons as well, including insecurity about how this sawdust, which was going to fuel the cook stove, would be provided, and whether that was about changing from cooking on an open flame, the corn that they like to cook that way, to switching cooking. The line is particularly the foundational mindset of the connect mindset, to truly connect, build trust. Of priorities and of why things are currently the way they are. So if we go to the next slide, sort of want to contrast this with other organizations I've had a chance to work with and new leaders that I've had a chance to observe who truly are applying these resilience mindsets with a clear sense of purpose to amazing woman who founded the Self-Employed Women's Association in India, which now has over 1.6 million members. It's the largest self-employed association in the world. And she first connected with women, understanding that 94% of women in India at the time were self-employed. So they were outside of the formal economy, did not have any support. And what she did was she adapted some of these labor associations that she had been involved with that were Gandhian labor associations for textile work, the rights of textile workers to the needs of women. Because what she saw is even with those textile associations that were so well designed, women were not truly served. Their needs were not truly being addressed. And so she created the Self-Employed Women's Association based on really first connecting with this challenge that women were facing, adapting a model that was already present, and then innovating a range of approaches that really serve the needs of women, including developing for this association ways for women to meet together, support one another, help each other pay back loans. They innovated a bank that served these women in particular, created business development services to increase the business development capacities of these independent entrepreneurs, and a number of other services. They also partnered with an organization that I got to know quite well at the Lemelson Foundation, because we invested in this company, both with grants and loans and equity investments. The organization is called Selco, the Solar Electric Light Company in India. And Harish Hande, pictured there at the bottom left, is another amazing new leader who, let's see, I'm getting a message from the organizer here. Okay, would you like me to turn off my video?
Yeah, I think that would be good.
Okay. Is that helpful? Okay. So anyway, so Harish spent a lot of time connecting with rural communities in India to try to understand their energy needs. And one of the things he discovered is that that communities were highly dependent on kerosene and were not getting the kind of electricity services that they actually needed. And so he spent quite a bit of time understanding this need, understanding the kind of products that might be helpful. And then he adapted traditional solar technology designed for kind of larger scale to meet the needs of much more rural homes and smaller scale needs, which you can see here pictured on the right. But in addition to kind of adapting the technology, he really innovated an entire business model around design and delivery of this particular technology. So for example, he partnered with Sewa, and a number of the female entrepreneurs of Sewa began to sell or lease the solar lighting systems that Harish had innovated, because their 1.6 million members needed access to clean, reliable electricity and wanted to get off their dependence on kerosene. Another just brief story of very creative innovation that was derived from really connecting with people is he asked people, you know, how much do you think you could pay for this system if you were to lease it? You know, do you think you could pay maybe 300 rupees a month or something? Would that work? And I said, oh no, we could not do that. You know, maybe we could pay 10 rupees a day. And then he kind of thought, well, that's actually about the same, but clearly it's because people don't want to have to save. I mean, he found out by asking that didn't want to have to save the money, but having regular collection. So he designed tools that would allow groups of women and other money and pay on a daily basis for the service rather than to have to save it. He also did very innovative things in terms of working with bank loan officers to convince them that these individuals were bankable, that they would increase productivity and incomes as a result of having access to reliable electricity, and bought down the cost of loans initially in order to get the banks to lend money to entrepreneurs who wanted to buy these solar lighting systems. And then once it was proven, the banks could take it further. So let's go to the next slide. I want to talk a little bit about Sustainable Harvest, which is a benefit corporation. Again, the founder, Dave Griswold, pictured in the top right there, very much a new leader, built his whole organizational model on a relationship coffee model. So really based on this mindset of connecting. He wanted to connect the entire supply chain of the coffee industry so that there would be much more transparency, so that growers and farmers would really know how to improve the quality of their coffee to secure better prices, and how to access global markets in a way that would be fair and equitable to them. So he designed this relationship coffee model, required that there was total transparency in the supply chain. Everyone at every step would know exactly the price that everyone else was getting. And he also, as a new leader does, recognize that integrating financial, social, and environmental outcomes and values was very important. And so he plowed a lot of the company's profits back into farmer training to improve the capacity of farmers to grow higher quality coffee through better composting and picking techniques and drying techniques, and also in terms of learning to taste their own coffee and learn what premium coffee tasted like, and how to kind of gradually know how to talk directly with importers about the quality of their coffee and secure much better prices than they could through middlemen. He also innovated a number of strategies like the Let's Talk Coffee event, pictured there in the bottom right, where the entire coffee supply chain would be brought together. Farmers, but also bankers, roasters, retailers, exporters, importers, all coming together to really understand holistically the coffee supply chain and the challenges faced by any particular member in that supply chain. Also information on investments that needed to be made for farmers to help them along, or issues with global pricing and price shocks and what was happening there. So a real opportunity to share information across the supply chain. And I just want to mention briefly on the bottom left, you can see Sustainable Harvest is a certified benefit corporation. This is a manifestation of a new way of doing business that integrates social, economic, and environmental outcomes, that says all stakeholders, not just shareholders, are important when we think about business. And there is now legislation that allows companies to be certified as benefit corporations, or B corporations rather. And there are now over 3,000 B corporations in the world in 60 countries. And this is an example of how we can actually shift the kind of premise upon which we do business to align with the goals of sustainability. Next slide. Just briefly, I want to mention Unilever, which is a Dutch transnational corporation that has done this at a transnational corporation scale. Paul Pullman, pictured there, has been a very powerful advocate for the need of business to really think broadly about the stakeholders it touches and far beyond the shareholders. One of his famous quotes is that he says, I don't think our fiduciary duty is to put shareholders first. I say the opposite. What we firmly believe is that if we focus our company on improving the lives of the world's citizens, and come up with genuine, sustainable solutions, we are more in sync with consumers and society, and ultimately, this will result in good shareholder returns. And so under his leadership, Unilever established a sustainable living plan, aligned the entire organization behind that plan, and tied compensation to targets of achieving progress on that plan, got rid of shareholder quarterly reports because he said that really drove them to short-termism when long-term focus was necessary. And the logos on the top left and top right illustrate also something really critical that a number of new leaders do, which is thinking about scale and how to leverage large-scale partnerships to drive sector-wide change or systems-level change. And so on the left there, the Marine Stewardship Council, the certification effort I mentioned earlier, that was a partnership between Unilever and World Wildlife Fund, a really important partnership that helped create a global market-based approach to improving the sustainability of fisheries through a certification process. And on the right there, an effort to bring together competitors, governments, nonprofit organizations, and others to say, we have got to stop cutting down the rainforests of Indonesia and elsewhere to produce palm oil plantations to create palm oil for our consumer goods. We need to think about ways of eliminating deforestation from the supply chain of palm oil, and we need to gather diverse actors in doing so. So I'll just briefly, because I think we're running low on time and I want to create time for a couple of questions, just mention the circular economy as one strategy pursued by new leaders in terms of thinking, okay, we've got to move to making our economy work a bit more like natural systems, where any waste generated is actually nutrients in the system that can be taken up, recycled, and reused to drive the system. And so there are a number of new leaders, such as Bridget Croak on the left and Eben Baer on the right, who have done just tremendous work innovating products and also ecosystem support services to help us move from a very linear kind of take, make, waste economic model for production and manufacturing to one of circularity. So let me stop there and just see if there are any questions from the audience, and look forward to hearing thoughts and reactions. So thank you so much.
All right, yeah, in the interest of time, maybe I'll just ask one or two quick questions. But the top audience question is, so in your presentation, you emphasize the importance of connections and partnerships for new leaders. How do you think this applies with respect to empathy towards future generations where making these connections obviously isn't possible?
Interesting. Okay. And should I put on video at this point, or is that still not working well?
Yeah. Maybe let's try it and see if it's bad. We can tell you to turn it off again.
Okay. Great. Okay, oops. All right, there, how's that? Okay, sorry, yeah, we had a little trouble with the computer system, so that's why we're doing this. But so empathy with future generations, I mean, I think that is about really feeling the interconnectedness we have. And I think new leaders are very oriented that way, to really see interconnectedness and to understand that fundamentally. And I guess what also happens, maybe the best way to answer that is to say that if you really see yourself as part of an interconnected system, you then also have a lot of gratitude for what you receive from that system. I mean, when you think about it, everything we need to survive and thrive is provided to us by this incredible planet that we have. And so when you start recognizing that, you come from a place of gratitude. And then that often leads to a place of responsibility and reciprocity, because you recognize what you're receiving and you recognize that you're part of this, and therefore you feel responsibility also to contribute. And that then drives reciprocity. And I think with those kinds of mindsets that really stem from the connect mindset, that allows us to stretch to future generations through the sense of responsibility, through the sense of gratitude, through the sense of reciprocity.
Awesome. And maybe I'll ask one last quick question before wrapping up today. So I'm curious to hear, you emphasize mindset shifts as fundamental for new leaders. Through your experience and directing Stanford Sustainability Program. Are there any patterns or specific stimuli that come to mind that often engender shifts in mindset?
It's a great question. That's a great question. I mean, certainly crisis can help spur a shift in mindset. And I think, we do have this tremendous opportunity coming on the heels of both the global pandemic and at least in the US, the incredible awakening to systemic racism and the violence that so many have suffered as a result. And so I think experiencing, and just kind of coming to our knees as a result of that and the global pandemic, it's an opportunity to see and to see more clearly. And I think both of those, in terms of the connect mindset, really support an awakening to that mindset, because, we're all completely connected, as you can see with the, pandemic and everyone concerned about spreading disease to one another, right? But we're also totally connected socially. And if there's not social justice somewhere, there's not social justice anywhere, and there can be no sustainability and no intergenerational well-being. And that is all, it's all connected. So I do think crisis can be. I also think, exposure to people and to learning and to knowledge, which is why we invest so much in the sustainability program to, reach these emerging new leaders and some existing leaders who may not yet have really embraced these mindsets. So we have an executive education program to really reach existing leaders of influence, and this program to help influence the mindsets of emerging leaders through master's degree students.
Amazing. All right, so that's all the time we have for this session. Thank you again, Julia, for a wonderful talk and for taking the time to talk to us about your expertise today.
It's my pleasure.
I'm really excited for SERI to partner up with the sustainability program moving forward, given our shared goals of educating the leaders of tomorrow to prioritize sustainability and the well-being of future generations.
Likewise, we are too. We've loved our collaboration so far. Wonderful students and faculty, and just very important work. So it's great.
Thank you. Cool. So now I'll just offer a few closing remarks for our first day. So yeah, this wraps up the first day of our conference. We hope you've been able to engage with new content relating to your areas of interest and expertise, and hopefully learn something new about existential risks you might be less familiar with. This conference is meant to be a jumping off point for further exploration of these ideas, so we highly recommend checking out our additional resources on Swapcard and on our website, sericonference.org. In particular, I'd like to highlight the key ideas page and job board of 80,000 hours, which covers high priority research and career paths aimed at improving the long-term future. 80,000 hours first introduced me to long-termism, existential risks, and led me to my current career working for the Stanford Existential Risks Initiative. We hope you've enjoyed our talks, Q&As, and post-event Q&As to engage with our speakers, and our socials on Icebreaker and GatherTown to meet other attendees. And on that note, we want to once again emphasize the benefits of signing up for one-on-ones and meetings. If you have some time before the start of sessions tomorrow, I highly recommend searching the list of attendees, filtering by cause areas, affiliations, universities, maybe even physical location to meet up in person, which we'll hopefully be able to do more of soon. And you can also click on attendees' profiles to see if you might be able to help them and see if they might be able to help you based on answers to the 2 questions that you're able to fill out on your profile. So please fill those out if you haven't had the chance already. Many SERI organizers, including myself, will be going through profiles, brainstorming potential connections. So thanks again for attending the first day of our inaugural Stanford Existential Risks Conference. We'll see you tomorrow. And again, in the meanwhile, we'd love if you took some time to set up meetings with other attendees. We're going to host an informal happy hour on GatherTown now, so head on over to GatherTown to socialize with fellow attendees. If you're having trouble with GatherTown, if you go to sericonference.org/gather, we have instructions for how to use GatherTown and a link to the Seri Gather platform. So yeah, that wraps up our first day. Thanks again, and hope to see you on GatherTown. Bye.